I mean, we see El Normo's behavior of this app. He was attacking Mark. Mark is his Jewish brother, right? So Mark, if he would have pressed his button, he would try to, dox you and whatnot. He has done it to the Jewish brothers here and sisters. So just be careful. That's all I can tell you. Be careful of El Normo. He's a very, very vicious.
And Brother Amir, I don't want to cut you off. Let me just say one thing. Sure. Anything that goes against our deen, our faith, I will never not only support, but I will denounce anybody who supports.
I know, but brother, you made a statement.
No, I was just trying to make fun of him. Definitely. I was just trying to make fun of him. That's it. That's it.
I know, but brother, you got to be clear with the words white, brown, black, all give.
Yes. No, 100%. I should have clarified. I agree with you. But where I'm from, listen. You don't go to jail. You go to the graveyard if you're homosexual.
No, I know it's wrong. It's wrong to kill people. I know, but it's wrong to kill people that are, the gays, LGBTQ. We can bring them right to the right path. It's wrong to kill them.
I agree with you.
That's great again.
What do they call that thing? What do they call that thing when they send them one thing we should.
I don't know if you guys know. Just 1 second, I don't know if you guys know what this means. Is this called corrective rape? So let's say if your son is gay or lesbian or whatever, they force one of their cousins to have sex, by force to make them straight.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's called corrective rape, and it happens in some of the villages. It's disturbing and disgusting.
Okay. Can I just say one thing? You know what you have to do on this app is you have to also educate people on the fact that no one is born as a homosexual or in love with the same sex. It is completely a choice. It is backwards. It's unnatural, immoral, and it destroys the community. It leads to pedophilia. 100%. We have to highlight that. No one is born gay. It's complete garbage.
I was born gay.
Oh, come on.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? You are gay.
I'm as straight as they come, but I'm actually going to make an intellectual argument against him.
Go ahead.
And it's anecdotal as well. In fact, I'm not even sure it is intellectual. It's more just anecdotal.
Go ahead.
When I was growing up, I don't ever remember sitting down one day and thinking, okay, I've got a choice. I can go for the ladies or I can go for the men. Which one am I going to go for? No, I just had a hormone tell me, ooh, I really like the look of that girl. I think I like women. And so I remember it being a conscious choice for me personally. So I don't actually know why it would be a conscious choice for someone who is gay. I imagine it would be very similar where they would just one day, when they're whatever, 10, 11, 12, whatever the age is, just think, oh my gosh, I'm attracted to that. Because that's what happened to me.
Okay. Okay, you spoke on hormones. Hormones are completely natural. In the natural world, you do not see homosexuality. When children are young, they are not inclined to, as a male is not inclined to dress up as a woman or see any kind of sexual urges or lust towards, proving that anyone has ever been born gay. It's complete garbage. So it is 100% a choice. If you're not born,
I'm gonna tell you, there is one gender that I think you haven't talked about. It's called intersex.
Oh, that's different.
That's not by choice.
Yeah, that's different.
That's not by choice. That's actually natural born intersex, right? That's a different. So there's 3 genders, but I kind of look at it as natural. But some of them are gays.
Yeah, I agree with you. But
no offense to any Arabs in this room. No offense to you guys.
As an Arab man,
I lived over there.
Right away, I was gay.
Yeah, I'm not Arab, brother, but
where you live, there's a lot of gayness over there.
Yes, as an Arab man, I truly realized that my love for men was just purely instinct. As an Arab man, I will confess to this, and I'm very proud of it. 2 cups, I don't think you understand our feelings. Okay.
I don't. But you sound like a woman, so go ahead.
Brother, why would you call yourself 2 cup? I never heard this 2 cup shit.
Brother, 1 cup. Bro, you don't see any girls in the title or the name or nothing. It has nothing to do with that.
You're recording, fuck you and fuck your mother, you little John Kite, whatever the fuck your name is, bitch. Right? You like to record my rooms, son of a bitch. I want to
John, stop, man, John. This is ridiculous, bro.
Yeah. He's an asshole. I have, you know what? He's got some pictures. Literally, he's got like 30 phones, man. Like, you're such a lowlife. You got nothing else going for you. Disgusting. Anyways, what I was gonna say was, we have George here. George, please refrain from saying the same shit like I called you out before, please. Okay. Thank you. I think by you hanging out with Nergis, maybe she changed you.
George is a changed man. I mean, woman now. George truly has high potential for change. I just want to say George is a completely changed woman.
I think you might as well get the gender change operation done so we won't have to hear about you talking about your, the S word. Yeah, Gary needs happy, so.
He's still talking about the S word.
Non-stop. Just call him a faggot.
He does, right?
Yeah, it's non-stop faggot.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Hello, this guy is confused as hell. But Mark, going back to you, with this statement that when it came out, I mean, Netanyahu, it's probably pissed off at the White House. Like, what kind of statement is this? Because it was posting a ton of if Netanyahu keeps it up, I think it's going to happen. The parting of what I was going to say was, because George to it, right? The amount of killing, the amount of attacks he could do.
Yeah, I mean, I think it came from that church that got accidentally. They were investigating it. And obviously some White House officials like, well, no, he's a madman. And that you wait till 3 Christians are killed to do it. Like, there's a lot of other people who've been hit, who aren't Christian, and you didn't hear a statement till 3 Christians were hit. So, and to be completely fair, I thought that was a little bit weak.
Iran, and he used the F word, Trump did, to describe Netanyahu, and then 2 weeks later he's criticising him again, calling him a madman. So I think America getting a little bit sick of him at the minute.
Well, again, it wasn't Trump; it was a White House official. But but that was my point earlier, that there was a criticism, and at the end of the day, they were still right there with him bombing. With Iran, they were, he kind of criticized Israel attacking, and then a week and a half later, it was the U.S. dropping the bomb, So that's why I wouldn't be too optimistic.
So can I ask you guys a question? Everyone in the UK, does the government of the United Kingdom, do they openly support Israel and fund their genocide in any way?
Yeah, but people have been protesting. There's, I think, 80,000 or 50,000 people protested in the UK.
Yeah, the biggest protest we've ever had, that was.
Yeah. So when they do protests, it actually does, some sort of effect to it, cause and effect, right? And I think it's going to make a difference, right? For this people, coming in large numbers. It's a matter of time, and it's a non-ending, protests that are happening every single day.
Also, the Irish people supported the Palestinian people. Let's not forget. Same thing with, I believe, people in Scotland who wanted their own country from the British. They supported the Palestinian cause. So we can never forget that, there's definitely support around the world for the Palestinian people in a lot of countries. Have their own identity. Because I know they're not British.
We're not going back.
I've seen flyers before, right? I don't know if you guys got that.
Is that just the way?
The Epstein is that Epstein file released, but they got nothing to hide. They should release it. I don't know why they're not releasing it. But the one that they released back in 2015 after the lawsuit,
The last 3 years, we haven't seen seen him once in public or heard from him once.
He disappeared?
Completely disappeared off the radar. They don't even mention his name. He doesn't go to any functions.
So what does he do for like entertainment? Does he come out at all?
He definitely doesn't go to Epstein's parties anymore.
Yeah, but do you think that he probably took a flight somewhere else? He lives somewhere else?
Yeah, King Charles took his money off him, so he doesn't get paid by the British taxpayer anymore. His pocket money was taken away.
Yep. Now this was very interesting, right? There's been a lot of scrutiny on this, how they attacked the Samaritan Aid thing that they've started, right? That's funded by it's an Israeli organization. U.S. funds it, and they use their own funding, whatnot, and they've killed over 850 people according to the UN at these sites, right? And they've even admitted it. Now, the big question is today, right? Earlier today, maybe you could say yesterday, they came out with a propaganda video that says they ordered people to, they ordered their soldiers not to do the attack. And that was kind of interesting that these people are trying to, change the narrative, but it ain't gonna work. You killed over 850 people at these sites. What's with this one video that, the commander is saying, don't shoot. That means they have to be told, don't shoot, otherwise they'll shoot. Like, do they not understand that the people are there to grab the aid? It's crazy. I'll put the link in the chat. I want you guys to check it out. This was in the Times of Israel. It's very crazy, man.
Wow, that's crazy. There was a general, I think he's from Palestinian people. That's what he said. He said that's why they're struggling against Hamas, and not only do they need training, but he said that they have no combat experience at all. They're just, all they are is just cowards. They shoot unarmed civilians. That's literally what he said.
Right.
Just kids as well. They're underage. They're not trained. They're underage. They're just forced. They're forced into going there by the Oxy government. That's what it is.
Yeah, and with their propaganda, they have the audacity to compare that to like Pearl Harbor or like formal, army on army wars. It's crazy. But Israel is the most delusional place in the world. Like, you literally have to like dumb yourself down in order to believe some of the shit that they tell their people. It's crazy.
Yep. Israel apparently is delivering medical aid to Syria surveyors. The ceasefire appears to stick. It says sectarian clashes has surpassed 1,100 people dead. And some of these Jewish people, they cannot be trusted, man. The shapeshifters. One time they're on the pro-Syria side, and then second they're on the pro-Israeli side. It just, I don't know.
You actually read an FLI today statement, take it at face value. Never.
No, I'm not taking the face value. This newspaper doesn't say that.
Yeah.
I'm making the judgment on this genuinely.
Yeah, it's just this character is a piece of shit. Just lying piece of shit.
Which character? Netanyahu?
No, the spokesman for the Israeli army.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm saying this is from the Times of Israel. So guys, this is coming from a Zionist source. I'm just thinking about the Jews. The Jews, they're serving at the checkpoints in the West Bank. A lot of these people actually are from Jewish community, and Jews, they're just I don't know what side they're on. They're freaking shapeshifters.
They are, they're a strange bunch of people. But, some of them are actually so anti-Israel. Some of them are very, hardcore nationalists. Some of them view themselves as part of the Palestinian people. But they have a philosophy in which they say we just live and are loyal to the government, that we live under. And in 1948 and 1950, the Israelis kind of caught them and brought them into the fold. And their number is limited in Palestine. Some of them were, they were chased out, but a lot of them do serve in the army. And the Israeli army usually because they speak the Arabic language fluently. They are Arab descent. They are a strange sect of Islam. Kind of, they call themselves Muslims sometimes, but they don't carry out a lot of Islamic things, like they don't fast in Ramadan. I'm not sure they do the Hajj. They go to a certain place in Jordan and Palestine as their prophet. So they believe in like strange things. But,
Wow. That's
yeah.
insane.
You're in Palestine.
Yes, I am.
One thing I don't think gets enough airtime on that. You remember Shireen Abu Akleh?
Oh, yeah, I remember Shireen. She was a friend of mine.
I remember that's what got me first into angry about this whole situation, because I was watching it on Al Jazeera on the TV at the time when she was shot. And then at the funeral, they stormed the soldiers, IDF stormed the funeral and started pulling the coffin and everything. And I remember watching that with my dad, himself. How disgusting and horrible that was. And then October 7th came after it. I just don't know how they've got the cheek to turn around and say like things like, they've got the hostages, because look at what happened to Shireen. Shireen was just a journalist reporting, and I used to watch her regularly, and I don't think she gets enough airtime either.
Well, I've known Shireen since she was 10 years old. Okay, I've known her father, I've known her mother, I've known her family, I know her brother. Yes, they killed Shireen.
She was an amazing.
Yeah, she was an incredible person, yes. And she had the most amazing father. I've known her father. I've known her since she was 10. I still remember her when she was 10 years old. Yeah, they did murder Shireen in Jenin. And she is, she's a journalist.
One other question to the brother that said he's Palestinian. Do you remember U.S. journalist? This was probably maybe 10 years ago. His name is Tristan Anderson, and they shot him with the tear gas gun, and he became paralyzed, and his family sued Israel. Are you familiar with that case?
Tristan, what year was that?
Court against Israel, and I think the Supreme Court stepped in and pretty much told them you can't sue Israel. You really can't take any action against Israel. That's what they said. So he was protesting the settlers. He wasn't protesting the IDF, and the IDF turned. They first started with the tear gas, then they used live rounds on the crowd. But the Palestinians were defending a village. He was just there to protest and document some of the things. When they started firing the tear gas guns, one of the shells from the tear gas gun actually hit him so hard, and he was so close around that it hit him in his head, and he was completely paralyzed. To this day, he's in work.
Nigger friend. So he gets offended by the word
nigger. Yes, he's also blinded. I believe he's blinded, yes.
Because it's the best word out.
And his family turned around and sued Israel maybe 2 weeks
For the record, let's do a video
Yeah, I remember just seeing that on the news. But it was just a small
don't call me the N-word.
It's different.
After Shireen was shot, the IDF, because Al Jazeera were running the story. They then went bombed the Al Jazeera headquarters in Gaza, if I remember right, and brought the whole building down. And they were kind enough to give them, I think it was a 5-minute warning.
Yeah, that's crazy. They bombed.
Well, I think Justin was shot in Berlin and next to Ramallah. I think he was from California, I think.
Yes, I believe he was from California. I'm from California, so I remember seeing it on KTLA, which is the local news station for Southern California. It's the major station, like Fox 13, or just in general, their local news station. But I remember seeing it, and I was shocked. I couldn't believe that American journalist with credentials that was there with the visa and everything. He was just shot in the head and paralyzed. It's crazy.
The Israelis have something with for journalists. They kill a lot of journalists, and they target them frequently. Yeah. So.
Because they're showing the world and showing us exactly what's going on, and they don't like it when we start rising up against it.
Yeah, but Shireen was like a very well-known woman. She's been around for a very long time, and she's very well-known throughout the Arab world.
Fish there. Rose a caught for alarm. I'm gonna put it back in the water.
Yeah, she's.
So look at that. Alarm. You know you gotta put it back in the water, okay? Look at the fish there. Rose a caught for alarm. I'm gonna put it back in the water.
From Gaza.
So
You can't hold the lines. That's the name of it.
listen, I'm working on a lot of God's hours coming out. Let me see that new logo. Chairman of Vibe.
230 journalists.
Deliberately targeting journalists.
Yeah, they killed over 200 last.
230 Hasbunallah wa
Jane did just send the best wishes to the family for me, please.
Okay, I haven't seen him in a while. I mean, her brother lives is in the U.S. He lives he's in America. If she was an American citizen too.
I don't know. I guess
Her parents owned a travel agency in the old days.
Oh boy, so
They had
long, so long.
office in I remember her when she was 10 years old, paying the back office of her dad.
Wi-Fi. Yep.
They're the most decent people I've known in my life. They were very good people.
Why do you think they like to be around women?
She was great.
Yep. It's crazy, but we had the Shireen Abu-Akleh, and then there was another one. What was her name? Rachel Corrie, right?
I mean, yeah, Americans should familiarize themselves with Rachel. Rachel actually was crushed to death in Gaza. She did spend some time in the West Bank, but she ended up living in Gaza for a while, and she was an amazing young woman who stood in front of a bulldozer trying to demolish a home in the West Bank, and they crushed her. The bulldozer crushed her to death. And her parents tried to do justice, but they never did. Both in Israel and in America. Her parents are still around. There's the Rachel Corrie Foundation in America. If you guys want to check that out, they do good work, and they're still involved in Palestinian cause. Their parents are getting older now. But
colonized and it said this is our land, and then African American, not African, just Africans in general in South Africa have no rights. And by the way, the South African tribe are like some of the oldest tribes in the world as far as people.
100%, but they still don't have that. Hopefully it gets better soon.
South Africa is
That's the fact. So they're openly, we can all agree that they are there to openly oppress and put these governments and countries, these Muslim countries down, so that way we can't have another Ottoman Empire. Remember back in the day when we had Turkey is pretty well. Turkey's a part of NATO. I don't think they control their foreign policy. That's what we need to look at. Countries that have independent foreign policies as far as dealing with Israel.
Turkey was like the most country that has food on the planet, like over and over and over for 80 years. So being part of NATO is just balancing that balance of power. Trying to control the region.
So, for example, near the country I'm from Somalia, so we had independent foreign policy in the 80s, and we had resources the U.S. wanted. We were supposed to basically give them all the resources and receive nothing, and they destroyed our government for what they funded different movements. My family members was in the government for 25, 27 years. Stupid, they're not trying to kill themselves and have a bad criminal laws. These people are being destabilized from the outside, and you see a lot of these terrorist groups, these different people that are just crazy and being funded. Like they said during the war, the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, there was actually a group of South Americans that were caught in Iraq fighting the U.S. government. They're basically CIA puppets, and they were basically inserted in there to just cause chaos. These people weren't even over all these people. It's crazy. Why do they support the Israeli government if they know they're wrong? Stop sweeping these people. They should know.
So sorry if you want to come on up or anybody else, just you can come on up. So I'm going to go over please.
Do they have an issue with just like governments that are led by Muslims, or what is their issue with the Palestinian people? Yeah, the South Sudanese, because a lot of them support Israel. Oh, okay. annexation also destabilized terrible because once they had their treaties with Egypt, they had no other major threats in the region other than Sudan. Because Sudan is destroyed, the parts that were destroyed on the Libyan side. If we had military capability, we would be probably more because along with Iran and Hezbollah and the other organizations, Sahara proxy groups. But they destabilized us 20 plus years ago when they took our number one export, did our other exports, our agricultural exports that was out of South Sudan. They created division between North Sudan and South Sudan by way of religion. Because they try to say South Sudan is so Christian, majority of South Sudan is so traditional, so they're like ancient worshippers, pagans. So they try to create that division between the two of us. We actually won the Civil War both times in 1989 and 2011 when the United Nations Civil War it decided that South Sudan could stay anyway. That's crazy. That's crazy. Look at that. And I'm pretty sure Sudan is a government. Yeah, Sudan is doing really well compared to most countries just within the region. I feel like they're doing really well militarily. They were powerful. It's the same with our country. Like in the 70s, we fought with Ethiopia because they openly supported Zionism. And then at one point they said they were communists and half of our land is stolen by Ethiopia. So we had to war with them. The U.S. played both sides, gave us weapons and then took our weapons away from us. They gave it to Ethiopia and we drove to the capital and we started getting bombed. And so I feel like any government that opposes Western values and or is a threat to Israel will be destroyed if it's an Islamic country for sure. That's what people need to realize. I feel like that's the number one thing that people should educate themselves on. That Middle East, that entire region, all the way to North Africa to East Africa, was controlled at one point by just one major Islamic power, like for centuries. So I don't think they want that to happen again. I think it's what Israelis are playing a long chess game, and a lot of people are just on the West Bank. But one of Israel's number one assets that they will control is the Suez Canal. So destabilizing Sudan, demilitarizing Jordan the way they did already, and then trying to make its quote unquote allies with Egypt only involves our Swiss greater visual command. So once they finish off with Gaza, then the next move is for the Suez Canal. If they control the Suez Canal, they control global trade in the entire region. 30% of all trade coming from Asia, particularly oil and Iran as well, coming from the Strait of Hormuz. So it's gonna end up going through the Suez Canal. That's what Saudi is basically a good chess moves as well, because Saudi has their quote unquote vision 2030, but Saudi's being very strategic instead of them investing in putting on cities that are already developed. They're investing all of their cities and Saudi's building is on the Red Sea coast, all the way north at the tip where that is. They have a project called the Octagon, which is supposed to be a seaport, one of the world's largest seaport cities that's going to be built right there to try to help keep a Muslim presence or a Muslim stable presence in the region. I think it's also going to be a proxy military. I have to disagree with that. The Saudis are puppets. They're controlled by Israel, the United States. They're propped up. They're the most disgraceful government probably in the last like 300 years for Muslims. They're an absolute disgrace. They are openly hostile towards Iran. I mean, they're fellow Arab Muslim brothers in Gaza and the West Bank, which aren't too far from the neighboring. They're being controlled only to them. They're being destroyed every day. They have an economic treaty from outside. I could be wrong, but I believe that the Saudi government, not the people, Saudi government, the Israeli government work together. So I believe they're puppets. I usually to see some military based stuff, and between Saudis historically predate, vastly predate even the state of the EU. But I get your point. I hear that argument a lot. It's relevant, but I don't think it's reality. It is. Saudis, they're open and wicked. They're open. But you would have the games. Yeah, but you would have the Islamic government. Right? They're just not supporting people. Yeah, but you would have to go beyond mentality. Like I said, I'm talking about strategic military base setups. Yeah, no, there's about at least like 4 military, U.S. military bases. I'm not talking about rates. I'm talking about F-16s take off and bomb other Muslim countries. That's not how these are in complete disgrace. You have to go beyond tabloid and understand what Saudi government is actually doing. Not okay, what the U.S. is doing from Saudi. Because the U.S. is inside every single country in the region. So that's irrelevant. The point is what Saudi is doing militarily. And what they're doing militarily is they've been setting up new bases just for themselves all the way over the Red Sea coast to between Jordan and a bridge between Egypt and Yemen. They have a bridge that they're building called Moses bridge that's gonna connect Mosul to Saudi, south of Mosul. Can I just reply to Dr. Doctor? I believe that we made some great points, but that is a cop out. Having economic ties openly, they're basically openly supporting Israel in genocide, and then they aren't taking any action with the U.S. They aren't putting pressure through economic structure. If they wanted to, if the Saudis wanted to, they might have well have with them leading OPEC. They would say, hey, we're going to move towards BRICS. The U.S. has to cut at least 20 to 30%. They already did that. They talk about. Yeah, but it took them how long? With all of Greece, it took them how long to say, hey, we're going to go to BRICS? If America just non-stop openly, it would take them a long time to go. First of all, it would take them a long time. It's like the BRICS, as far as its organization structure, exactly what it wants to do with military. BRICS did start catching its until the war between Russia and Ukraine, and then when America started putting financial sanctions on Russia's trade, that's when Russia joined BRICS, and then BRICS became a real thing because it's like, okay, if we need major superpowers invest, Saudi Arabia is $1 trillion country, so you're not going to get their attention just by having a couple broke countries say, hey, yeah, I mean, their economy isn't diverse at all. They know they're going to go broke eventually. If they rely too much on because think about this, that's Venezuela needs them to spend their money on. Oh, Venezuela, no, that's not getting strategic. No, they need to strategically put pressure on the countries. Well, that's if they are Islamic government. They are. So, I mean, they are infallible, but they're not in a position to do. They absolutely are. Turkey's been doing that. Turkey displaying sovereignty. Power. Turkey is much more powerful than Saudis. Massively more powerful. And a stronger reputation and more control on trade, energy. Like, what are you talking about? I don't think you understand. I think the thing is, you support Mohammed bin Salman and the Saudis, which again, it's your choice. But a sellout is a sellout, brother. You're arguing with reality. Reality says that this government is openly supporting genocide. They're openly supporting reality. It's just your lack of knowledge. It's not about supporting anyone or reality. So Saudi Arabia shooting down missiles headed towards Israel. You're right about that. Go ahead. It's not about supporting Muhammad bin Salman. It's not about anything you just said. It's about understanding what the Saudi position. I think a lot of Muslims what happens is they take, for some reason, they tend to forget that the House of Saud is the royal family of Saudi Arabia, not the kings of Islam. So people confuse that, and they make it look like these people are somehow different than any other Muslim country in the world who's also standing with their faith. So that same argument can be made for multiple nations. If you're talking about Turkey, I agree. Well, the Saudi government
the Iranian government has been calling for the fall of all Islamic kingdoms, all Arab kingdoms that are unrelated to the Middle East. So that's not necessarily an ally. As far as the Palestinian people, Mohammed bin Zayed made a statement that his interest in the progression of his country, and his country is will join his country is ruling able to provide, and their interest, the people's interest of Saudi Arabia, is on the interest of the freedoms of Palestine. He said he was, his benefits, but you have to make rules that you can make. People just, I think on the internet, it's a call for missile supply.
I didn't call for missiles. Again, I will repeat what I said earlier. You can project soft power. This is all Saudi Arabia has to do. They give the U.S. said they have to give them what they bid. But with their strategic, because they have one of the best resources in the world, which is oil, strategically, they can enforce a certain amount of accountability towards the U.S. and Israel. Yes, they can. They're one of the few governments. They're one of the few governments that actually gets leeway from the U.S. Majority of those governments.
So I want to say this one thing about it. So, Doctor, when did you become a doctor, man? And second question is, did the U.S., I mean, Saudi Arabia did do the retaliation in 1973, control the oil and whatnot, Doctor?
That was during getting this out. But this what I'm trying to say is this: that if you control water and the rest of the world is thirsty, by saying I'm going to leverage my power on the water, that doesn't make people bend the knee. That makes people kill you. This is not fucking monopoly.
Right, they can raise the price of the oil. They can
Strategically, they've done it before. Yes, what happened 100%. Why happens?
What happens in Saudi King?
And after you have to let people talk, because I want to.
Yeah, he got assassinated, right? But the doctor, they tried to do it during Biden administration. Nothing happened. You see what I'm saying? And I don't know if you know about the Biden administration, right? They encouraged Saudi Arabia to increase oil production, but guess what? They actually cut down the oil. You see what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is, it's possible. Look, doctor, this was my plan, right? When the 7th of October happened, and Saudi Arabia and all of these GCC countries, they knew from the jump that what's happening to Palestinians is wrong. It's already levels, right? What they could have done is Morty. Yeah, one second. Morty, one second. Morty, one second, please, brother. So, doctor, my thing is, my whole plan was from the jump after 7th of October, get together. I know they hate each other. The UAE, Saudi Arabia, all of these GCC countries, they hate each other. They could have got together on the table, right? And they could have said all together collectively, look, we're not going to buy any arms, and the oil business is, we're going to stop it just for the time being until this problem is resolved.
It's facts. That's objective soft power.
And they could have done that, right? All of them, because back then it was just one country, right? Now in today's world, they could have done that, and for the time being, that would have pressurized Biden. Biden would have to be like, tell Netanyahu, shut the fuck up, give them the state, and let's take move on, so we can, have the oil supply, because we only get 7% of the oil in America from Saudi Arabia. They would have hit the global market, and it's a dangerous move for everybody, right? They would have hit the whole market. All I'm saying, they could have done some of this shit, but they didn't.
You're 100% right. That's how you project soft power without taking military action. The UAE, along with all of the Gulf countries, have a lot of influence in the region. The U.S. and Israel can never overcome the fact that these countries are strategically important to their region. So you can't come in and just force people because you have a bigger government. The world doesn't work like that. If they get together as a collective and they take a stance, by them taking a stance and not firing a single bullet, they're gonna have they're gonna make an even bigger impact on other situations in Palestine. Yes, the Muslim collective is still their own Muslim collective. I don't think the Gulf countries are uneducated. I think the Gulf countries are educated.
colonized. I can think get colonized because they would get an uproar over the region from the beginning. What I'm saying is that Saudi from the beginning, nobody was gonna conquer it because they would evoke a whole bunch of craziness going around the region. It was never conquered. That's why the placement of a Muslim country because of the shrines or because of the haram, and then a Jewish country in Palestine, and then a Christian country in Lebanon. This was the movement after decolonization from the land. So by doing this, it's all connected. Lebanon the way it is, Saudi the way it is, the Jewish state as a Jewish state. So for them to play into the balance of power, they have to move according to the time frame.
I don't know exactly what you mean by that. But like I said,
But I teach is that
countries in OPEC, the countries in OPEC, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, Qatar, and Bahrain, and these countries, they're very wealthy in natural resources. And then also, Saudi Arabia is not. But they have an influence in the region. They're very strong.
no, they
So
don't.
they are basically, they're countries that are third world. That's what you're saying. They're weak countries that have they're just extraordinarily American dependent. Have they ever been bombed? We just lost calculations in this case.
They wouldn't get bombed because they are not American from day one.
Let me just finish a very short sentence. The reason why they're not third world because they have the women they can already, but they have not released colonial control. That's the point. That's what they're trying to do in the middle of this conflict. That's what the growth of all these mega cities are. That's what all this investment is about. It's about releasing colonial control. Of course, they're not going to get bombed. Just like Qatar is not going to respond to Iran dropping missiles on it because they can't. Doesn't matter how much wealth you have, they're still technically under colonial control. They're just a pretty colonial country. They're trying to relinquish that without using oil independence. By using oil as a threat, is only going to result in bodies and destabilizing their government because America and other countries are not going to let you say, oh, we're going to take 30+% of the world's oil reserve and freeze it over a conflict. No one's trying to hear that shit. And when they do things like that, it only creates larger and larger problems. They're trying to do strength by peace. That's what the GCC countries have been trying to do.
Yes, but also supposedly
These guys are the way you explain what's going on right now is you just made a cop out to the Gulf countries. That's okay. That's your opinion.
it's not
They
like that.
are in a position to make a
They
difference.
are not.
Do not tell me that the Saudi government, UAE, Saudi Aramco, look up how much they're
Freaking money launder, prostitution info, freaking
I
country.
don't understand how many what you making out there. I understand your point, but I
See, they did do it in the Biden administrations. They saw they could produce more oil, and they did not do that.
Joe Biden didn't ask him to do that. He said yes, he did, right? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. You're trying to cover for Joe Biden. Yes, he did.
So,
No, Joe Biden works for us. We want gas prices.
so
Un-American homes.
I was reading you the statement. The Biden administration urged Saudi Arabia to increase gold production to lower gold prices after they were in more disrupted markets. In response, Saudi Arabia and OPEC, including Russia, did the opposite. They cut oil production, citing market stability.
Joe Biden,
So they
he just did that.
the U.S. officials were angry, accusing the kingdom of siding with Russia. Biden even warned of consequences, but no major policy change followed. Saudi Arabia Minister Abdulaziz bin Salman famously said, "We're not a school child that you can lecture." So all I'm saying is, it's possible. But the think doctors here arguing, no, it's not possible. They did do it under Biden administration.
They wouldn't do it all the time. They do it.
It doesn't matter. See, it doesn't matter. They've done it.
That awareness was never my point. And what you just read is not what you're asking me to do. What you're asking me to do is leverage their resources in military conflict. One of the longest
military conflicts in the modern world. That's completely different than what Joe Biden was calling for.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I mean, looking to Egypt, no, I don't disagree with everything you said. You know why? One of the things you said, you actually made a great point. You said that their economy is not diverse. I'm 100%. I understand that they rely too much on oil, and they're gonna end up like Venezuela eventually if they don't diversify their economy. And they're also, you said it's great point. There's other countries that are in the region that need to be held accountable just as much as Saudi Arabia. You're 100% right on that. So it's not all on Saudi Arabia as far as stopping Israel, but with influence, every country, doesn't matter how poor or how little it is, it hold issue regions.
Which country in the Middle East has the strongest military?
That would be, of course, Israel. I mean, do you consider Israel?
Israel is actually Egypt. It's actually Egypt. Everyone's screaming at Saudi Arabia, and Egypt has the most powerful, most modern military, and has the least amount militarily influenced. And they're a military with controlled state. Their president is a general. So
I don't know. I think Egypt's no. Egypt, no, they're buying. Saudis have been buying. They've been buying weapons, F-16s, F-15s for a long time.
Turkey has the strongest military.
Yeah, Turkey has the strongest military.
Let's get Marty in there. I think let's hear from a Zionist perspective. Go on, Marty. Because they don't want to silence Marty. Marty, let's hear you on the show. We don't want to silence a Zionist.
Like I have Google if Joe Biden has Saudi Arabia increased oil production. He did it. He did. And in an interview after he returned from Saudi Arabia, he was asked President Biden, did you ask Saudi to increase oil production? He smiled and he said, no, I did not ask them to increase oil production.
Of course, he's going to say that. Well, Saudi doesn't listen. Who runs Google? Just ask him.
Okay, Joe Biden does not want low oil prices for Americans. Okay, he wants high oil prices. Why? Because he works for us. What do we want? We want to own all the American homes. Okay, when gas prices are high for Americans, makes it very hard for Americans to pay their mortgages. What happens when they can't pay their mortgages? We foreclose. Okay? So, I think it's about time everybody stops talking Turkey and is going to start to get down to brass tacks. Okay? Thank you. You guys are just screaming at Turkey and who's powerful in the Middle East. Turkey's not in the Middle East. Yeah, Egypt has the most powerful military in the Middle East. He knows more and has the closest.
Egypt is not in the Middle East, right, Doctor?
Egypt is considered militarily strong Middle Eastern militaries. And it's well known that Egypt has the most powerful military in the Middle East. They're also the closest to Israel. Yet you guys are whining at Saudi Arabia, which has the biggest.
Yes.
I think Marty is whining about Saudi Arabia.
I'm not whining about Saudi Arabia. I appreciate the Saudi Arabia.
He was whining about Biden right now.
I'm celebrating different Egypt. I'm celebrating Biden and Saudi.
Turkey and Egypt are calling for war against Iran openly, just on any occasion. Saudi Arabia and the Gulf countries just constantly multiple problems. Another government, but yet they have a country on their border right next to them, and totally just killing their fellow citizens, their fellow Muslims, their fellow Arabs. Any way you look at it, there's no excuse.
I thought the problem was with Israel. If the problem was with Israel, okay, so the problem is with Israel, and I just pointed out who has the strongest military, strategically the closest to Israel. Joe Biden, Saudi Arabia.
Yes, Saudi Arabia is calling for war against Iran. They need to turn their attention to the real enemy, not this fake propaganda. Again, if this country is a Shiite country, oh well, I'm a Sunni. I'm a Sunni. Brother, listen, respectfully, I am Sunni. I don't even know what Shiites believe, to be honest with you. I really don't understand their belief system too well. But at the end of the day, this is a person that is Muslim. So if we are going to claim we're an Islamic government and or republic, any one of these countries, it's not just Saudi Arabia, we can't claim.
Because the problem, you project.
So Saudi is just a regular country, so they're secular countries.
Listen, the Saudi government does not claim. I'm not making the current state facts. The Saudi government does not claim to be an Islamic regime as Iran does. The Saudi government.
Does anyone believe that Saudi Arabia claims to be a secular country?
Let's get new wisdom there. We got a Palestinian stage. claims to be an Islamic regime, meaning they don't make every single decision on the country based on neither does Saudi Arabia, neither does the UAE. However, the majority of the people are Muslim and they cater to those people. Saudi hasn't been an Islamic regime since the 1970s. You guys really don't know what you're talking about. And this guy
between the monarchy and the republic.
Well, you're giving a cop out. At the end of the day, well, if they don't claim to be Islamic, then you keep giving them cop outs on everything. So it's really excuse for a government that failed the Palestinian people. That's all I care about. They're always calling for what now? They failed them. They are. They're from basically okay. Palestinian people are basically Palestinian people are Arabs. And there's no substitute for Arabs. No. Listen. Since you're saying that they aren't, we're not going to have a religion into this. They're Arabs and this means you're from Eritrea, right? No, I'm not from Eritrea. You're from Sudan. I am from Somalia, but I'm not Eritrean. I just
okay, you're from Somalia. So Somalians, right? So that's right now. We're civil war. Imagine if I started yelling at you about why you guys are not helping us destroy the Kitover.
we don't even understand the politics of Sudan, so we can't speak on that. But what I do understand, I've done my research. I've had 9 days. I've got over 30 years.
Why is the J government helping us? We're East African. Our ancestors were probably related.
We've been in longer civil war than Sudan. You're so racist. We actually have. We're trying to rebuild right now.
Peace is having your own problems and navigating it as such.
And you're giving Saudi Arabia a cop out. That's the problem. They're not the only government that does this. When it comes
The problem is that you're trying to make Saudi Arabia an Islamic regime just because the population is Muslim and they're not.
okay, man, that's your opinion. At the end of the day, we're just gonna agree and disagree. This is not going anywhere.
You made a policy of
No,
some.
I just I have. So let me tell you why I strongly speak on Saudi Arabia. I have at least 2 or 3 family members that lived in Gulf countries. I have a person that knows my grandmother, so I can't say I have lived there. But what I'm saying is, I have someone in my family that spent 30 plus years living in a Gulf country, understanding the law, the culture, the history, and is also a scholar as far as the deen goes. So I am getting first-hand knowledge from someone that is well qualified to speak on the subject, more than qualified. Okay? No, not just because they live there, but because they're not only educated on the politics in the country, but the day-to-day, they understand everything. This is well educated.
I still don't understand what this conversation is about. So what is it?
I'm saying this. I am saying that the Saudi government and the majority of these Gulf countries have failed in helping the Palestinian people. That's all I care about. Okay, they're being robbed and they're even put pressure on Israel. That's it. That's all I care about. I don't care about what they do there. None of that matters. All of these countries need to support the Palestinian people because not only is their population majority Muslim,
But the decisions of those governments is not in their hands, right?
yeah, they are movements. So you're right. You're 100% right.
Can I say something really quickly? So, Doctor, I don't really understand what you mean by Islamic regime because this doesn't make any sense. King Salman, right? He literally said in 2015 during his inaugural speech, like, our constitution is the will of God and the sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and remain committed to the pure Islamic creed. And in 2017, when he addressed the Shura Council, he said that the government of Saudi Arabia will continue to adhere to Islamic Sharia, which is the basis of its establishment and its constitution. And even like MBS, right, like the Crown Prince, he has like multiple interviews. Like during his interview with Al Arabia, he was like, "We will not move a single inch away from our teachings of Islam. Islam is our constitution. We will continue on the path of true Islam, not extremism." Like something along those lines, right? There's so many quotes in modern day saying, like literally affirming that Saudi Arabia claims to follow the Quran and the Sunnah and it claims to be an Islamic theocracy. So what do you mean by Islamic regime?
Thanks. You just made a great point. So let me respond to all those things you said were really very true. Or 2020. Once
approach after 2020. But you got
That's not true. That's not true. Because in 2021, he gave an interview to Vision 2030 where he said that the kingdom was founded on Islamic principles and we will continue to develop in line with our Islamic values.
you can't anticipate the kingdom is founded on
Did you not hear the second part of what I said? The second part of what I said was, and he said it during his Vision 2030 interview, and we will continue to develop in line with our Islamic values.
Right. And are you aware that Saudi Arabia no longer requires women to wear niqab or hijab?
Okay, first of all, there's hold on.
Subject matter versus
Let me finish. Hold on, buddy, 1 second. You said, the first thing that you said was, Saudi Arabia does not claim to be an Islamic regime. This quote literally just affirmed that Saudi Arabia let me finish. They claim to be an Islamic regime. They claim to be an Islamic regime. The way that they act upon that Islamic regime is different, okay? The way that they act upon that Islamic regime that's not what we're debating. We're debating whether Saudi Arabia calls itself an Islamic regime. They do confirm and claim themselves to be an Islamic regime.
Exactly, by every definition, and their own claims to adhere to Sharia. So, like I said, all of these commentary is before he got full totalitarian control of government. After he had full control of government, if you want to argue 2020 or 2021, you have to research it for him while you while I was talking to him. So whether it's 2021 or 2022, when it is after he got full totalitarian control of the government, it's shit. My argument still remains the same, regardless of which rank is not including the Islamic regime. That Saudi Arabia is not an Islamic regime. Yes, Saudi Arabia is a Muslim country, but to define yourself as an Islamic regime like Iran means that every single action is for the law. Saudi Arabia does actions for the Saudi Arabian people. They operate like an independent nation as any other country. The way Saudi works, they even have such thing called Saudization, which is where they prioritize hiring Saudis over other people. They don't say, "Oh, you're a Muslim, welcome. This is the home of Muslims." They say, "This is the home of Saudis. This is Saudi Arabia." That's how it works. That's how it's always worked.
Doctor, I don't think anybody is disagreeing with you that Saudi Arabia is like the way that it is, okay? I think that as Muslims, especially who live outside of Saudi, we understand that Saudi Arabia is in like the favor of most Muslims. However, that's not what we're arguing. I'm trying to argue and I'm trying to tell you that Saudi Arabia does, whether it was during King Salman's time or during MBS's time, any of the de facto rulers claimed and to this day claim to live under an Islamic regime. If MBS were to say, if he were to come out and if he were to say that, okay, Saudi Arabia is not going to be, it's not an Islamic country anymore, it would spark world outrage. Let me finish. Hold on. I never said that Saudi Arabia is not an Islamic regime. I gave you your time to speak, right? Please interrupt me, okay? I'm speaking. Please interrupt me, okay? You also mentioned, okay? So as I was saying, going back to what I was saying before I was very rudely interrupted. I was saying that Saudi Arabia, any monarch of Saudi Arabia cannot come out and say that, okay, Saudi Arabia is not a country that is at this point, Saudi Arabia does not follow Islamic regime. It would spark world outrage because the sanctuary of the Kaaba, the sanctuary of Mecca, any of the holy cities of Islam would be questioned, okay? Now you talked about how no, it would, because that would mean that, okay, if Saudi Arabia is not going to be a country, in any of the Sharia laws, it says that the Kaaba and any of the holy cities of Islam need to be protected. If Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Arabian government were to come out and were to say that, okay, we don't follow Islamic regime, that would mean that by their constitution, by changing their bylaws, actually he started having significant power is to read his Vision 2030 interview that he gave, where he no, I know, but I'm still encouraging you to read his interview because it actually the Vision 2030 interview actually talks about all of the legislation that he was proposing before he became, because you keep interrupting me, so if you don't interrupt me, it's going to be much shorter. Okay? The Vision 2030, the interview shows all the different policies that he was advocating for before 2021, before he took office or whatever. Okay, and he became the de facto ruler in 2017, so he started changing legislation then.
As I say, totalitarian rules for anyone who's aware and covered in this house before myself and others some of the things that we do in his state, as far as holding members of his family hostage in hotels, having different rioters, people who are critical of him actually murdering, assassinating, being across the global landscape. So it's a difference between coming into power and coming into totalitarian power. The Saudi family shot a small thing between sons. It seems as though the MBS is not interested in shutting more than he wants full control, especially after since as totalitarian power comes in. I don't know if you've heard of Kitover. If you have heard of Qaddafi, Qaddafi is a massive gaming project, which is anti-Islamic in almost every fashion. It will include casinos, gambling, and hotels. What they're trying to do is they're trying to isolate Saudi Arabia from activity as it was originally. Originally, you had the Saudi region, and then you had the Hijaz region, which had its own Islamic rules. They're trying to do the exact same thing now, which they were tourist wealth. The majority of the world believes that it's so strict to be there and so harsh to be there that people don't want to have tourism. They've even built tourist sites in Kitover, which has been stated by the Prophet Muhammad as a cursed region. So they're not an Islamic regime. I don't really care about global. I don't really music or been published that it's just extremism on the subject matter. The point is they're not an Islamic regime. If they were an Islamic regime, they wouldn't be building casinos. If they were an Islamic regime, they would not be building resort sites anywhere the Prophet Muhammad says is a cursed land that Muslims should not go to. If they were an Islamic regime, they wouldn't be allowing a majority of things that are actually taking place. The problem is most of the Saudi critics have never even been so let alone Saudi to see what I'm talking about. A lot of what I'm talking about is see whether my dates are correct. 2020, 2021. The point is once he took totalitarian control over his government, his quote-unquote reforms that you're talking about, his Vision 2030 is moving away from Islamic ideology. Most people who know Saudi history know that the Saudi government was massively influenced by Wahhabism. Since the 1930s, it's actually how they were able to regain power is through a lot of extremist Wahhabis who supported the Saudi family in taking the region back from previous family. So these extreme narratives have been unbeneficial to their government. Saudi first, which is nothing wrong with that. The problem with the Muslim war is the Muslim war thinks Saudi is their home and their flag is there. So they feel as though that Saudi is the kingdom of Arabs, which is not. Saudi is the kingdom of Muslims, which is not. And because people think that, then they have this strong criticism towards them. I don't negate that Saudi Arabia's government can potentially find more avenues in which to help balance them. I don't negate that. So, no question, Dr. You said Saudi Arabia, is that what you said?
Are you finished, Doctor?
I'm almost finished.
Would I be able to respond after that?
Yeah, I get it.
Let him finish, please. Let him finish because we gotta pass the mic to new people as well. So I'll give you like 30 seconds to 1 minute, and then we gotta give you 2.
Yeah, like I said, I don't negate that they potentially more than however, based on the geopolitical position in Saudi Arabia, I totally disagree with the concept of weaponizing your only resource, the only thing that you have, weaponizing that as your supply defense. I think strength can be done
assets versus weaponizing your oil, which will piss off multiple countries. Now I can say, hey, I invested $3 trillion into this administration. This is what the Jewish state does. The Jewish state has a lot of infrastructure investments within America, so they can destabilize America internally without having to say, oh, we're going to bring some global trade agreement, which is going to abysmal the entire NATO, or is it just going to bring it down and then causing greater problems for greater peoples? So I'm very, very opposite to this.
I agree with you. I don't think that anybody disagrees with what you're saying. I think what I'm saying is that Saudi Arabia, and this is what pisses off Muslims the most, okay? Even if you disregard Mecca and Medina or any of the holy cities for a second, right? You just look at Saudi Arabia as a nation, one of the most wealthiest Arab nations, one of the most wealthiest Muslim nations, right? The issue that Muslims have is that Saudi Arabia calls itself an Islamic regime on multiple occasions, whether it is King Salman or MBS, or whether it is on multiple occasions, this many of the Saudi monarchs, all the way, all the way back to the 1940s, prior to the Nakba, have all stated and came out and said that they follow an Islamic regime. The issue that Muslims have is that how can a country that says that they follow the Islamic regime go out and then commit these atrocities? That is what I'm trying to say. Saudi Arabia does call itself. One second. Saudi Arabia does call itself an Islamic regime, but the way that they act upon it is not Islamic at all. That's what I'm trying to say.
So it is my turn now. Hold on, it is my turn. So, Doctor, you made some good points. You said that they cannot utilize their own resources. Again, no one said Saudi Arabia needs to jump out of the window and compromise their entire security economy or anything. What we're saying is they need to project soft power within their region. It's basically look at it this way: if you're at a company or if you're at a job, it's utilizing your own unique skill set in order to accomplish a goal. If that goal is strategic, it will improve your situation, regardless of whether you receive like a promotion or anything. You will be in a better position just based on the fact that you understand your skill set. Saudi Arabia, as a government, is currently, right now, for anyone who wants to go to Hajj, they're charging people $10,000, and they have projects, the new projects is the one you spoke of, and the line. These are trillion-dollar projects. This isn't a poor country by any means at all. Militarily, listen, militarily, they have been buying U.S. military hardware for over 50 years. All we're saying is this: listen, you don't need to go to war with Israel or Palestine. We need you in the Gulf countries to step up, to take account for everything Israel's doing. Have a strategic, at least a counterbalance to economically, not necessarily militarily. They just need to take a stand against the genocide. That's the main thing. They can do that without compromising the country. You are giving excuse after excuse after excuse. I'm starting to think, Doctor, I'm starting to think it worked for the Saudi government. But why I'm being serious, I have no issue with anyone if they are from Saudi Arabia. Oh, and by the way, there's always been there's always been a law for, of course, the land of the Prophet Sallallahu. And also, that is the whole, that is where it is. So it is pretty much every Muslim's duty to defend those two cities for sure. So just look at it, just look at it from everyone's point of view. You just need to take accountability and shut up.
One second, there's two problems, right? I think maybe Layla, maybe you guys don't understand how something was created where Muslims live bodies, right? They got down from the British Empire, that's how something was created.
Okay, that's fast.
You see what I'm saying? So it's a fact that they came a bunch of people, they're by calling them great worshippers. But wants to renegotiate the pay by kind of deal with renegotiate the pay by every action. Every action here does not state Islamic regime. It states Muslim country. It states, it's just like Sudan. Sudan's not an Islamic regime. It's a Muslim country. Government are quote unquote Muslims, but they do not. Islamic regime is like an imam or shit runs your country. Like you're expected to hold these people very high, just going. That's not what MBS is at all. He's just a rule. And he's Saudi first, and there's nothing wrong with that. And the problem here is everyone's saying that Saudi needs to be Islam first. And again, when Saudi was born like that, people hated Saudi. People complained about our police. They complained about Chop Chop Square. Now Saudi's awesome. And now everyone's saying, oh, they need to be more strict. It's just games. Like that's what you just told y'all. You understand Saudi. You as an Islamic Muslim, you can review it as a oil family that took over an Islamic country. Once they took over an Islamic country, they have progressed into their own way of doing things. Hold every Muslim country accountable to being an Islamic regime. It's not a joke, but that's a fair point. You did educate every point. That's what
Doctor, I think one of the biggest things, right, about being a Muslim in general is taking accountability, right? For me, look, we can argue and we can talk about whether, if you're a Saudi behavior, we can argue right day and night about if what Saudi Arabia is doing is actually Islamic or not. However, what my main point is that if you have a leader like MBS who can say that whoever is right to move on based off of whatever definition you want to provide. For me, I can look for many Muslims as an issue. Come out and you say that, okay, this is an Islamic nation. We follow an Islamic constitution. We follow an Islamic regime. We follow Islam. And then you go out and you don't say a single thing about Palestine and you continue to promote the genocide. Let me finish. And then you continue to fund the genocide. Okay, let me finish. I didn't interrupt you, so I don't understand why you keep interrupting. I'm just speaking from my perspective, okay? I'm just speaking from my perspective, but I'm listening to convey to you, so I really appreciate if you don't interrupt me. That's really rude, okay? I'm trying to be really nice over here. So, that's why I'm trying to be really nice, okay? He looks much like he looks educated, so I'm trying to be really nice to him because he keeps really controlling me. Stop interrupting me, doctor. Listen to me, okay? As I was saying, right? How are you going, if you're going to call yourself an Islamic nation, which I've provided multiple interviews where they have modern president, 10 years ago, now president, the last few years, you're going to come out and you're going to say that you're an Islamic nation, but you're not going to speak, you're not going to say something about Palestine, but you're going to actively fund the genocide. You're going to do all of these things, right? So it's about taking accountability, because then there's another side to the coin that you have to understand. Now what's happening is that people have this perception about Arab nations. As a student organizer and as somebody who works very closely with pro-Palestinian non-Muslim organizers, the very most common question that they get is, oh my gosh, why are your Muslim nations, why aren't your Muslim countries speaking out against the genocide? And Saudi Arabia is one of the very first countries that comes to this topic, because for the longest time, we were told to believe that Saudi Arabia is the epitome of an Islamic nation, whether that is in your American school textbooks or whether that is in Western propaganda. That's why this
I'm not trying to get doctor though, so I just want to.
No, I know, but there was Dr. Strickland one that you trying to respond afterwards.
She said, our government hated oil mill leader have to take accountability. She said, it's how you can say anything that's absolutely wrong. And yes, in the very beginning, in September 2018, or started October 7th, he stated that Saudi Arabia will not recognize Israel without Palestinian recognized state as a complete country. This is what he said. Numerous of statements on the document. I'm surprised if any person following this can even say this. Saudi Arabia says, Saudi Arabia first also said, he said he doesn't care. He said he doesn't care about the difficulties of the Palestinian issue. He tried to make this a headline after he was saying he didn't care about Palestine. In his full statement, he don't care about all the intimate details of the Palestinian issue. Saudi Arabia is not doing business with Israel without Palestine getting its state. That's what he has leveraged most of his time. MBS on November 11th were calling it a genocide. Called Israel a genocide against Palestine and operations in Lebanon. That's the these are news outlets. I'm surprised that they're all your university research freshmen who haven't done this. You haven't looked this up. Saudi Arabia, this was, I mean, it's like 1,000 of them here. He said he won't normalize any relations. He won't normalize any relations with Israel. This was done in December. No relations will be normalized between Israel and Saudi Arabia unless Palestine gets an independent state. These all his statements have been consistent and frequent. And not only does he avoid it, he could have said he reported ignorance for people to stop lying, like Donald Trump said. He said he wants Palestine to be its own independent state, its own independent country. And he said that 1,000 times. However, the problem and the conviction, the part that no one seems to understand is that Saudi Arabia is not the royal family of all Muslims. They're the royal family of Saudi Arabia. So South America puts Americans first. Mexico puts Mexicans first. Saudi Arabia puts Saudi Arabians first. You guys keep speaking as if Saudi Arabia is the government of Palestine, as if these are two independent countries, and that Yahweh made remarks against MBS in response. And his remark back to MBS was, why don't you let Palestinians move to Saudi Arabia? And Muslims got mad at him for saying no. Why would you let them? The whole point is controlling that strategic point. Not to move Palestinians to the mass populace. Layla, I let you finish. I still unmute, but the mass population of Palestinians in Saudi Arabia, because if I live in Saudi Arabia, then maybe relatively close to Palestine, and then Palestinians over time just become Saudi Arabians. The way a lot of Palestinian migrants into Egypt have become basically Egyptian. So then they, all because they already have that, I forgot, what's the name of that law that the Israelis have? That if you can't come back, no, they have I forget if you can't come back to your homeland, but then they have it where Israeli people anywhere on earth can come there at any given point in time and get full citizenship without even taking the DNA test. Like it's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, can I follow up?
Hey, real quick, let me just say one thing real quick. It's quite interesting when you have a country that has the Holy Land for this particular faith, and then you have this Nubian guy coming with all of these excuses. When you have a Kufa nation like South Africa has to be the one that brings Israel to the ICC and ICJ, and he's going to sit here and act as if that's okay. But yeah, if you got like Kufas not supporting Evil Land, that's them. He will talk about how they don't have humanity, but when it comes to the Holy Land, oh, it's Saudis and Saudis first. I can't stand people like this. You're mad inconsistent, and you clearly have a bias, and you lead with an agenda. So I'm just gonna land it. Carry on, sister.
Okay, so basically, doctor, okay, you want to talk about me using manufacture of these carters, which is backed by Israeli startups. There's also this one other example. I think it's called like Solar Edge or something, or like Solar Power or whatever. And it's an Israeli firm that has a joint virtue with a Riyadh-based company called Ajnan Rooms, which is owned by the way by the Saudi government, and it's used to develop renewable energy projects that align with again the Vision 2030. So there's also strategic corridor planning like the India Middle East Europe corridor, which is a large scale infrastructure initiative that links Saudi Arabia, Israel, and other countries in energy, logistics, and technology corporations. There's also so many diplomatic and security preconditions, and diplomatic and security conversations, such as the normalization of this whole plan depends on Palestinian statehood, meaning that Saudi Arabia is only going to come out and say something once Palestine gets statehood, not during the process, not during the genocide, not during when there's a need for a call for a ceasefire. They're only going to call for Palestinian statehood. They're only going to, whatever Palestinian statehood looks like, whether it's a two-state solution or one-state solution, they're only going to come out and support it when it happens. So being one of the largest and the biggest and most well-funded Muslim countries out there, they're not going to support it anytime during the ongoing genocide and during the ongoing occupation. So I could talk on and on about, like, I could give you a whole report on how, even though on paper Saudi Arabia says that they don't remain ties with Israel, in the back end there's so much that is being done, which is honestly the main reason why Saudi Arabia has not come out and has not called for a ceasefire, has not come out and said that we recognize Palestinian statehood. They're only going to do it when the genocide or when the occupation is over, which then at that point is like, what's even the point, because where were you during almost 80 years of occupation? You didn't say a single word. So it's sure, like whatever you're saying is correct, but in terms of theoretical strategy or like Muslim morality, it doesn't make any sense and it's completely wrong.
Right, so education freshman or business one.
Don't call me a freshman, I'm not a freshman, and don't be disrespectful to me, I wasn't disrespectful to you.
Whatever you want to call it. I mean, it knows me well, so he knows that business is like my forte. Right? Let me explain everything that you just said. You said it out loud and didn't understand. The only way to control an individual is to be an investor. Otherwise, you're going to do what Jim was called before, which is acquiring missiles. So the more financial aid I put into a nation, I'm able to also destabilize the nation. For example, in China. China owns massive amounts of the United States stock market. If China and America got in a real conflict, China wouldn't have to sue us. All they would have to do is sell all their shares, take the American economy, and the whole system collapses. Saudi Arabia weaponizes this money in the exact same way. So when you see business relationships between Saudi Arabia and Israel, doesn't mean more funds. It means I'm buying equity and control positions within your financial government, control your financial economy. And once I buy into your economy, same thing in Saudi Arabia, the corporations give America $10 trillion, or do some people say $1 trillion. Give me massive amounts of money. That doesn't mean I'm your friend. That means that I'm your debt holder. The same way China is a debt holder of the United States. These other countries are saying, I have to get strong by having major investment within. Then I can leverage my withdrawal. You said Saudi Arabia doesn't recognize outside of the States. I heard it recognize outside of the States at the beginning. So I don't see how that's wrong.
No, that is wrong.
Also, two big comments here. You also made commentary about what they say out in public, but it's not what it is behind closed doors, which exactly was my argument about the Islamic regime. If you read those newspapers, right? That in reality, a person living in Riyadh, like myself, like particularly Muslim, a person living in Riyadh, or in reality, any person who's been to Saudi Arabia knows that this is not an Islamic regime. There's nothing Islamic here other than, unless you look at Islam as clothes and perfume. But beyond clothes and perfume here, this is not the Saudi Arabia that my father visited in the 70s. So the reality of situations is not true. Saudi Arabia Vision
traditions are, they say they're moving towards modernization. They're saying they're promoting Islamic means. That's not Islamic regime. That's not how an Islamic regime is ran. We have exemplary examples in religion Islam of what an Islamic regime looks like. It's called caliphate. Right? And anything other than those examples is not an Islamic regime. You're not running an actual caliphate. You can't say an Islamic regime. You can say you're a regime who practice Islam. But if you say you're an Islamic regime, then you just keep the tradition the same way America does for a multitude of maintaining certain traditions of freedom, justice, and change. But in reality, America has some so let me just give you some news that politicians lie. But investing in a country does not mean you're living outright at all. Investing in a country is actually one of the most dangerous things a form another country is looking to do. Because whoever buys in a massive amount, they own it now. So when Israel, Saudi Arabia, and other nations buying in massive amounts by the billions of dollars into their country, it gives them leverage because now when you're in the middle of your redevelopment project, now you're trying to rebuild, let's say, Tel Aviv after the war, and now you want those billions of dollars they spent holding, and then Saudi Arabia goes, nah, I'm gonna pull that 20 billion back and collapse your project and break your economy and say hundreds of thousands of Israeli people without jobs. This is how economics works. So when people see money moving, and they just look at it as if when someone cash out, Saudi Arabia said they're building like Israel, but they cash out the $500. No, they're buying equity in the country so they can have more control, more say. They're moving to this whole war, leveraging oil. Saudi Arabia's only major power resource doesn't have that. That's another thing that Saudi Arabia and other countries are trying to do is they try to become major tech hubs. Because when you become a major tech hub, for example, the second greatest weapon on planet Earth is other than nukes is Twitter. Because Elon Musk was very strategic about Twitter. Because with Twitter you censor and you control the thoughts and opinions of people. So like what becomes rumor, you can take a certain type of post and make it more visible to the public and be able to sway the minds of millions of people simply because of what they see in their mouth when reform. China did the same thing with creating TikTok to Singapore and then filtering certain information, what they call woke information to American people, which ultimately led to massive protests in the United States, which is why Joe Biden tried to do TikTok without Trump won. So now the Middle East is seeing, oh, we can control and influence people with technology. Now we want to become an AI hub. Now we want to become a tech hub. We want to invest billions in countries who are our allies. So we can have a very complex voice and it's probably
Really? He dropped? Do you have any idea how many munitions he dropped?
It's only 90 plus years old. Only 7 years old. And we're just now modern. So working with it. So to me, this multinational, these global politics were
Yeah, they all care. It's like early disingenuous.
So I was trying to give her a lecture on American politics. Let's not expose right now. Okay, so I'll just go out with it. I was right.
face of the earth. That just means that Saudi Arabia is going to take over Israel and is going to turn it into another colony. Okay? Like, still at the end of the day, whatever global economics, lecture that you want to give me, still doesn't take away from the fact that that money is being used to ethnically cleanse Palestinians. And rather than using that money to invest it into Israel so that they can take it over one day by buying it, why not use that money that they have to number one, lift the medical blockade that's in Leicester right now. There's people in Leicester that are starving. Okay? Just this morning, I had a cousin who passed away because he starved to death. Okay? So why is Saudi Arabia using its power, especially its connections with Egypt, to lift the siege, to end the blockade? There's so many ways that Saudi Arabia can use its money to actually benefit Palestinians rather than thinking long term in a global lens. And that is the issue that I have with Saudi Arabia, because they claim that they do not support Israel on paper and then on these news outlets like you mentioned, but then behind closed doors they're doing something completely different that is not benefiting Palestinians at the end of the day. That is only going to benefit them long term because they're investing in Israel. Okay, it's not going to help Palestinians. Okay, it's not going to help them. If Palestinians don't exist, there's no Palestinians to help. There's no Palestinians to give back Tel Aviv to. There's no Palestinians to give back land to if they're being ethnically cleansed. Are you talking about the people who are in the diaspora? They will have no homes to go back to because Israel will just build new ones as a part of the business model. So again, as you're saying, right? Sure, maybe it is true in some capacity that Saudi Arabia is trying to buy Israel, is trying to have some economic control over Israel, but it's not going to work if there are going to be no Palestinians for it to benefit.
Again, another thing he keeps saying loud and wrong statements. Saudi Arabia has given $16 billion to Palestine since the year 2000. And remind me, June 26th, 2025, Saudi Arabia gave $30 million in aid, which mostly consisted of food and medical supplies, to Palestine. That was just a month ago. So I don't know how much research you're doing.
It's not enough. That's what we say. It's not enough. It's not enough.
I'm still talking.
Yeah, but you keep on saying the same shit. You regurgitating and keep on rehashing the same shit, bro. It's getting boring.
Well, it's someone else, right? I'm 6'2", 195 pounds.
Yeah, so what? So what, bro? So what? You're not saying anything. You're still deflecting from the issue. You're 6'2" anyway, bro.
So they can't respond to a woman that they have the right where they're going. $30 million in aid, one is substantial amount of money. Two, it's not the only amount of money that they give. That's just a most recent check. So I'm saying that they're not taking care of medical supplies along the way. But again, I'm just debunking point for point. And I did not say that they're going to buy Israel. I really hope that was not what you got from the economical stance. The economical stance is not to buy a country. When you're investing in a country, it's to destabilize it by destroying your money. It's like blowing up a balloon. Blow it up, but you own the air in the balloon. Own that air. So yes, the balloon may reach its full potential, but then you release a large amount of air, now jobs will lose. This is a long-term strategy, but it also is something that's already been taking place before October 7th. So what happens is though, Saudi Arabia is able to utilize that, and that's why they keep making the same statement over and over and over again. We will not continue to do business, and that may not mean anything to people here who are warmongering and just listen to this as well. However, when you say we're not going to do anything until Israel and Palestine become an official state, what that means is all of that money freezes. So it's not you say, oh, that money's being used. No, it's not. That money's not being used militarily. That money's going locked down, which is frozen. You can close accounts. When you have I teach a whole economics class. When you have stock accounts, brokerage accounts, almost say this, you can freeze accounts instantly. You have $10 million in the country and go, uh-oh, I don't like what's happening here, and I can block and protect my funds. There's multiple ways to do that. The AI advancements, first of all, let's analyze Palestine. Palestine does not have anything that's set up to be an organized government. So they need countries that are strategic in technology and other opportunities that can benefit them in the long run. Plus, the argument is going to come. This war gets closer, as genocide gets closer to towards the end, and it's not going to get the Palestinian extermination. It's never going to happen. But when this war gets closer, this genocide gets closer towards the end, the question is going to be, is Palestine qualified to be a country? They ask this question in the United Nations to every nation. And with the supporters and the recognition of countries like Saudi Arabia keep their hands out of the main bloody conflict so they can be a representing fact, which is what European nations have. European nations have massive countries, don't jump in the conflict, but they become a quote-unquote non-biased supporter even though they are a biased supporter. They call this NATO. So we have to really understand geopolitics. We can sympathize. I definitely sympathize and send my prayers out to every Palestinian around the world. And I want nothing more than to see Palestine rise as a nation, as a country, and us to begin global dominance back over the entirety of the region in a unified world. However, we're living in the modern world, so there is a modern approach to how to do this, and I think everyone has a part to play. What Iran is doing, what Yemen has been doing, and what other countries like Saudi Arabia has been doing are all major parts towards independence. Do some small research about the Palestinian. Do some small research into the American independence. You'll find out that America did not win its independence war. It actually lost its independence war. It was the recognition of countries like Morocco, who were already long-standing, had relationships with Europe and other countries. It was the recognition and financial support that these countries garnered and gave to America, that America was able to sue the United Kingdom for all of these abuses and things like that, and ultimately come into the nation. So please do research beyond missiles flying in the sky on how countries are formed, right? How the United Nations works, how the ICJ works. Do real research on how these systems happen so that you know what to expect. And then when you look at the countries and see what every country is doing, you can now do a play-by-play and say, okay, what needs to happen next is this. So it's more, I'm not just calling for a ceasefire, I'm calling for a nation. I want to see a Palestinian flag. I want to see a Palestinian airport and capital, and thriving. I mean, not even after this conflict, we have PTSD generations of the children who have been there and seen the experience what they've experienced. So there's going to be a massive amount of aid and support needed for these people beyond this conflict. So it's not just endless, it's just another war. The next thing that has to take place after this ceasefire is nations, and that nation must leverage wealth, political power, and diplomacy, not through missiles flying through the air all day.
You know, respond for like 10 seconds because I think it was if everything that you said happens, it will happen, okay? Because Saudi Arabia is currently doing those investments, they're making those coalitions, and they're buying those equities. However, there will be no Palestine, there will be no Palestinians to give back Palestine to if Palestinians are ethnically cleansed. The numbers are dropping every single day. There is an ongoing genocide. And until that genocide is over, there's going to be no Palestinians left to give back the West Bank and the whole 48 back to. So yes, in theory, you're right. Okay, this is how a nation, this is how a nation works. This is how global politics works. This is how global economics works. But still, at the end of the day, if everything that you're saying does come true, there will be little to no Palestinians to give back that land to. There will be little to no Palestinians who will be willing to come back to Palestine if they don't have their homes, if they don't have, their ancestral graves, if they don't have anything to return back to. So in theory, yes, you are correct. But what I'm trying to say is that all for what? 20, 30 years down the line, when Palestinians are completely ethnically cleansed, what's going to happen? Nobody's going to return. So it's clean. So I'm saying that Saudi Arabia should invest their money as they're doing right now. And sure, you're talking about aid that they have given in the past few years maybe, but that aid has not been able to enter Gaza and enter the West Bank because there are people that are still starving there every single day. Every single country that has tried to give them aid, every single coalition, nonprofit organization, anybody who has tried to get aid to Gaza
long-term plan for Palestine is not the Gaza Strip. It's the pre-1962 borders, which you can look up on the Arab News with Al Jazeera. And we has talked about it when it's coherent. We spoke about it in October 7th. Saudi Arabia is the third in the world for giving the most aid to Palestinian people, even more than the United States. So a lot of this and a lot of the statements that we make blanketed because Saudi Arabia has been quiet versus loudly and boastful. However, what the Middle East does not have is countries have leaders. You have your loud nations who make a lot of noise with Yemen. Then you have your middle nations who power also like South Africa. And then you have your superpowers. The Middle East is trying to become superpowers like Russia. You know, like China. You don't come in and scream a bunch of statements to attack to the powers of the pen. They moves quietly and swiftly. And that's what Saudi Arabia have intended to do. Again, I'm sure that every government in the Middle East can be criticized for what we think. None of us have been a monarch. None of us have been a prime minister to know the ins and outs entirely what the process looks like and what the global landscape looks like. But I don't see any reason why MPS would defy his own ancestral lineage. His grandfather was the founder of Saudi Arabia, was one of the greatest supporters of the Palestinian state. His father's uncle. It just doesn't make any sense. So if people want to argue Islam and say Islam is Saudi Arabia, I argue that I lived it and I didn't see it for myself. And Riyadh will probably be Dubai about 5 or 6 years with the massive amount of expatriates and how much they're doing. Even if you go to Mecca, I don't know how many people have been to Mecca, but anyone who has, you have two Meccas. You have public Mecca, where everybody used to say what they used to do in Mecca. Now they have a public Mecca where everyone can work in business. And then you have the around the actual area, and they're doing a lot of development and just isolating two areas. Again, like I said, people tend to forget that Saudi Arabia is a country. They have interest in owning that for the next 100 years. The lands for home development, like giving their own people to thrive. It's not just the keeper of the property. They have a lot of other things that exist actually. But like I said, when I hear us arguing to you, that hopefully this is not running. Hopefully it's just 2 years left. Around Saudi, like one side left.
again, as I said, if there's no Palestinians to take back Palestine, it's just a business deal. It's just a business project. Well, I just hope that it's fast enough for Palestinians to take back their homes.
When you see Palestinian flags raised everywhere, all over Europe, what does that make you do? Exactly. And before October 7th, that was not the case. So there is some positive side, there's some good stuff behind what's happening. So that's also no, forget about Saudi Arabia. I'm not talking about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, I understand the positions of John Kitover is correct 100%. And that's unfortunately how the world works. It's deep. But Saudi Arabia is very, very deep politics. Okay? They have black water. Yeah. They have black. Okay. So this subject is multidimensional. It's not one side. Okay? You have to look at what's happening throughout the world because the genocide, although genocide does that, you also look at what's happening in the investment and Saudi Arabia's engagement with the main, basically, I guess, economic levers of the world, led by BlackRock. So just wait after 10 years or 15 years or 20 years, things will change for sure. This Zionist state will absolutely disappear. I know that for sure. The current government of Israel or another government similar to the current one will not be compatible with, the powerful governments in the Middle East. I guarantee it.
Okay, well, maybe I will agree with you. Okay, but what I hope and what I pray for is that there are Palestinians to take back Palestine. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, I agree with you. Okay, I think that at no point have I ever disagreed with what you or what Dr. have said. I understand where you're coming from. However, what I'm trying to say is that to me, again, as a Palestinian and as somebody who has family in Gaza, I hope that this plan does work, because if it doesn't, then it's just a business deal. It's just a business project. Okay? And I hope that it works fast enough where my whole entire family isn't annihilated.
100%, sister, 100%. People, the future Palestinians will reap the reward. You know what I mean? The people who died, they basically shed their blood for what's coming. And I believe a strong Palestinian state, recognized throughout the world, will emerge from this. So it's painful. I understand 100%. It pains me. I swear to God, it feels cannot feel terrible when they see what's happening. You know what I mean? And it's a human issue right now. It's not even Muslim only. It's Muslim. Bully, we're on the same page, right? Bully. You called me D-Rider earlier, man. Come on, apologize. Be a man.
deporting people.
That's why a lot of Jews will pretend to say, I'm white and I support
Who
black
do you think owns Yum Brand Foods? Kentucky Fried Chicken is a big business.
Yeah. I'm a Protestant. I'm a Protestant Christian. My Lord and Savior Jesus Christ will crush you, buddy.
Because the Civil Rights Act of 1964 would have been impossible without Jewish scholars.
Yeah, so it was one of those possible to have one page on it, teaching your kids how to live Jewish scholars, teaching your kids how to live
Lyndon Baines Johnson was a Jewish prophet.
Yeah, okay. You're smoking the devil's lettuce.
How did you know? James, let's just put it this way. You're kind of uptight.
You know, you can get 40 votes in Uranus, and if you relax, 43.
I was born inside Uranus.
Yeah, I got it. I got to think that one of that investigate. I'm just saying, I understand Israel's influence in the U.S. I'm just saying it's a proxy for the military industrial complex. They're not agreeing to the
Well, listen to what Goose said. Listen to what Goose said earlier. He said. Listen to what Goose said earlier. He said, "What benefit did America gain by destroying Iraq?" Oh, what benefit? How about like $6 trillion in fucking deficit spending? That's a pretty nice benefit. So in the chess game that is still being played, who has more pieces? Ding, ding, ding. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Because some people. No, Nixon and Carter. It's the Pentagon. It's the Pentagon and CIA. It's the CIA and the Pentagon. They just had all these hearings on it over the past couple
So the CIA and the Pentagon killed JFK right after he said he wants to do an investigation in the Israeli nuclear facility. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not Israel.
Oh, okay. It was Woody Harrelson's dad.
Yeah, it's not his dad. Yeah, actually, Israel had nothing to do with it.
Okay.
retarded.
Listen, you're retarded. You're from fucking Jordan. I've been to your goat kingdom.
I watched the movie that made me by Mel Gibson, and I had to admit I did maggots.
It turns out that you're from a goat
A
kingdom.
whole bunch of bad faggots on scooters at Walmart while the oil drips down their fucking mouth.
Listen, you eat shawarma. They take beef. They take fucking goat. They take lamb, and they let that fat just drip down the meat. That's all you guys got in your country is fucking spigots of fatty meat. You stick it on a fucking pita with a pickle and some fucking white sauce. That's your culinary delight. You're from a fucking valley with a river and a couple goats. You sit there saying, the guy is a first generation implant into this country, and he sits here and says, you know how many times Randy has said Republican cucks? Probably like 6,000 times over the past 2 years.
It's Randy's trademark. That's true.
It is his trademark.
But it's also true. You can't deny it. The Arab white sauce no homo is pretty good.
No, I'm not sure.
Can you deny that? Can you deny that conservatives are cucks? Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, this is the problem with your conversations, is that you can't admit that your conversations are all political in nature. Even if you hate the Jews and you're anti-Semite, it's still your political position. So you're just doing politics. That's all you're actually doing.
More concerned about the debt than the Democrats spending are exactly the people simply for the big beautiful bill, increasing the debt by $5 trillion. How is that? Beautiful bill, baby. That's not what it's like that. Hey, asshole. Big beautiful bill gave you a major tax credit. Oh, you think that? Yeah. So look at this nigger. He literally wants to save $5 on tax, but he wants to save something on inflation. Republicans are some of the dumbest motherfuckers. I pay more in income tax than you earn in a week. That's because you're a tax cuck. But at the end of the day, I'm a tax cuck, okay? Because you're a Canadian. Yeah, how much are you getting taxed in Canada? Income tax? Yeah. 43%.
Ooh, that's nice. That's 4 out of 10 days you go to work for the man.
Exactly, douchebag. I literally pay more tax on my overtime check. Yeah, but I'm getting zero federal gains tax.
You probably work 6 out of 10 days.
Asshole. Why are you not paying it?
Don't forget, this guy has a monthly membership to FedLife.
Okay, well, I'm talking about
Exactly. He's the cuck that he calls everybody else.
on tax so that you can spend
Takes a cuck to know a cuck.
Like, do you understand what it means when you are that nigger who's gonna pay the debt? You are the nigger who's gonna pay the debt.
Just go to usdebtclock.org right now. There's 37 trillion in funded liabilities and 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities.
And can you see how the Republicans always increase the deficits? The Democrats also increase the deficits, but they don't increase it as much. Can you go ahead and check? Yeah, can you go ahead and check how all the Democrats spent on the social programs is much smaller than the Republicans spent on the funding.
Can you explain to me why in the world would Alex Soros marry Huma Abedin? Why did Alex Soros marry Huma Abedin?
I'm telling you, Democrats are fucking them. This is a cock.
Exactly. He's a cuck.
It's kind of weird. She's like kind of old.
She already has children with Anthony Weiner. Why in the fuck is this dumb bitch? Yeah. Yeah, the fucking Clinton laptop. She knows all about it. She knows all about fucking Cosmo.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a shit. Okay.
Oh, conservative release. Letting out all that shawarma, white sauce, garlic sauce. Oh, George Galloway's here. The Israel, they are. Can't even do George Galloway accents.
What you got to do? Galloway.
actually for Tim. She's a rambler too. They call her Baballerina. I know this chick who's like a local at the bars that I go to. She's a single mom. She's got a great body. No, I'm American. But what I'm saying is she's a rambler like Tim, and she'll talk your ear off to the end of the night. And you're just like, I cannot believe this bitch cannot shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I've seen that. I've never met her.
I don't know. It's like it's nice having a wing woman because she's very social, and all the young chicks.
She's your own white woman?
Yeah, she's my wing woman. Basically.
You sure she's not cock-blocking?
No, she's. I'm sure she would love to sleep with me, but I'm just a gentleman, and it's nice to have a friend at the bar. Even though she won't shut the fuck up. No, I'm not. And I try to introduce her to people. I've invited her to Republican parties because she's a bad boy. Honestly, I think my game is pretty weak. I really want to work on it.
Why do you not have like a wing man?
I do have.
What's wrong with you?
Well, she's always at the bar. She's always at this fucking bar that I go to. So she's
Okay, and how much pussy has she hooked you up with? No, so she's a cock blocker.
Actually, you're probably right. Well, I don't want to get best friends with. She's not. She's ugly. She's like 46 million.
Okay, but so she's not working for you. She's working against you.
Yeah, you're probably right. I thought about that. I was like, you know what? I should stop
Right,
going
you
to
need
that
to go
bar.
to a different bar.
That's exactly what I thought. She's Italian. There's a lot of Italian people that go to this bar.
Okay, what's wrong with that? Are they Italian or are they selling services?
Yeah, I guess there's some selling.
Maybe.
They wear the cornicello.
I mean the horn.
No, it's like a chili pepper looking necklace.
That's the horn, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely like this is silly for sure. Yeah, for valid rights.
She had to have been a 10 when she was like
They're hanging out with you.
oh shit.
Really, I don't think I've ever heard that word
fucking disgusting.
Seriously?
Yeah, the fat is so fatty that it like liquefies on contact. It is the most disgusting looking thing.
Oh, I can't believe this is very tasty.
I've never had this. I mean, I know people eat horse.
Just go on YouTube and watch videos.
It's kind of weird, but like, yeah, they eat camels.
all the time.
Wow.
It's a lot of food. It's fucking like 800 pounds of meat.
I've never heard that anyone eats camels.
I mean, it's a delicacy.
It's pretty tasty, actually.
I'm today's a year old, but horse meat is pretty tasty.
Yeah, horse meat's delicious.
It is delicious. It's not as good as elk, but like I just feel bad eating it. I mean, you know, the chat. I mean, that looks pretty good.
Kitover, did you eat
No, I've had medicine.
Do you remember Ting Ma on the snap?
No.
You don't know Ting Ma? He's from Toronto. Oh, well, he came to Montreal. I took him to the best red center. It's very expensive, but actually, just
How much is it?
What is Mexico?
It's the Jordanian national dish.
It's a plate of rice with meat and goat milk.
There's some goat for
What do you mean, Jameed is like petrified fucking rock with goat milk?
Yes, I'm not sure exactly what it goes into.
So is this like Middle Eastern paella?
I've made it. It's Jameed.
It's
James, that's exactly what it is.
kind of, but yeah, not exactly. But actually,
But all the high class markets.
just Google it. The Western Dish. It's just unlike anything else.
They should literally do like a Chipotle.
How does love now taste? Like the milk? I heard it's like salty.
That's goat milk, isn't it?
I'm not. They said it's salty. I'm not. No, it's not salty.
Do you know pita bread?
Yeah.
Okay, so you get pita bread. The next time, I'm pretty sure you have some in this term, like grocery store or something.
Yeah. It's like non.
You go there, yes, pita bread looks kind of like that, but it's not the same. It's some separate. So just make sure to get pita bread, and then you get labneh. I'm sure you can find labneh in any grocery store. And then you just, it's like that. You take the bread, and then you tell them labneh.
It's not like the bread they have it with box.
That's the best thing you ever eat.
Pretzel.
You can put labneh with cheese and tomatoes or something. Labneh is the best thing you ever eat.
out. And their roads aren't even called state roads, they're just political roads sometimes. There's some for reason. Yeah.
No, man, gay men should not be allowed to marry and adopt children. Put me in the queue and green bean and mob me now. Gay men should not be allowed to adopt beautiful little children. Pete Buttigieg and his boyfriend husband should give up their child. That fake ass Indiana mayor is CIA agent Pete Buttigieg.
Listen carefully. Malachi chapter 3, verse 8. Will a man rob God? Yet he had robbed me. When you say, where have we robbed thee? In tithes and offering. You're
all flat. That's like a shark attack. You go into their public domain and get there. Like most drowning is preventable. Like super preventable. The most annoying patients is suicide. But they gotta end.
Larger Air Force, you would definitely need American fighter jet plus Egyptian Air Force and the Department at all. So, one thing I do is I love to study military powers, and I pay very close attention. I go out and do it.
Sorry for interjecting. Just a quick question. Where did Egypt get their weapons from?
Most of Egyptian weapons are bought from Russia, the United States, and China. But Egypt is
Russia and China.
relatively deep breath. I know you want to fight with someone, but no one cares. So again, Egypt's policy for their military supplies is they believe in buying from everyone and no total dependency on the country. That's literally CC's strategy. So they buy from everyone equally. So they have American fighter jets, they have the best of the world, not the best. They have some of America's good stuff. They have some of the best from Russia. They have weaponry from China. Egypt has a massive military, and Egypt's number one threat, the country they consider the biggest threat to their sovereignty, is Israel. So everything that they do, trade and stuff, is for ground fight or one-on-one conflict directly with Israel, not with really anyone else. Because Egypt doesn't have any influence in there. So, like I said, Egypt has a larger force, a stronger force, deeper finance dollars, deeper pockets for the military because Egypt's military is vastly cheaper, and most of Egypt's faculties throughout their government is controlled by the military, so they don't have to depend on military aid directly to a specific individual, where almost the entire country is called. It's almost communist the government is ran. So they don't have to worry about that. They have more manpower, they have more tanks, they have more missiles, they have more air support, they have more almost everything. They literally made that their business. So then Israel went to war in the 1960s. Sure, right? You got your ass kicked in most of the battles, but you managed to pull it together and came with a winning play. So I applaud you. And also, of course, Nasserism, which were good, like unified Arab states and Egypt stronger, and that didn't last long. However, Egypt has made it their business to be a civil war to your Jedi order, or I should say the Jedi order to your civil power. So I think, like I said, I think Egypt was smashed into one country. The only thing we're worried about is the United States, and Egypt would actually be harder to hit than Iran because of military basements. You have air carriers in the military city, and they would not make it rain. In Alexandria, Cairo is a very location further south of what you want to hit. And they just moved their capital city, so you have to pick between old Cairo, it'd be a lot more difficult. And in Egypt, with their nuclear sites that are buried out in the desert, God knows where, London is supported by the Russian government. I think Egypt would be the strongest threat in the Middle East militarily.
I'm giving it as a deadline. I'm giving it as a deadline all of 2026. I think this conflict will keep moving over. America's gonna have a decision to make, and I think they're gonna be able to get people. So, Israel doesn't really offer the United States much. So that's something other than so-called, we can rise in action. But that's what I was trying to explain to the Palestinians. When other Arab nations strengthen their ties with America, then the utility for Israeli state becomes weakened less and less and less. So Israel becomes this American
Yes, sir. Yeah, I believe so. Yes. Am I operating it? No, I'm just sitting here now. Because I didn't understand what you said. I said, I'm not going to communicate with anyone. No, I can't leave, bro. I'm just waiting for you to come back. You're okay with the sausage and the bacon? How many waffles are you gonna want? Four? Okay. Go ahead and get served. Get your four. How about some donut? Some beer pop? How about apple fritter? No? Okay. You want extra butter? Okay, honey. I got some cinnamon rolls for you, okay? You're gonna want milk? You want to put the butter yourself or you want me to do it? I know I'm spoiled, but he is a special kid, so it's hard not to. Baby, how would you want dessert for you? Or did you want the pecan one? You're good on that? should meet your friends to would you like that better? Tomorrow? How many do you want? Are you gonna want me to put the power trigger 2 on top of it? Okay. You know how I'm crazy about you all the time? So talk to me. I don't want to hear born and raised Jewish.
People always ask me, Officer Johnson, how do I fix it? Well, I don't know how to fix it. My name's not Officer Johnson. My name's Officer Madden of the Florida Police Department. What I can tell you is how to keep your vehicle safe. First and foremost, make sure that you never leave your vehicle unattended with the keys inside and running. Second, always be sure that you lock your vehicle door. And third, you're reaching inside our vehicle. I feel threatened. You're reaching inside our vehicle. I feel threatened. I feel threatened. Stop right now! Stop right now! Stop right now! Get off the road right
Hello, everybody. Hi, Louis, Sheller, Louis. Okay, yeah, Louis. Hey, hi.
These misconduct settlements, things skyrocketed way past what was actually budgeted for them. So I want to hear what you would say, Mr. Cowboy, as you were just about the city paying out all of this money, hundreds of millions of dollars to families and survivors over police abuse.
would be up in arms. How could you? It's the worst thing imaginable. But it's perfectly okay to take out Palestinian kids because you're trying to get supposedly one Hamas.
That's too intelligent of a response for him to gather. I mean, I hate to say it, but he's got an impenetrable. He's got a better Iron Dome than Israel has.
Sick.
I think it's kind of insulting, but I take these as compliments.
What scares me, Maximilian?
Yeah.
What scares me more than anything? How much more anti-Semitism, like real anti-Semitism, people are experiencing because of the dick shits like this individual on stage saying that
I totally agree with you. Morty, to his credit, he doesn't call me a self-hating Jew.
How the hell would he know what a Jew is?
Well, you can describe yourself. But
he talk. You know what? It's always those Listen, it's always those who have no connection to Judaism whatsoever. Like literally, that Judaism is hanging by a string. It's always those who pontificate the most. You ever notice that? Like, pork chop sandwiches,
however,
no observance of Shabbat, barely comes to shul on Yom Kippur, but they want to wax eloquent about a holy land and what should happen there. Like the biggest freaking shixers on the planet are always the ones talking junk. It's disgraceful. Be Jewish first, then talk about Jewish homelands.
Drop the mic, bro. Or sis, I can't tell what you are, but that's good. It's fine. Well said.
I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish every day of my life, not just when it's convenient.
What is this?
Not just when
How
I'm
do you say your
working.
name? Is it Ease or what?
It's my last name is Eze, but the Hebrew phrase, of course, don't ask Maximilian what it means. It means how beautiful. Eze Yofi is an expression. It means how beautiful. It's also the name of my company.
Welcome, Eze, and welcome, Max. I do want to. I was listening to Max. I think Max. He said a lot of the Jewish folks inside Israel, they don't agree with it, right? They agree with that.
I'm sure there's a certain percentage, whether it's 5%, that's still a lot of people.
Yeah, so 82% of Israeli Jews, they actually they want to expel Gazans out of Gaza. There was a survey that was done. And then we have 56% of Israeli Jews. They want to kick the Arab Israelis out of Israel. And 64% of them, they agree to what's happening in Gaza. So, I don't know. I think it's a pretty big number. I mean, there's good people in there. It's probably like 18 to 20%. But the rest of them is like, I don't know.
I wasn't making a point I was making a different point, perhaps. I was making a point that I was making the opposite point that it sort of made that everybody in Israel thinks this is a great idea. And myself included, because I have Jewish heritage or I'm Jewish, that I think it's a great idea because it gets conflated both ways. I'm sick of being conflated with Israeli policies and that my country, right or wrong, in Israel. It's ridiculous. I lived up in the United States. I was born on the year Israel was formed. I'm 77 years old, so I'm an old sucker, right? But I know when America went into Vietnam, it was wrong. I knew that Iraq was wrong. And I know that Gaza is wrong. I'm not, and it wasn't my government. I mean, you're just like, it's ignorant. And like I said, the parallel say, because the Israeli government wants it, and I agree with it, Morty, it just sort of totally sounds like Germany, 1936. I mean, it's ridiculous thinking. It's not thinking for yourself.
I have to trust the experts. I don't claim to know everything about geopolitics. So I trust.
Well, you just pick where your heart is. I mean, you just want to believe they're doing right. So, you're in your little funnel when you read whatever you read. And it's amazing you even come in here, you get some kind of reverse thrill out of it. But other than that, I mean, the Torah, Jews like to debate things. So maybe that's your proclivity.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, let me ask you.
Go ahead.
Do you think, that Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu and all these people that are working for Israel, do you think that they might know things that we don't know?
that the people that were with Mossad have a lot of gory details, terrible, horrible pictures of some of them or things, and they're being blackmailed. Otherwise, they would do things that were more in their favor. That's what I believe. Yeah, they do know more than us. They do more than us, and they also are afraid of turning off the money spigot, that comes from APAC. So yeah, they know more, but they also know more stuff that would put it more with what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't entertain conspiracy theories.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
You know what's scarier than anything, Max? That these individuals have single-handedly given voice to every and credence to every anti-Semitic trope imaginable.
Yeah, right. They're living it.
They're literally demonstrating it on a public stage and daring people to question it.
I have a theory about that. It can be rejected or not, but children that are assaulted or sexually assaulted or abused by their parents, a high percentage of them go on to do it when they had children. So I feel like the Jewish people were traumatized. I'll give them that, or myself that. I grew up with all these images about the Holocaust, etc. But at the same time, I feel like it creates that same propensity to recreate and make yourself, right. I think they're becoming the monsters that they felt they were traumatized by.
So are you saying that Jews who suffered at the hands of the Nazis are now becoming Nazis?
That mentality, yes. I think, but it's not on purpose, it's kind of like, I would use the child thing analogy again, right? They've done studies, so if you've had a horrible background, if you have alcoholic parents, most people turn out a little weird, let's say, or not happy, or doing the same things that they suffered through, let's just put it that way. It's a psychological, as far as studies go, and I've seen it with people I know. So empirically.
If you know that, because the saying goes that hurt people hurt other people.
Yeah, I would say that.
Right, but if you have a propensity for violence, if you know that you've been sexually abused, the first time you go to touch a little boy, you've got two choices: to recognize that you've got a serious sick problem and get help, or continue to abuse little boys.
Oh, I'm not making an excuse for it.
I think I'm using your analogy.
Oh, so go ahead.
What it would mean for me is that every fucked up Israeli who is, and think about it, which this kind of blows the argument out the window, would have to go get help if they were hurting people because they felt like they or their parents or grandparents had been hurt. But instead, what we're seeing, which is very, very interesting, is that IDF soldiers are committing suicide because they can't live with themselves and their actions. And
I didn't even know about that because I don't keep up with it as much as me.
Yeah, Google it. It broke my heart to see the numbers of young Israelis who are literally offing themselves.
Well, the Vietnam War, I'm probably older than you for sure, but a lot of the vets, they ended up, suicidal, drug addict, same kind of thing.
They couldn't live with themselves.
Yeah, they did horrendous things in the name of the state, like Morty thinks. I bet you he's never even served in the military.
Yeah, he's probably part of the Bone Spur Committee.
I have never served in the military. You are correct.
Right. So it's an armchair thing, Marty. It's real easy to say, oh yeah, let's go out and kill a bunch of people because we're defending the world civilization. But it's another thing to put your ass on the line, and for one thing, and
I would blow a little kid's head off and have to live with that.
I'm more valuable on this.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Right.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're more valuable eating a pastrami.
That's his only connection to Judaism too. A good brisket sandwich.
Yeah, you're like a kosher pickle just to accent the stupidity.
He's a kosher pork chop wherever they sell them.
Oh my Lord.
See, there's a little bit of Jewish humor. How do you like it?
Right.
This is just really great. I don't think that we should compare our people to the Nazis, by the way.
Oh, I think it's an analogy.
Oh, wait a minute. But you want to hear something even crazier that I read recently, which made a lot of sense? There were two rabbis that questioned how it is that so many Jews. First question was how many Jews, European Jews, were actually a part of the Third Reich initially, before Hitler decided to come for the Jews. Like how many had assimilated into German society and literally considered themselves Nazis before Hitler told them otherwise. That was one. The second question that he asked was, did these individual capos, did they buy their own freedom by throwing other Jews underneath the bus? That was second. The third and most important question was whether or not these Jews were somehow able to escape Nazi Germany because of their connections with Nazis, and whether or not they and their own self-hating Nazi ideology emigrated to Israel and became the cornerstone or the foundation for geopolitics in the Middle East. That blew my mind. What if there were 1,000 Stephen Millers, 1,000 Roy Cohns that emigrated to Israel? Wouldn't that explain how many brown and black Jews were denied entry into Israel? Wouldn't that explain how many Ethiopians were left to die? Wouldn't that explain their feelings about Muslims and Arabs? Wouldn't that explain it all? That these people were more connected to white supremacy than they were connected to the Jewish faith, and that informs their political doctrines today.
Hey, I've got a
same knowledge you know about the Jewish, the same knowledge you know about the Muslim side. I wonder how many Muslims get suicide, how many Muslims cooperate.
Well, they're not a pretty picture either, but we're just talking about the Jews now.
No, I'm talking about Asian educated. She's so educated about the Jewish side. And
Listen,
educated about the Muslims.
You're a Nazi, I don't care whether you wear a kippah or not. If you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi. You know how you become a Nazi? Not by being German. You become a Nazi by killing other individuals indiscriminately. That's how it begins. And then you find an excuse for it. And then you decide that you're not just doing it because it needs to be done, but you're doing it because God said it's good. Jews can be Nazis too. How do we know? Because there were plenty of couples in the concentration camps. Plenty.
And I wonder, you know, how many Muslims?
How many couples were in the concentration camps?
Nazi?
Amos. How many couples? How many? How many couples were in the concentration camp?
What year are you talking about?
How many German Jews struggled other Jews into the concentration camp?
I asked you simple question.
Hey, guys. Hey, don't you see the play? Don't feed into Amos. He just came in here to disrupt the good conversation y'all was having.
Wait a minute.
Hey, I'm here. Are you there? No. Just mute this guy, bro. Just mute this guy. He just came in here to disrupt that
Give me the
conversation.
mic afterwards. No, it's a conversation because Eze is calling him out for being a Nazi.
Does it?
Because he's Israeli, he believes in killing 20,000
No, bro, but he's an Asian. So he came in here to disrupt No. He came to disrupt the good conversation between Maximilian and Morty and Essay. Because they're also Jewish.
Yeah,
and that was very Algo. We don't even need to listen to this fucking...
Let them finish.
Maximilian, are you aware of the German Jews that pushed other Jews into the... Are you aware?
Hang on a little bit.
Chat GPT it if you don't know.
What year are you speaking about? What year?
Well, I don't know. Sorry, I just moved to a place. What's the question? What's the deal?
During the Holocaust, number one, let's talk before the German Holocaust. There were Jews who were in
that, but I think it's beyond Morty's even ability to absorb. Let's just put it that way.
I was talking about Amos because here's what we do. We sit around pontificating about how persecuted and how oppressed and how we suffered, which I will not argue. Jews around the world have been persecuted. They've been oppressed. They've suffered. But it begs the question, if you truly were oppressed, if you truly suffered, if you truly internalized the message of the Shoah, how can you make that happen to thousands and thousands of Palestinian children and women and elders, not even a century later? How does that make sense?
Yes,
If
yes,
you
yes.
are a
Well,
rape
Fully in the shower of God, yes?
take the other side.
Thousands of
Take the other
children
side.
and women that put in the gas showers, yes?
I'm going to say again, if you don't see the Warsaw ghetto in Gaza today, you are more blind than Stevie Wonder and Ray Charles put
You're
together.
just talking about comfortable things for you from the Muslim perspective.
She's Jewish, Amos. She's Jewish. She's Jewish, Amos. Unlike yourself, you're atheist. Amos, you're...
No, but you know what the sick thing is? This is how people are. They'll say, I'm a rapist. Yes, I'm a rapist.
Better who am I? The better that they pick up the microphone and don't shut their dirty mouth and
You
speak
get
in
some
Calm down, calm down. Don't come on.
He's triggered. He's triggered. You know why? Because individuals who molest little boys give an excuse when other people are molesting little boys, so they should be able to molest little boys too. That's that logic. That's the logic.
That's why you won't become a Hamas, because only
little boys underneath their clothes.
the people who support the Palestinians suffer. But nobody speak about the 7th of October.
If your answer,
This shit, no, this is not the
your
only
answer,
one side, only one side is peace.
so go become a child molester because somebody else is a child molester. Go ahead. That goes without saying.
Almost 7th of October, 1,400 people dead. Okay. On the other side, 7th of October, more than 60,000 dead. Which one should I be talking about? Should I talk about the Gaza or should I talk about the Israelis?
Equal boost side.
No, I did talk about the hostage. I want the hostages to come back home. But the issue is, hold on, Amos, Smotrich, hold on, oh my God. Hang on, Amos, Smotrich, finance minister, and President Herzog said they don't care about the hostages. They lost focus. They don't care about the hostages. This is not about the hostage.
I'm talking about you, not about Herzog, not about Smotrich, not about Begbie. I'm talking about Amir and I'm talking about AC.
The Jewish, she can talk about her. She can talk about the.
Anybody who come and try to put another opinion is not allowed to speak. Or you remove him down or you mute him. That's the only thing you know.
Look at this guy.
Hey, did anybody ever see the Dave Chappelle? Did anybody ever see the Dave Chappelle comedy act where he's black? He doesn't know he's black, and he's a leader of the Ku Klux Klan.
Wow! I saw it. It's actually
You saw it, right?
It's one of the most hysterical.
Okay, so that's sort of the situation here.
Yeah, absolutely.
He probably doesn't even know who Dave Chappelle is.
He doesn't.
I know who he is. He's a good black.
He's one of those
And it
Schwartzes.
works.
He's one of those Schwartzes that make bad jokes.
You said
And said, by the way, that guy that's in the audience, right? His name is Ro. He's actually Rohan from Australia. He's Jewish, and he designed it. His daughter actually is a pro-Pali. She raised funding for pro-Pali protests or whatever. And look at him, this idiot, right? He's coming after me. He wants to call me out, do a whole bunch of shit. I'm a Jew hater, blah blah blah. Just because I talk about the Palestinian cause, how they're suffering, how they're getting killed, butchered, slaughtered, right? These people, these Zionists, they always have a problem. Then why can't I talk about the suffering of the Palestinians? Thanks to your disgusting Zionist entity that's killing and butchering and slaughtering people, you should go call out your own people. Your daughter calls him out, she protested, but you don't have the fucking balls to say anything good about the Palestinians, motherfucker.
Well, here's the issue. If you would condemn Hamas, okay, which is an international terrorist organization and a proxy of Iran, okay, maybe we would follow suit, but you have to go first. And he'll do it right after you call out the
He doesn't do it. Even if I condemn Hamas, they would never do it.
No, he doesn't. Like, think about it if you do it first. The whole point is not to look at titles and it's not to look at labels. It's to look at behavior. That's the part that people don't get. If you did exactly what the Nazis did without a swastika on your arm, you're still a fucking Nazi. That's the point. You had people who did the very same thing that the Nazis did in South Africa. But
you like to speak about something. How many people
at the end of the day,
how many people do Nazis get killed? How many people do Nazis get killed? How many people? How many people they murdered? How many people?
I'm going to do what everybody wants. I'm going to get them.
How many millions of people? How many people the Nazis get killed? How many people? Tell me numbers. How many people?
Probably
Tell me numbers. How many people the Nazis killed?
Amos, she'll answer. Hang on. Amos, she'll answer the question. Just hang on.
You can't shut up long enough. Well, it's funny how we learn about the European Jews who were killed by the Nazis, right? We don't know.
But you don't say numbers. I ask you numbers. Say numbers.
Excuse me. Are your fingers broken?
I mean, you only say 20,000 children, and I ask you a different question. How many numbers get killed in the Holy Ghost? How many? Say numbers.
Calm down, Amos. Calm down. She'll answer. It's okay. Calm down. She's not lying.
Talk about are the numbers of Africans who were killed prior to the Holocaust on Sharks Island. We won't talk about the number of North Africans who were killed under Mussolini. The only individuals certain folks are interested in talking about are the Europeans who were killed and murdered and exterminated under the Nazi regime.
How many? How many? How many?
I am told this as a Jew, as a Torah observant Jew, I am way more worried about the actions of my Jewish brothers and sisters than anybody else on the planet. Why? Because if Torah says, Kol Yisrael Avivim Zeh Bazeh, then I know that I'm responsible, whether I did it or not. I know that as I stand with the rest of Jews to say, Am Yisrael Chai,
why are you changing the subject? Why are you changing the subject? You talk about the Holy Ghost. I ask you a simple question. How many get murdered in the Holy Ghost? Say numbers. How many millions have died in the Holy Ghost? Say numbers. Say numbers.
Are you okay? Did you take your meds today? Go get your Jello, swallow your pills, and come back.
You speak high, and you have a voice of an intelligent, stupid woman. So you, everything comes from like this. You come from Sinai Mountain in the Torah. It belongs to you. The truth belongs to you. I am a Nazi. How many I killed? How many get you always comparing? You compare with Nazi. Say numbers. How many kids in the concentration camps in the Holy Ghost? And how many people get today in Gaza? Say numbers. Stop numbers. More Nazi. Say numbers. What is not comfortable, you're not speaking about. You're speaking only about what's comfortable for you. You can shout Nazi and Nazi, but you buy your head. You make propaganda for the Muslims, for the terrorists, for the ISIS, for the Hamas, who will get killed that they want to murder just because they like blood. That's why they're killing and killing. Women and children, they're killing. The IDF maybe kill more, but he never kill just for killing. The IDF won't believe. The IDF have motive. The IDF has motive to release the hostages. You not talk about the supper of the hostages. You talk about the Palestinian only. You don't talk about the supper of the hostages. You speak, and one word. You didn't manage the hostages and the killing of the 7th of October. You just speak and speak. One.
Only cares about your own day. Imagine that. Imagine if you told me tomorrow, Amir, the only children who matter are my own children. Only my children. I don't care if you murder 60 million of other people's children. Only my children. You should be ashamed.
60 million? I have 60 million.
That you heard.
The 7th of October about the Holocaust. You make one big salad, so I don't know what are you talking about.
I know. Do me a favor.
It's 60 million, huh?
Don't worry about my salad.
60 million.
Leave my salad.
You dirty mouth, only garbage.
I know. You disgusting, dirty Ashkenazi. You disgusting, dirty Ashkenazi. You who condones genocide. You who condones murder. You who condones the death of children. You
suffer every day. I need to suffer my body.
I know.
You live in an office like me. You sit in the United States. You know nothing.
Stand with me. Are you ready?
Spreading propaganda. Hamas.
Come on, pray with me.
Propaganda you're speaking from Al Jazeera. It's the only what you have sources is Al Jazeera.
You be saying it in 2 months.
So you want to show that you know the Israeli Torah. You think you're the most risky dangerous person because you like to talk the Torah, but you are saying garbage about the church and the terrorism. Lies coming out of the dirty mouth. How many lies?
If there's even one, you filthy dirtbag, you're still guilty. If there's even one, you're dirty.
Somewhere in the state, don't know where you from.
There's even one,
you money to pay all these
dirty, hypocritical dog. If there's even
somewhere, where are you from?
If there's even one, you are a filthy, dirty, hypocritical dog that was disgraced. 6 million that died in the Holocaust. They cry out from the ovens the same way Palestinian children cry out from the ashes of Gaza.
Terrorists like them, when you support terrorism, you become a terrorist. You are a terrorist. That's what you are, a terrorist. You support terrorism.
You know what? You can still smell the burning bodies. I know.
And
the evil smell the burning bodies. And it messes with you.
Iran, Russia, and Gaza. It's a lie.
Smell the burning bodies in Gaza.
Iran, Russia, and Gaza.
Smell the concentration
a lot of money to the Houthi just to sell missiles to kill innocent people.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why Gaza.
Almost in the Holocaust was it 16 million or 6 million almost?
I wonder who are you talking only about Amos? Amos, you never.
Almost was it 60 million or 6 million?
She took the big since I arrived to the room. She didn't
No, it's
close
okay.
it.
It's okay, you're going back and forth, you're cursing her out.
Amos. What about Daisy? Why don't you mute Daisy?
As they're saying the facts, she's speaking the facts. That's why you speak nothing but bullshit and lies.
From one side, 60 million.
You speak nothing but bullshit.
She said 60 million, huh?
Yeah, I wish you would speak, you're being honest, but you're not honest.
I'm not honest. You are honest. Yes,
I am honest. Ezzy is honest. A lot of people are honest here. Bull is honest, We have Morty. He's on. He tells the honest narrative of genocide.
Yes. You only saw once a point of the suffer of the Palestinian. You don't say anything about the Jewish suffer, about the Zionism was suffering for 75 years. On little piece
The
of
Palestinians are suffering for 75 years. Israelis aren't suffering. What is he on about? You are enjoying your fucking life in Israel.
Bombing buses inside the
Bombing buses. You didn't do any ethnic cleansing in 47. You didn't kill anybody in 47. You didn't rape little girls in 47. You didn't start a fucking war in 67. You didn't do anything. The 2022 to 2023 was the deadliest year for the Palestinian children. He didn't do any of this piece of shit.
Come with the gun and start shoot
God, you started with the gun. You're Jewish militia. Zionist fucker. They went from one village to another. Start killing people. Started ethnically cleansing people. Not to mention in Turkey, the booby trap cucumber boxes, these Zionist mofos.
Not Jewish, yeah? The devil is...
You are the terrorists. Your people, the leftists that were involved in the fucking ethnic cleansing in 47, that's you. That's your people. Your father, your parents, your family, everybody.
You support terrorism in the world. You and AC.
I don't support terrorism. You, as if you ask the terrorists. Hang on, Amos, hang on. If you ask ChatGPT, the first terrorist attack since the 1900s in the Middle East, do you know what will come up? A Jewish militia gang called Lehi or one of these Haganah gang in the Middle East, in British Mandate Palestine. The first terrorist attack was done by these people.
Literally, like, off his chain.
Don't entertain this guy. He's going to make this thing.
Almost just stay muted for a second. I need to tell Ezzy something. So, Ezzy, if you were to chat GPT right now, first terrorist attack in the Middle East, who was it by? If you ask ChatGPT, it will tell you it happened in British Mandate Palestine by a Zionist Jewish militia gang. I believe it was Haganah or Stern gang. And you have Rohan down in the audience. He keeps on bringing up. They're Islamists, they're Muslim terrorists. Motherfucker, who made these people terrorists? It's your people. They funded, they're doing the weapons in Sudan. They're killing a bunch of, genociding people through the RSF. And in Congo and a whole bunch of other regions.
Palestine, when the Jewish Israeli and
Morty was in a mosque, and I think we started.
The British control Israel, and you make one big salad.
British said no, they're not going to give you the fucking state in 1939 after the white paper. They said, fuck you, we're not giving you state. Because your people did the fucking Black Sunday. Idiots, you lie.
The UN gives Palestine Israel. It's not the British. You know nothing. Even
okay, I'm here. Can we move on? At the end of the day, I just put in the back of the chat. This Daniela, what's her name? Weissman or
Daniela Weiss.
Want to hear the craziest thing?
It's the most.
Oh my God!
The British people do not. Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you. I'll bring you back up in a bit. You talk too much.
About time, God.
Daniela Weiss was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. I just want to put that out there before you slander her.
Yes, she was. I'll put the article in the back chat. As was Bibi. I'm not going to say by who, but at the end of the day, yes, she was. I want you to hear she represents hundreds, if not thousands of people who agree that the best way to remove Palestinians from Gaza is to starve them out. Interestingly enough, we are standing in the days between excuse me, Shivasar Tammuz and Tisha B'Av, days that commemorate the Jewish siege, the siege around Jerusalem that resulted in Jews starving to death. It's a little crazy. It's more than a little crazy. What Jew stands before Tisha B'Av, the 9th of Av, you guys can look it up, and says it's okay to starve other people to death, even as we mourn the destruction of the temple and the starvation of Jewish babies? You're not Jewish. That's the only conclusion. You're not Jewish. You don't have any connection to God, and you have no connection to the Torah. You're just a bunch of freaking barbarians.
Can I add a little Jewish humor?
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, I will condemn Hamas because I like a good pita bread with it.
Oh, you're hilarious.
Sorry.
Not womp 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 womp.
Well, bad jokes can be good jokes sometimes.
I hear you, but you know what? I appreciate your ability to see.
Can you explain the Dave Chappelle scenario, that episode to Morty?
He won't get it, boo. He won't get it, boo.
You know what? Also, I think he's lying because the way he said Hamas, he said it like in a Yiddish way. So I think he's not really. I don't think he's forthcoming about his origins. I hate to call him out on.
I don't either.
There's something fishy there, and I'm not talking gefilte.
Gefilte fish, right? Exactly. No, there's something off.
There's something off there.
And most of these individuals who stand up and pontificate for Israel and Zionism and the rest of it on Clubhouse, I think are plants. I really do.
Plants? Oh, I don't know. I think they're more like little shrubs.
When I say plants, listen, there are people whose ancestors assimilated when they came here, right? It was hard being a Jew, in the shtetl, right? And when they came here, they wanted nothing to do with the old villages, with the old cities. I get it. But as they became more assimilated in American culture, I think they began to adopt American philosophy. The philosophy of white supremacy.
Yeah, I have a question for you then, since you're philosophical and I can tell very intelligent, I'm complimenting you, is that don't you think that because of the Holocaust, and I don't know if you're a Holocaust, whatever you think of that, but let's just say the disaster in Germany, that a lot of Jews basically thought, hey, this promised people stuff is a lot of bunk. I think I'm just going to forget it.
Well, I think that definitely had an impact. I think the Holocaust definitely had an impact on the fate of a lot of German Jews. I know a lot of German Jews, a lot of descendants of the Holocaust who, just looking at the atrocities of the Holocaust, couldn't believe that a God witnessed that, right? And if you look at,
well, especially if you promote yourself as being chosen.
Well, I don't know so much about the chosen part, but how could God watch? That's a question. Viktor Frankl asked it. How?
Oh, I like his. Yeah, that's a wonderful book.
It really is, man. Such a meaning. How could you watch it? Like, how could you see it and God say that you love Jewish people and let this happen? Okay.
Right. That's a good question, don't you think?
It's not one that I asked.
There's nothing to see there.
Right? I'm at a point where I believe that God is controlling the universe, and His balance sheet is not mine. And so
that's a reasonable point to take. I don't take it, but I can see how you could believe.
I don't tend to legislate God's activity. You know what I mean?
But don't you think Americans, I don't know if Morty's even around anymore, but Americans, we tolerated all that horrible stuff we did to the Vietnamese and the horrible stuff we did to the Iraqis. So
400 years of fucking owning people like they were cattle.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that too, for sure.
I heard my name. I wasn't sure what the question was.
The question was, don't you think America committed a lot of atrocities in Vietnam and Iraq?
Yeah, exactly. So why is everyone bothering Israel?
Oh, Jesus Christ! You know what, Morty? I have a vaudeville joke for you that I think you single-handedly are bringing. You're bringing down the fact that Jews do have a higher IQ in general, which is not nice to say usually. But I think you're bringing it down single-handedly.
Can I tell you something? And this is the sickest part of it all. Imagine a Jew who screams never forget, developing a convenient memory when it comes to other people.
Yeah, that's true. It's weird. It's like totally weird. But I think, it's mind control, I believe. I think it's, it's just like what goes on in the United States. I mean, we're brainwashed here like crazy too. So.
But we're not just brainwashed. It's a part of, it's like almost a part of, it's hardwired into our systems. Like, if you didn't know that slavery was literally a part of our financial and legal system, if you didn't know that, you would think it was like a bleep on a radar, that it happened and then it went away. Think about that. Our president's own slave, George Washington, took the teeth out of an African slave and used them as his dentures. Thomas Jefferson, President Thomas Jefferson, raped a 12-year-old little girl and forced her to carry his seed. There's a whole family of Jeffersons from his rape of a little girl. And we look.
I'm not going to make a comment about the TV show because you're being very serious.
But I want you to really think about that.
Well, I get it. It's horrible, but.
But there's no problem. I sit with that. I'm looking at his fucking face on a dollar bill. Every time I go to spend money, which means every time I'm reminded that a pedophilic rapist
I'm going to ask you. I'm going to pull in my Jewish view of things perspective, which helps sometimes. Aren't you waiting for the $500 Epstein bill? Epstein, right? The Mossad $1,000 bill.
Exactly. So when it comes to me being Jewish in America, I feel like I have an obligation to stand up for what Judaism once was.
Were you raised Jewish or did you adopt it?
What do you mean? I'm born of a Jewish mother.
Okay, I just asking.
What's scary to me is that there's no way someone learns Torah every day. No way that someone takes our history as a persecuted people seriously and then turns around and become nasty, racist, low-life individuals. Like,
do you think there's anything to that Ashkenazi theory that the Jews converted? That the European Jews converted at some point?
I don't know. First of all, for me, whether you converted or whether you were born Jewish, you're Jewish.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because Israel's basically the Ashkenazi run.
I'm not going to say that.
Okay. How come Nazi is part of the Ashkenazi the way you spell it?
Okay, again, that's not. What I'm going to say is that there are a lot of people who entered into Israel, Palestine, who entered into that space of quote-unquote Israeli statehood with an atheist view of the world and life.
Absolutely.
So if you don't have a concept of something bigger than yourself, how am I expecting you to see God in other people? I can't. Right? If it was all about politics and finances and why would I expect you to see Palestinians as just as important as Israelis?
Well, I think you can be a humanist and an atheist at the same time, like Eric Weinstein or something. But
maybe, but I'm just saying in terms of Jews.
Well, he is Jewish.
No, I'm talking about like people who established the state of Israel.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
It's kind of weird that you kind of orchestrated this. I mean, like, it's really kind of sick if you really think about it too. You came up with this ruse. Oh, you know how we're gonna convince the world that it's perfectly okay to enter into this space and displace Palestinians? We're gonna pretend God told us to do it.
Well,
Even while standing.
let's give a nod to the good marketing of Jewish brains. So,
That's not even that's Jewish. I mean, like people say that Hitler was kind of smart.
well, he wasn't necessarily. He was adept. What would I say? He was gifted in some ways. I don't know about smart, but yeah, he was definitely gifted, and he knew how to move things around. Let's put it that way.
Hey, Maximilian, you're being inconsistent now.
Why?
Because when it comes to your suffering, it's not so smart. But when it's other sufferings, they're smart. It doesn't make no sense, bro. You gotta be consistent, right?
I wasn't talking about suffering. We're just talking about you can admire. Let's say I'm trying to think of something else, but you can admire the brutability of Apple or the companies or Uber. Okay, you can admire something like Uber being super aggressive and accomplishing what they want. It doesn't mean that you.
Let's call that strategic. How about that?
Okay, whatever. I think he's just wanting to call me inconsistent.
Well, I think what he's saying, and this is what I tell every Jewish person I meet, we are being inconsistent if we claim suffering and oppression and the responsibility to call it out when it comes to our own folks, and we are not willing to do the same for others.
You must feel really like an outlier.
No.
Well, I mean, there's not a lot of people within the Jewish community. There's not a lot of people you can say all this shit to.
That's not true. That's not
really? True. I got a feeling you're in a silo.
I grew up in Brooklyn too, but see, thank God for parents who taught me what being a Jew is really all about.
So you have a lot of friends. Like more than 20 people you can talk like this to. Oh, okay.
The sad part is that most of them, unfortunately, have been bullied by Zionists who make them feel like their voices are not worthy to be heard. I'm not one of those Jews.
Well, isn't there something in the Torah about standing up to power in a sense, or being?
There is something in the Torah about pursuing justice.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
It says tzedek tivdon. And it's a double lashon. It says it twice that you have to pursue justice at all costs. It even says that if you see your enemies dunk under a burden, you have to believe it. A donkey. How much more so a person? We're not supposed to be these nasty, heartless, cruel individuals. There is a mitzvah that speaks to being cruel to animals. Imagine that. But it's perfectly okay to use Palestinian children's heads for target practice.
I think you would be terrific, like on maybe it's not your inclination, but like Piers Morgan, or some debate, because they never have your viewpoint. There's either there's different people to give an intelligent view of how Israel might be blowing it, so to speak, or not Israel. Well, I say Israel, but I mean the Netanyahu Greater Israel whole thing. But there's nobody that really gives your view. I think it's really cool to be such a devout Jew, and also at the same time, see the fallacies of what's going on.
Well, I think that in the event that we were to return to Torah, all of us would. And that's the sadness of it all. That so many of us are assimilated that we don't realize that we're taking on ideas and views that are antithetical to Jewishness and Torah.
Well, I might be an anomaly to what you say too, because I don't practice Judaism. I feel culturally Jewish, but I'm definitely obviously not in Morty's boat.
Max have a heart, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Guess what? For me, that's where it begins. You have, whether you like it or not, a Yiddish and the Jewish soul, which means that you're only going to go so far before something's going to stop you in your tracks.
Well, I didn't go to the Vietnam War, for example. I knew that sucked. And,
right. But you can look at Gaza and see it as ungodly.
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't use the word ungodly, but...
why do I say ungodly? Ungodly,
why did you say
for
ungodly?
me, is to see the Torah does not start at Sinai, right? The Torah starts at the creation of mankind. Bereshit bara Elohim, in the beginning God. So if you start there, you recognize that it's not just about Jews. It's not just about quote-unquote Zionists. It's not just about Muslims or Christians. It's about all mankind. And in the event that you read carefully, you realize that there's some part of God in every person you meet. So for you to say that, or for any person to say that they can just genocide thousands and thousands and thousands of people with impunity, that says that you don't see God anywhere else but within the confines of your community. That's ungodly.
Can I just make a question? Amir, are you there?
I'm here.
Can we stop with this term genocide? This is self-defense. And Hamas is an international terrorist organization, a proxy of Iran. And I just don't think it's appropriate to continue with these very, these are dog whistles, is what this is. Saying genocide and cleansing over
Warsaw genocide?
These are dog whistles.
Was Warsaw genocide?
Yes.
Just don't say the word, Morty.
Right, don't say the word.
Okay, in the context of Palestine, don't call Palestine.
No, sure.
You should be in favor of free speech, Morty.
I am in favor of free speech, except when it's annoying.
You annoy me with your kind of weird accent, but it's no problem.
Wait, Matt. Matt, here's what we're gonna do. All of those 30-pound refugees in concentration camps, we're not gonna call them Holocaust survivors. We're gonna call them war veterans.
See, there's the spirit. I like that.
Those were not survivors. They were soldiers who were injured in battle. Think about how sick that sounds. That the individuals in Auschwitz were soldiers injured in battle that were at war with Nazis.
Yeah, but you're just being too logical. It's not gonna crack Mr. Morty over there. You realize that, right?
I mean, look at the pictures. Don't you see them in uniform?
Are you talking to me? You're preaching to the choir.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is, that's how ludicrous he sounds.
Well, it's obviously ludicrous, but I think it's fascinating. I'm joining in here too, because
women in hijads were actually wearing helmets. Helmets. Those are helmets. Those were not hijab.
No, they were stealing for yarmulkes. You just be a little close enough.
What is it?
These aren't my ideas. This history revisionism you're suggesting.
I told you anything you say is not going to convince me.
Soldiers, were they at war with the Nazis?
You're not going to convince me. I have a closed mind.
Were they at war with the Nazis?
No, of course not. Of course not. It's too logical. Don't talk to me with real logic and real words.
Let's just stick to this.
It's too much for my little brain, Brooklyn brain.
Right. Amir, weren't those Holocaust survivors wearing uniforms when they found them? Weren't those rocks that they had in their hands that they were?
They had stealing force yarmulkes.
Right, there you go. There it is.
That's it. There I'm showing my true color, Morty. I'm a self-hating Jew. It's obvious. I need better peanut bread with my hummus.
This is not laughter. This is derision. That somebody could call Jews in the Holocaust, Jews who survived the Holocaust, survivors. But everybody else around the world, no, those terrorists. Same condition.
Would make it so much
much sense, will you?
Right. People in Gaza are terrorists. People
Yes. Yes, I agree. Anytime you say that,
people
I agree.
in Warsaw who actually fought back. Those individuals are not terrorists. Those are heroes.
Yeah, those are. There's heroines too. There were some women that did some stuff too, Morty.
We don't have to get too woke about it.
Oh, okay. I'll go back to sleep. Snore with you. Don't wake me up. My ambience taking over.
I came here for a serious.
How sick.
Oh yeah, very serious. But you're not allowing any new ideas in. I'm seriously closed to any new thought.
It's true. How sick and cold must your soul be in your body?
Well, to his benefit, he's ignorantly blissful. When you say,
no, he's not.
You don't think so? Oh yeah, he's a schmuck.
He sits on his couch.
Right.
And he jerks off at the
Wow.
He jerks off. He his pants at the idea of Israeli IDF soldiers using Palestinian babies for target practice.
I think you might be going a little too far. Oh, okay. I opened the door a little bit, and
you know
now
what?
I'm wondering.
He's never in a day in his life ever want to fight. There's always been somebody who bullied him, who tried to knock his yarmulke off his head. Name one instance of anti-Semitism that he thinks that he experienced.
He couldn't find the mustard at the pastrami place.
People say free
There it is.
Palestine to me
Life
all the
is
time.
so.
When I have my yarmulke on, there's an anti-Semitic example. They always do free
No, for you.
You're just hiding your bald spot. Come on, give me a break.
For you. You know what? Real Jews got spit on by Jews and non-Jews alike. And guess what?
Equal opportunity anti-Semitism.
There you go. There you go. What it is to fight on two planes to be Jewish. Not you who get to take off your yarmulke when it's convenient when you go into
Martin, you're just all class here. Just throw up the white flag. Throw up the white flag, Morty.
I'm winning this.
Oh, you can.
In your mind. I'm winning this. I'm really winning.
I do have a question for Morty the Zionist or anybody. Rolo is asking me, Rohan, he wants to see my picture. I told him I'm straight. I don't know why he's
Ew. Is he really?
Yeah. Check the chat. He's asking me for my photo.
Maybe he wants to go out with you. You never know. You're a very attractive voice.
I do think that Clubhouse has a great potential as a dating app.
Bro, I'm not into men. I'm not into men.
Bro,
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. There's always a chance. Look what happened to me.
Amir in a really sexy voice tell him, you first, baby.
I'm good. I'm not going down the path. That's crazy.
That's that Jewish sense of humor I was looking for.
Yeah. Too much.
Maximilian, man. Yeah. You know how to do this.
Oh, no. I just have a good teacher, a good Rebbe that's teaching me everything.
Yeah, but Maximilian, on this app, they do corner you, right? I know.
I've been pastramied.
I'm sure you got cornered by Rohan and the audience and Yaakov and a whole bunch of other Normal and a whole bunch of Zionists, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Trying to get you to change your mind and position and whatnot.
Not change my mind, just hurl insults.
Yeah, just stay strong with the with the position you have because you got to stay anti-genocide,
Right.
As El Normo taught me, Zionism is inherent in Judaism.
Has Elmo taught you?
That's what El Normo taught me, yes.
Ooh.
Did he tell you that pork chops and applesauce are part of the kosher law too?
No, he did not. He's a good Jew.
Yeah, I've got a lot of bacon here, says Morty. Don't attack that. I'm still Jewish.
Listen, pork is pork. Whether you eat it or don't.
And that Congress, they got a lot of pork belly because of all those APAC. I can tell you that.
I don't even like talking about APAC because I think it's literally the fulfillment of every horrible Shylock stereotype. Like, it's really kind of scary. How we will tell the world, please stop saying that Jews buy politicians and APAC buys politicians.
Jews, we're very good at being magicians. We're good at everything, even being magicians. We're good at accountants. We're good communists.
Converting shekels to dollars is their biggest magic trick.
No, I wouldn't say that only. Only. They could be very communistic, technically, they could be very, they could go down to the south out of idealism. I would not, my alert meter just went off.
Yeah, I just want to say we're not buying politicians, okay? That's not what we're doing.
No, you're just bribing them.
No.
Right.
You pay people.
It's just a coincidence that these districts that have nothing to do with anything, they have to go to Israel.
Every New York congressman, every Florida assemblyman, every single one of them has hundreds of thousands of dollars from APAC.
They're not bribes.
No, of course not. They're not bribed.
Hold on a second. What is the abbreviation APAC stand for?
American Israeli Political Action Committee.
It's a foreign entity.
There you go.
It's
there you
a
go.
good relationship, a good working relationship.
Right, and that's why dual allegiance is a stereotype.
It's just about relationship.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But if I could just interject something, okay?
Let's let him speak. It's a good.
I don't think we should call it bribery. The Citizens United 2011 Supreme Court decision ruled that giving money to political campaign contributions is free speech.
Yes, this is one of the great shames that have happened. Yes, this is great.
Wait. He had the chutzpah to talk about Trump receiving a plane. Chutzpah! How could he receive a plane?
It's speech. I'm just telling you, this isn't bribery. This is how grown-ups speak to each other. People aren't grown-ups. Grown-ups speak to each other with cash and gifts.
I wish I could grow up and be just like Morty.
It's not a bribe because a Jewish person did it. That's why.
These were just speech.
Yeah.
That's how we talk.
But in the event, it's right. Shylock, you're right.
Oh my lord.
Oh my lord. No, it's not oh my lord. It's Glutten Himmel. Get it right.
Yes.
Did your parents speak Yiddish?
No.
You could just make that guttural sound somehow.
No Yiddish.
What's even scary? No Yiddish at all?
No.
You know what being a schmuck means?
Wait, hold on one second. So where do you get your Jewishness from?
My mother, of course.
Was it Jewish?
It must be.
Wait a minute, hold on. Your father wasn't Jewish?
No, he's not a Jew.
He was trying to be a Baptist.
He converted later in life, but he wasn't.
When he got the light, when he came to his senses.
Yeah, he wasn't born a Jew.
I got you. Well, he's still a Jew.
Yeah.
When my mother wouldn't sleep with him anymore, he thought it was good to convert.
Right.
I wasn't going to go there, but, this nuance.
A little nuance, yes. Very fine. It's
you guys have a number for how much smear APAC is responsible for?
Are you talking about cream cheese?
I'm not talking about cream cheese at all. How much smear is APAC responsible for? How much money do they give politicians?
APAC is one of the greatest.
Somebody asked ChatGPT, how much money does APAC smear on Americans?
Yeah, and compared to other lobbyists.
I care about other lobbyists. I care about a Jewish lobby.
It makes sense to compare it if it's way out of proportion. I think it does make sense.
You have a hell of a way of talking about one of God's greatest gifts to America.
Bribing. Yes.
APAC.
About God's greatest gift to America, billions of dollars in debt from giving Israel, billions of dollars in
You have a lot of yeshivas.
No, we could feed our homeless. We can make sure to take care of our veterans. We can make sure that every child gets to eat lunch at school. Should I continue?
Let's have this conversation when Israel is secure.
Let's have this conversation when
secure or well, it's not even
stop compromising American citizens to be able to protect war-driven Israel.
Why are you so concerned about American citizens?
Oh my God, there it goes.
Wait,
There
hold
it
on.
goes.
Because American citizens live here and in Israel.
Yeah, the ones with dual citizenship, yes.
Yeah.
We can advocate for them, I agree.
70% of them.
And the Jews.
Stop the lies.
Stop the lies. Okay, well, I'm not that concerned about them. You know, color me cold. I'm sure you will.
No, color you. Because when you can't live in this country because you're making sure that a country that has surplus finance is better than you, we'll talk.
Yeah, well, you know.
They're not starving. They're not starving. They're not going without.
ChatGPT says since the establishment of AIPAC, since AIPAC's foundation in 1954, exceeds $300 million, with the nearly $144 million provided directly or in super PAC spending in just the past two election cycles alone. So they've spent a lot of money in the past two cycles.
Sounds like a low ball from 1954. That sounds like what they just did.
That's because we're good accountants too.
So it's not just so. Here's the deal, right? It's not just the one Zionist Jewish lobby. There's actually more than 15 of them. Let me check into all of them. How many Zionist Jewish lobbies? Because everybody knows AIPAC because AIPAC is a famous one. But there's other ones at play here as well. You know, not the evangelical. The evangelical, that's another lobby as well. They got evangelical Christian lobby. Let me see how many are there Jewish, Zionist Jewish lobbies.
Make sure you look up the Morty Israel First.
You know, look, I think that's a trope. Okay.
How much money did Ted Cruz?
I don't even think Morty exists. He's just some sort of bot.
Yeah, exactly. He's a voice suspended in the abyss.
It's like the programmer made some mistakes and they're just checking it out.
I'm a good Jew.
Yeah, you're a very good Jew. Very, very good.
So ChatGPT says there's totaling over 100 organizations, and they've funded a lot of money. There's all, and some of them are actually, some of them are Jewish, some of them are non-Jewish, but they're all Zionists supporting Israel. You have this, of course, the AIPAC would be the number one, number two ADL, number three Zionist Organization of America, ZOA, J Street, American Jewish Committee, Conference of President of Major American Jewish Organizations, Christians United that's a Christian one, Democratic Majority for Israel, United Democracy, Birthright Israel, Stand With Us, Israel Project, Hasbara Fellowships. What the hell? They even have Hasbara bullshit? They make up bullshit? They spread lies about, it's like a pro-Israeli narrative.
Morty the Good Jew, what is the sixth commandment?
Thou shalt not be without the good mustard when I get a pastrami.
Thou shalt not murder.
Do you think you need to match the first 10 before you get to the other 603?
It's already written down. I don't need to memorize all this stuff. It's all at my fingertips.
Understand. I'm still saying, do you think that we need to, as Jewish people, do we need to master the top 10 before, there's 613 mitzvot? Do we
surprise to you to learn, culturally Jewish,
I got you.
It's not just a religion,
You like bagels and cream cheese and schmaltz herring every now
I can eat bagels and cream cheese every meal.
I believe you. Actually.
Only if it's from a good New York Jewish deli.
Yeah, I would agree. Good stuff. But
we agree on something.
More to being Jewish than just bagels. More.
Yeah, matzo balls, schnitzel.
Again, can we move a little closer to North Africa? Do we have to stay in Poland? Do we have to?
Assalamu alaikum and welcome back, Scotty. Anybody want to come on up? Just unmute and come on.
Have you even heard of Jafnun? Have you ever heard of
like a UFC fighter?
Boy. No Malawa, no Jafnun, no Baba Ganoush, no hummus, no.
Of course, we did hummus.
No, it's not hummus. That's your terrorist group, remember? It's hummus.
And it's a math.
I see. Hummus. Say it with me. Hummus.
Hummus.
Mm-hmm.
I know. It's a Jewish original recipe. So funny.
Say lahmachin. Lox and gin. What I'm trying to say is those countries that are closest to Israel and the Middle East are closer culturally to Torah and Judaism, right?
Yeah, come on, the terrorist countries.
Is it?
That's where I was going.
A little bit off topic.
More religious Jews live in Muslim countries than they ever lived in Poland, Russia, or Germany.
Just a little bit of off topic. I was wondering, have you seen Macron's wife? Is it a man? Is it a he or she?
I think she's just a very ugly woman.
Brigitte. Can you put some respect on her name? Her name is Brigitte Macron.
Her name is Mama Macaroon.
So Trump called Candace Owen to tell her to shut up and not say anything because he confirmed that he had dinner with her.
You know why? You know why it's so significant? Because Macron is not really with us in Israel. He's been speaking out a little bit against us. Trump is trying to manage that relationship, massage it a little bit, and bring him back around.
Massage it a little bit? Oy.
We need to bring Macron back to us.
Pause. That sounds like some homosexual stuff.
Where are your people's heads? Why is everybody's head in the
top up the table a bit,
I know it's the middle of the night. You just accuse me of masturbating on my couch. I say, don't masturbate on my couch, for the record.
I know. You do it in the mikveh with all the other sick people.
Oh, my Lord. I'm not going to first of all, I'm not going to disclose the location that I masturbated first.
You're giving me, like, heat rash. Stop. Disgusting. At the end of the day, though, I think it's important for us to realize, whether you want to own it or not, there's going to be a whole lot of world leaders and people who are going to come out against Israel very, very soon.
Not if we can.
Well, how can you avoid it with what people are seeing today?
Mossad.
And Mossad is not that good at Hasbara. Not that good. You cannot take that sight of Gaza and those children out of people's minds. You can't.
Well, here's the issue.
You know that Christian Zionists are pulling back by the millions in terms of dollars?
I didn't know that. That's concerning.
It's very concerning for anybody who's living off of those funds.
We need an aggressive.
But watch this. And this is all seriousness. What sense did it make politically, strategically, for Israel to bomb the one Catholic church in that region?
I condemn that attack.
Oh! That attack you condemn.
Yes.
But the bombing of masjids, not so bad.
Well, it's, Muslims are a little bit incorrigible, to say the least.
But guess what? Those are your cousins, whether you like it or not.
Yeah,
to some of the facts, he is honest, and I respect him for that. But he still is honest, you know. I respect him for being honest.
1 minute. This is good stuff. Where were Jews the least safe throughout Jewish history?
Amongst the whites. The whites are savages.
Now you want to call them whites. Say it with me. Amongst the Christians.
Yeah, same thing.
No, because you didn't call Muslims whites or blacks. You called Muslims Muslims. Now you say amongst
Muslims. They call them Muslims.
Okay, I don't know who those people are. Muslims were kindest and the most loving to Jews. In fact, here's another fun fact. Most Jews from those countries no longer spoke Hebrew. They were so much a part of Arab culture that they spoke Arabic.
Well, this is very nice trivia from
Oh
back
no!
in the day. But if you haven't noticed, the Muslims hate us.
Where did the Holocaust take place in a Muslim country, Popula?
It almost took place, at the hands of Palestinian Islamic Jihad and the Al-Qassam brigades. They weren't stopped.
And you stopped.
No, never stop.
Such a pile of hogwash. And I'm not saying that to you because you're a Jew. Hogwash. The most money, the richest Jews on the planet thrived in what countries?
Muslims. We just asked me this question.
Yeah, no. I said where were they the safest? Meaning, which countries were Jews safe? They weren't expelled en masse from Muslim countries. They had some of the richest Jews you know and I know.
Right.
Iran, from Syria, right? From Egypt. How is that possible? That today, individuals who practice religious freedom, who allowed us as Jews to live and thrive in their countries, how did they become the subjects of such ire? Could it be that European Jews came in and caused dissension between Arabs and, between Muslims and Jews? Is it possible? The worst thing I ever heard an Iranian say in terms of what they resented their Muslim neighbors for was that they couldn't build a synagogue higher than a mosque. Boy, so horrible. I don't ever remember hearing of any Jews in Muslim countries that were exterminated by the millions, by the thousands, by the hundreds. Ain't it funny in 2025 that the state of Israel stands more in alignment with Christians and Christian Zionists than they do their own family members in Gaza? Kind of makes you wonder what's at the root of all of this.
Well, I don't appreciate your sophistry, as I've said before, but it's getting about that time I have to go to sleep. It's been a very delightful conversation. I'm
going to teach you a little Yiddish. Gay schluffen, let's go to sleep.
Yes, but I just want to end this by saying I'm still undefeated in clubhouse debates.
Actually, I just put you to sleep. Good night.
Good night. Take care, Morty.
All right. Good night, everybody.
I hope I bring you back to the property side.
Never.
Just be a mensch. How about that? The rest will come.
I can never. A mensch is
a mensch. A mensch is a decent human being. We don't even have to say pro or anti. Just be a decent human being, and you'll make your bubbies and your zadies proud.
I am a great human being, so I'm going to continue being great.
Take it.
All right. Talk to everybody later.
Take care, bro. Take care. Bye-bye.
Amir, this is too easy. I need a bigger challenge.
Nubia needs a bigger challenge. Nubia is...
This is the quietest I've seen Bull in months. What the fuck? Bull.
No, Bull doesn't like Nubia. Nubia doesn't like Bull. We're going head to head right now.
No, I'm saying usually I come into these rooms and Bull is going in. Where you at tonight, brother?
Nubia, by the way, Sister Izzy, she's Jewish. She doesn't support what's happening over there in Israel and whatnot.
Yeah, I was enjoying the conversation, so I was just listening to be honest.
What you say, Nubia?
I don't believe in Jews who aren't Jews. It's not just.
Jewish people, let me be clear. When I see Jewish people who people claim Judaism, but they aren't, they are of other nationalities, then I just look at them as a man. Like it's like seeing a unicorn.
Okay. Is that you in the PTR?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So why are you making assumptions about her?
No,
You know this lady?
Do you see what he looks like in his PTR? That's why.
Yeah, no, but you know this guy right here. He thinks he's the all-knowing and he knows everything. Like he just like take a look at you and just. Did I cut you off, sir?
I hate this guy. Amir,
You hate.
We need to coexist. We need to go like Amos says. We need to coexist.
That's just blabber from Amos. But then again, bro, he thinks he's all-knowing and that he could just like take a look at a person and he knows everything.
This guy's mad that I went to college. He's literally mad that I went to college. Bro, anyone can go.
Who said that I haven't been to college?
No, you know, but bull.
You see? And now he's trying to deflect from the conversation. What was the thing that he said about he doesn't believe? What was that again? That you could choose.
He said that when he hears Jews who are of different cultures, I think I heard that he doesn't. I don't know. Some
different nationality.
You mean white? You're talking about the white Jews, Dr. Nokia?
Yeah.
I don't see the white, black. It's just Jews. And I know what a Jew is. I've always known what a Jew was. As I said earlier, I grew up in.
So do you think the sister is Jewish? She's Jewish.
If that picture is her in the PTR, then absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
You see that? What? He knows everything.
Wait, hold on.
This guy right here, bro. He's a problem. You don't want him to represent the cause. I'm just telling y'all. Okay, you got it, S.A. But you're the one who called for me. Remember?
No. What I'm saying is, I want you to look good at this person's horsehead PTR and understand that people whose parents or sister and brother, they go to college too. Leave it alone.
Thank you.
But like I said, I just don't believe.
Meaning you're the product of incest and it shows on your face.
But I'm absolutely not. My parents and I are from the same country.
Like I said, it shows on your face. You were talking about someone else not being Jewish because of their race. And I'm looking at your face and saying that you probably have the same problem, which is why you're probably pointing at others. You grew up in Williamsburg. You didn't grow up in Sudan. You didn't grow up in Iraq. You didn't grow up in Afghanistan. You grew up
in... How do you know he's from Sudan, Isaac?
I said he's probably not from those places. He said himself he grew up in Williamsburg.
Oh, okay.
Williamsburg is in Brooklyn.
Yes, I'm aware of where I grew up.
Right.
He wasn't talking to you.
Are you a Muslim?
Absolutely.
Okay. Where do you go to pray? Al-Taqwa? Where do you go to pray?
What?
Where do you pray? I'm from Brooklyn too.
She's asking what mosque.
Yeah, I know. But this is just getting.
He's afraid to say. You know why it's getting weird? Because you're a fraud. You're a fraud.
Yeah, and you overcompensate a lot.
That is an AI picture. Not really you.
Okay.
It might actually be him.
But no.
Can we get a reset?
Let's say something. Jump off the mic.
Now it's getting creepy. Now you have toxic victim mentality, but you just went at the sister for nothing.
There you go.
Listen, I don't believe in
starts with personal attacks and ad hominems, and now you're the victim. Imagine that.
He asked me. He literally asked me.
Brother, my question is
got off the mic and you came out of your face with some nonsense, knowing full well that you literally AI'd that photo to make yourself look more Muslim. Nobody in Brooklyn, Williamsburg looks like that. Just cut the crap.
I'm not from America.
You're full of shit. Full of shit.
I'm not from America.
You're full of shit. I know Brooklyn.
He's from Sudan.
Amir, he said he's from Brooklyn, Williamsburg. It's 5 minutes away from my house. He's full of shit.
He was raised over there, but he's from Sudan. I know his cousin is on there.
You know that for a fact?
Yeah, because his cousin is on here. I know his cousin Mahdi. You'll see him in some of the Quran-centric rooms, or you know.
I'm gonna say one of his Muslim or Arabi uncles married a black woman, and that's how he came.
I'm not mixed with African American at all.
I don't know what you are, but at the end of the day, I can.
Okay, I'll tell you this. I know you're not a Jew. That's the point that I was saying.
Because guess what? Because you're such a expert, I'm gonna take your word for it.
Okay, that's good. That's a start.
What a clown.
All I said was I don't believe in non-Jewish.
Either you know or you don't know. Alright? Have at it, bro. I mean, one retard leaves and another one shows up, bro.
I don't think that's
right. This is why this is why Amir was trying to give you the fair warning that stop doing the friendly fire, but you're beyond reproach.
We need ceasefire between Bull and Nubian and Sister Izzet, man.
It's not gonna happen. He's too arrogant.
Nubian, all I'm gonna say is you're probably thinking about the Black Hebrews were like. Is that what you're thinking of? But Sister Izzet is actually
No. That's not what he's thinking about.
Claim to be Jews, and like I'm thinking of black rabbi guys like him. I just hate people.
No, she's not like Black Rabbi. Black Rabbi is something else, bro. He's not even Jewish.
He's not gonna stand corrected. He's too arrogant. He's too arrogant.
She stands with the Palestinians.
He doesn't care. This guy is a cloud chaser.
It's about a tribalistic based religion. So how can I've never Asian Jews.
Open the door for him. Leave him
alone. We don't want to hear him talk, bro.
You're very controversial, brother. You're very controversial. Very controversial. Nubian, I think I could use you for one of the big rooms.
I'm not trying to hear.
Oh my God, let's leave it at that, bro. Like a beautiful
Imagine
just leave it at that.
Imagine if I just
Just leave it at that.
imagine the person just comes out and
Imagine at 5
like, oh, by the way, I'm a Jew.
like somebody else is a
What?
Imagine that. 5 o'clock in the morning, he has nothing better to do than to pontificate about who's a Jew and who's not.
It's 12 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm in Saudi.
Yeah, he's in Middle East, and then
It's lunchtime. I'm drinking maple juice and eating nuts.
Nubian, do you do this in the Quran Center room as well, bro?
So what's going on with people got time to talk to people in America about their religious identity?
No, he's a businessman. He told me about some business things. He's a very he's gonna become a tycoon one day, right, Nubian?
One day, inshallah.
Yeah, he's gonna become a billionaire one day. Business tycoon.
All right.
Once you get the $1 billion, they'll be holding $1 million. I'm in California. It's 2:16 here. She's in New York. It's 5:16.
I told you he was a cloud chaser, and he's just trying to come up in the Islamic world. I told you. Yeah, man. He will do and say anything just to run
Social media. This is the only social media I have.
Oh, it's cool, man. It's on need-to-know basis. You don't need to inform us about what you've been eating, why you here, etc., man. Relax.
Amir was
His teeth are bigger than his freaking fingers. That shit is awesome.
Hey, Eze, he was over here lecturing Palestinians on how to go about their business. The audacity of this guy.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
He thinks he knows better. Yeah? Yeah,
I thought we were discussing geopolitics of the Middle East, but
how the hell is he gonna make money as a tycoon wasting time on Clubhouse? Let us that work.
So even his country, as it's going through a genocide, I feel really bad. It's thanks to the UAE, right? And the Sudan, there more than 20,000 people dead. It's very sickening. that these countries, some of these country leaders are responsible for it. Like the UAE is actually responsible for it. Israel is responsible for it because they found a whole bunch of weapons in the hands of like a militia in Sudan, and these militias aren't even Sudanese. They come from outside of Sudan, right, Nubian?
Yeah, they're Zionist puppets.
Yeah, and they found weapons with the Israeli serial numbers and American weapon serial numbers. Finally, America came out and did arms embargo on the UAE. Like, how would you do that? A Muslim leader from UAE giving weapons to the militia, so that way they can rape women, kidnap their children, take over villages.
It gets even better. They finally responded to it, and what they said they said, oh, well, we sold we sold the Janjaweed those weapons when they were killing the Yemenis, not when they were killing the Sunnis. I'm like, what?
So, Nubian, what is your position on Saudi Arabia and the Houthis in Yemen?
My position on Saudi Arabia,
you think it's wrong?
Well, I'm not going to talk
You're not going to use the same premise. It's a long-term plan and all of this shit that you were saying earlier. Yeah. Or maybe UAE is having a long-term plan, right? It's a long-term plan, bro. I'm
not going to keep
everyone needs a role. Remember, everyone got a role. They got different components they got to do, right? Easy.
See, this is what happens when you make less than $1 million a year. This is how you talk.
So now it boils down to money. It's not about life. Look at this guy. He's exposing himself. You see? So you feel good now because of some money you have in your pocket? Is that going to bring you Jannah? Are you going to get heaven because of the money you have in your pocket, Nubian? You're a very wicked person. You know that, right?
Wicked person.
Repent, man. Repent, bro.
That is not the way a Muslim speaks, Dr. Nubian.
I'm sure you would know.
You're right, cousin.
I can deal with these, but Bull is actually mad, and I don't have the energy for people mad through social media.
Who's mad, man? Nobody's mad. Nobody's mad.
Amir, who is Omar?
I'm not sure. Let me see.
Omar's my guy. We're with Omar.
Where is Omar? I don't see Omar. Oh, right here? Oh, this Omar is a good brother.
Yeah.
I don't trust your rooms, Amir. Like, they be sticking out your room. For real.
Oh, no. These are all pro-Pallies. We got everybody. I think in this room right now, the majority of them are pro-Pally, except for we had Rolo. And this guy, Aiden is back. The guy, idiot that streams my rooms, right?
There's two Anon in the group.
Yeah, one of them is a recorder. He streams my rooms on YouTube.
Amir, you have to tell these people, I know I haven't been on Clubhouse in a while, but I've been in here warring with Zionists, like on multiple occasions. Destroying.
I know. You're a destroyer. You should change your name to Dr. Destroyer, Dr. Nubian.
You see, here comes the conversation. Do you want to compete? Do you want a medal or something? Bro, you know what? We should just open up a house for Dr. Nubian so he can have a whole award show.
I used to have
this guy, bro.
I used to have a house. I don't have a house. I prefer a Quran-centric and abuse house. So I come to these two.
That's good, thank you.
It's Islamic philosophy.
Well, I honor your presence. I know you like to start shit sometimes.
I come in here just to start shit. Like that's what I come in here.
I know. And then we have a lot of people from Zionists out there, shit starters. They like to start shit with pro-Pallies, man, all the time. Like today, the guy wanted me to put my picture, like in the chat. If you read it, his name is Rohan from Australia. His daughter is pro-Palli. And he wants me to put my picture up. I'm like, I'm not gay, man. And they're into doxing business. Normal. You have the Rohan. You have the other people like Randy the Candy. That David B. That guy, he actually met up with Rohan?
Yeah, I've had war with him multiple times.
Are you talking about the Australian one?
Yeah.
What did he say? Did you get him to change his position?
I don't think anyone can get him to change his position.
But his daughter's pro-petty.
I didn't know. I didn't know that. If I would know that, would use that as a weapon. I'm just waiting for Black. I'm really waiting for Black Rabbi again. So that's what I'm waiting. Because I want to really have the conversation with him about what tribe he's from. And I just want to really just dive in to the tribe. What tribe of Jews is he from? That's like my arch nemesis. He's the Sith Lord to my Jedi Order. So
This is your arch nemesis?
yeah, I hate that. I hate everyone.
And you're supposed to be this super duper intellectual guy?
Actually,
imagine that as a look at him.
I'm just
Suits you, man.
I'm just mad he's panel.
Yo, I did not know. I'm sorry. Now that I'm taking a deep dive into APAC, I didn't know that Hakeem Jeffries receives money from APAC too. And that's some shit. Hold on. No wonder he doesn't come out for Gaza or Palestinians. Damn. And that's probably why he didn't stand up or publicly endorse Mamdani. Remember that? He needs to be able to say, what was it? Global Intifada. What was the statement? I mean, what was that?
Globalized Intifada.
Globalized Intifada. No, Hakeem Jeffries. I was wondering why he didn't stand up or endorse Mamdani. And it's because he's on the take from APAC.
He is?
Yeah.
Huh? Amir, when do you move back east?
Inshallah, once I do what I need to do, inshallah, I think it'll probably take me 3 to 6 months.
You're paying triple in California.
I know. I want to move and just buy me a property.
Hey, Amir, don't put too much of your business out on the internet, man.
No, I know.
This is not a social room.
That's true. But I want to be close to the Zionists, so that's where I'm gonna move to.
Yo, this dude got 1,635,000.
Wow. It's a big list. It's a big list. So many of these people are connected. Even when I was telling somebody, if we go to a grocery store, right, we buy something from a cashier. We don't know if this cashier is connected to the Zionist entity. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because they're all connected. They're spreading the narrative. They're pushing that, envelope or whatever you want to call it. And now what they're doing is because they lost the PR war, they're attacking Islam, the faith. And even Mamdani, because of Mamdani, some of these people are calling Mamdani like a terrorist Islamist. So he didn't even say anything about Islam or whatever.
Wait, you said Mamdani didn't?
Yeah, no, Mamdani didn't mention anything about Islam, that he's going to bring Sharia law or anything like that. But these people, the Zionists and some of the white supremacists, you could say, they're, the one that are Islamophobes, that they're spreading this narrative on social media. If you go on Twitter and on here and even on TikTok, they're spreading this narrative attacking Islam, that, this Mamdani character is going to bring Sharia law, he's a terrorist, he's this. And in relate to the Zionism, if you go to the Zionist room right now, since they don't have any more talking points, nobody really talks to them as much because they lost the whole narrative, right? So what they're doing is they're attacking Islam. That's what they're going for now.
Wow. But you know what? Fuck them. I'm so serious. Like, the world is finally seeing who people really are.
Easy. You'd make a very good Muslim. You should consider the Quran.
Amir, is this one of your friends?
Calm down, bro. Calm down, Lubian. Calm down. This is not one of those rooms, brother. I know what you're trying to do. I know, leave it at that.
I just saw a perfect opportunity for dawah.
I know what you're trying to do. But leave it at that. Sister Eze, she's a good sister. I came across her a long time ago. She would call out all the Zionists on this app. And they attacked her. They even called her workplace. You know that normal character, the Zionist mofo, he called her workplace, trying to dox her, whatever. How the hell you
So
find
there's-
it? Like, see, bro, these people are able to find everything on people. That's why, and they, the normal call start calling for Jelani. So I called my other, I can't for Jelani. Because I want to spread this narrative full of lies. And even apparently he's making up another claim today that I have a arrest warrant out for trespassing. I'm like, which property did I trespass? I'm like,
Trespass, you gotta say that.
that's what he wrote in the chat. If you scroll up, it says, you were charged with trespassing. I'm like, which charge? Where is it? Which property?
That's crazy. Yo, the fact that they called your job is nuts. Yo, that is.
No, it's not. Listen, if you Google me, you will see speaking engagements. You'll see articles that have been written about me. I don't hide.
I said, you're a public figure. Okay, that makes more sense.
At the end of the day, you know where to find me. I know exactly where he prays. And the synagogue, I just haven't been to New York. But he's going to shit himself when I walk through that door. He's literally going to shit himself. His whole diaper is going to, turn into a tsunami. Because it's all shit on Clubhouse. He's not going to know what the hell to do with me when I walk up. Not at all.
When can we arrange that?
I'm sorry.
Personally,
When can we arrange that?
Right? I need...
me personally, I think this is why I avoid social media. I think the internet's become a weapon. I remember when social media first came out, it was like, you can connect with your friends and family. But it's just become an information database where the fact that someone on Facebook, Twitter, we come over here, like that's it. Because to me, it's just crazy that people can track you down. And,
but
it's
honestly,
the problem
back
is
to AI and the rest of it, they can do that anyway. If they really want to go through.
The problem isn't social media, it's the people that you're hanging around with. If people are in the business of doxing, they will dox, regardless of where you find them.
Yeah. Truth. I gotta decide whether or not to put Jeffrey's, expose him on my page.
Okay.
The tracking system is going to be worldwide. It's not an American thing. It might start in America in the West, but make no mistake about it. Where you are, Nubian, it will come to a city near you as well.
I'm not safe, right?
Lord have mercy.
I think I'm in one of the safest places. The good thing I have multiple passports, so if it gets unsafe here, I'll be moved to the next location. I like to travel.
But doctors, Saudi Arabia.
You sure do like to humble brag a lot.
Saudi Arabia doesn't allow multiple passports.
That's not true. So one, being American, if you're an American citizen, that's already one. Then two, you can have I don't have a Saudi passport, obviously. I'm not Saudi Arabia. But you can obtain multiple passports, multiple residency, everything. So I don't know if that's a rule for Saudi nationals, but that doesn't apply to me. I'm American citizen.
Yeah, it's for some. That's what because I rented cars out to a Saudi national before, and he said you can't do that. And I actually looked into it, and I think they have a law you can only have one. Some people only have one passport.
Yeah, I think that goes for their citizens. I don't think that applies to countries that I have.
Not for foreign citizens, no.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Is
Is it true that if you've been to Israel that you can't travel to Saudi Arabia or you can't make Hajj or anything else like that? Something like that, like certain countries. You can't visit because you have Israel on your passport.
I've been to Israel before, and that was back in 2017 or something. And I didn't have no problem.
Yeah, but they don't stamp your passport, is it, in Israel? They know that people they don't. Same thing in Iran. They don't stamp your passport.
Right. I got a little card. When I was there, they gave you like a
terrorist stuff. Like, God, I never been to such security in my life.
They did a cavity search on you?
Bro, damn, my full name is my first, middle, last, and then I have like all my grandparents, Ibn,
You're done. You're done.
So where was you that part? In Israel or someplace else?
Say again.
Where did you go through that?
I was going to visit them upset. That was the purpose of going.
Oh, you said when you went to Israel, you went through this.
I said I've never experienced the security like that in my life. Like,
Yeah, he went to Israel. He got to
One of
Israel.
the craziest shit. When I went, it was all green lights. I don't even want to tell you guys about that trip. That was like, I'm not going to do it on Clubhouse. Privately, baby. But all green lights.
you have an English name. Your name is Arabic. If there's a Muhammad and a Fadullah and all these different.
Don't disclose anything. Don't disclose anything. Just let him slumber. Just let him slumber.
My first name is both Arabic and Hebrew, and so is my father's.
Oh, okay.
So maybe I don't know. But at the end of the day, I'll never forget because all of my siblings went to learn there. Like last year, high school is part of their program. But I remember my mom, bless her, she was so funny. I was like, I know that when we come through, they're gonna put all of the black. And my brother-in-law, not my brother-in-law, excuse me, my brother looks more Yemeni than he looks black, right? His hair, his face, whatever. And I was like, watch me, but they're gonna treat him like he's a Palestinian. They're gonna treat him like he's a Muslim. And my mother's on the phone like, don't say that out loud. Don't say that out loud. They're gonna put my son off of the. And I'm like, Ema. At the end of the day, this is who these people are. And I talked all this shit knowing that they were going to do that to me, right? They were like, Mrs. Eze, please move to the right. Okay, yes. Who are you going to see? Okay. Miss Yatova. Kept it pushing. I got scared. I was like, I know these niggas will set me up. For real. Like I'm looking around over my shoulder. But 10 years before, a group of black Jews had come from New York, and they were detained for over a week. At not the airport, over like in El Al, because at that time black Jews walked in solidarity with Muslims and Palestinians. I don't know, that's a little bit longer than 10 years. I want to say maybe 20 to 30 years before. Real talk. What do you think they would do now, Amir?
I think they're looking for everybody. Like that does spaces on Twitter. They put his name on the rockets that they shot in Gaza. Suleiman Ahmad. He's pretty much on the wanted list. They passed a law. If you support, what was the law? The law was if you support Palestine, if you criticize Israel in any part of the world, and we have the information and whatnot, you would not be allowed entry. I think that's what they're doing nowadays. So if like for me, I don't think I'll be allowed. I would have to go through probably Egyptian border.
Wow.
Mazi that comes in here, he's an activist, so he's been to Gaza multiple times. The brother, he went in there with the aid and whatnot through Egypt. He said Egyptian, they took away, they went in with 2 trucks of aid or whatever before 7th of October, and they kept one of the trucks, and they made him wait at the border for 8 hours or 6 hours, and then they allowed him and his crew with 1 truck, into Gaza. And he said the Hamas are very respectful. They allowed it, they respected him, they showed him around, went to Gaza, how people are suffering and whatnot. This is before 7th of October.
Gotcha. I don't know. I mean, I think with Facebook now and Instagram and the rest of it, they can do a search and find out who you are, know what your beliefs pretty much are.
Yeah, Facebook is owned by Zionists.
Like I said, listen, you can keep it real. You have nothing to hide. If they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. Why be something else behind closed doors? Why? Who's that? I think you do have a bunch of Zios in this room, my man.
You have the ANN account. Or is it down in the audience, 1 or 2 account? The recorder. He's a you know he's running for government. I have his everything information. This idiot. I wonder. I'm gonna check with the lawyer if he can send him a cease and desist. So John, don't worry. We have a lot of information on you. His name is John Kitover or something.
Yeah, I think.
And yep, you know, we'll send him a cease and desist. If not, we'll have to take him to court.
Wait, Amir, can you repeat that?
So the idiot down in the audience with that ANN account, you see that? With the ANN account, I can't kick him. I can't do nothing with this stupid new feature that they have, the plus account. I have a plus account as well.
Yeah.
I can go into incognito mode. I can jump in. Can you stop that? Wow. Seriously? Okay, have a safe flight to the hallway. Bye-bye. Okay. So the person with the plus account, like myself, I can go into incognito mode into any room and nobody can kick me out. And what he does, he streams it directly on YouTube or into his rooms and then from his room to YouTube.
Well, does he have nothing better to do?
Nope, he's a lowlife.
But shouldn't Clubhouse be able to do something about that once it's reported?
How do you report an anonymous account? Click on his account and you can't even report it.
No, can't you use the account that he has with his real name?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna send a friend request to
you. You can report that account, but what do we do about 30 phones? He's got 30 phones.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The madness.
Wait, Amir, you have a plus account. Shouldn't you be able to see and view who it is?
I can't. I click on it, it just gives me the same option what you see.
Amir, there's a simple solution for you. Move to the middle of it. Solve all the problems.
Bro, I lived over there.
Come back. We miss you.
We miss you. Look at him. Nobody misses me, bro. But doctor, the Saudi Arabia, to be honest with you, apart from the holy sites, there's nothing there, bro. It's gone.
Wait, Amir, I have a question. Do you prefer the Muslim community in Los Angeles, or do you prefer the Muslim community in Saudi Arabia?
To be honest with you, if it was in my hands, I would love to boycott all of the GCC countries because they are responsible for what's happening to the Palestinians. And whether, doctor, we agree or disagree, but we can always agree to disagree respectfully. But these countries, they're liable. They, like the UAE is liable for what's happening to the Sudan, Palestinians, what's happening to Palestinians. All GCC countries are, responsible for it. It's not just one.
So then we should just all live in America. America's not liable.
No, America is responsible. So I talked to my accountant how to not give, the money to the genocide. So my accountant told me, give it away to your either local mosque or give it to like UNRWA or something, and you get a receipt and you can file. It's a tax write-off. And I gave something to General yesterday, and General said it's called a defund. I found out through Twitter Spaces. So what it is it's like a trust account. You set up a trust account in the UK, and the government would have to show you that the money is not going to the genocide or war. It has to be used locally, right?
Yeah, tax. So, for example, in the UK, when you work for an employer, your employer automatically takes the tax out and gives it to HMRC. What you can then do is you can request a refund of that tax, put it into a consolidated account on the side, essentially, until the government proves that they're not aiding and abetting the genocide or war crimes. And then when they've done that sufficiently,
I think that's both great and amazing. Me personally, I hated America since my parents came there, so I prefer to live in the Middle East. I like to live here. But I hear you. I've been to California a couple times. I've been to North California. My ex-wife is from California.
Oh yeah?
America's is not it. Even when everything he said, how to bring the whole American to out of that, and give as much money as possible as they can afford to Palestine and Sudan and any other cause. To me, there's nothing better.
Yeah, but you don't see racism inside Saudi Arabia. I felt racism, bro. Right? The race to the next level.
Amir, what are you? I don't know what you're acting up.
I'll tell you about it later because people are trying to kill me on this app.
Right.
When I lived over there, yeah, bro, even Black Rabbi gave me a threat. He said he wants to kill me. If I find, I told him I'm in Compton. Come on, pull up.
Sorry,
So,
it might get robbed before he gets to you.
No. I mean, so Compton is getting gentrification. They're gentrifying it because they built a Rams stadium in Inglewood, right? So and they spent I don't know almost more than I think $1 or $2 billion on the Rams stadium. So city of Inglewood used to be really bad. The crime rate. That's where next to the Rams stadium, there's actually a cemetery where Michael Jackson's grave is, where he's buried, right?
Oh, wow.
And yeah, and that area, the houses and everything, the crime rate was really high in that area. And now, if you go to buy a house, you're looking at minimum, what is it, 1.5 million or 2 million? Because me and my partner, we were looking into buying a small parking lot for the cars because I'm in a car rental business. And tiny place, like you could barely hold like 10 cars across the street from Ram Stadium. You know how much they wanted? $1.2 million for a tiny piece of land. And I was in a shock. I'm like, wow.
Well, that's California, man. You should spend $1 million on rental base.
No. So I'll tell you this: before the Ram Stadium thing, right? It was you could probably find the land in that area. That area was full of crime. The crime rate was really high. You could get one for 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. It's because of Ram Stadium. Everything gone up.
Well, as far as your question, have I experienced racism in the Middle East? In the past, yes, not in Saudi, but I have experienced racism. It wasn't towards me. I've never personally encountered racism in my life, other than in Israel. But I think that was more so because I'm Muslim. But in Qatar, I've heard about a lot of instances. I've never been a one. But in Riyadh, I've had a house here for years. I used to come here frequently for business, and then I just decided to move here. But no, I've never experienced any racism in Riyadh.
When I lived over there, I had to carry a copy of a residency Iqama, right, with me as a 6 8. Like, can you imagine 7-year-old? And I did get pulled over by the cops over there in Saudi Arabia. I was living in Jeddah, and walking to the grocery store, whatnot. My dad gave me a copy of his residency, right. And I got pulled over and I had to show them the residency. Otherwise, they pick you up, and then your dad or somebody would have to come in and get you released. And there was a lot of these things back in the day. And if the women didn't wear hijab, they would they will detain them, and some women would get their beaten up and whatnot.
Those are in King Salman.
Yeah, and the women could not drive. This is in violation of the Sharia, the Divine's law. Divine's the Divine law is they're supposed to get the right. So there was a lot of these things, right? It was very restricted, and there was a lot of spies. And my dad was like, "Be careful! Don't say anything against the king, and this and that. Otherwise, And people get picked up like right and left. And even the scholars are doing time inside Saudi Arabia. Anybody that speaks up against, any of these kings. And in their schools, they like to glorify fucking kings. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, but what's wrong with the kings?
I know you're not. Don't say it. I know. I don't want something to happen to you, bro.
Oh, I'm good. Saudi Arabia is very welcoming. The Middle East is very welcoming to what they consider to be American investors. So I don't have an issue. But it's really different here. How you're describing. I wasn't here during that period. I did have family members in. I do have family members in Riyadh during that period.
What are you doing in Riyadh? Why not live in Jeddah, like close to Makkah Mukarramah? Like you could drive to Makkah for an hour, and Medina like 4 hours. Riyadh, there's nothing in Riyadh, man. It's like a desert.
You say, well, there's business. They're here for business.
So I know, but I'm saying at the same time, you could visit the holy places as well, like once a week or once every 2 weeks if you live in Jeddah.
Yeah, Jeddah's nice. Jeddah's very pretty, but Jeddah's hotter than Riyadh. Jeddah, bro. It's nighttime. It's a nighttime. I tell everyone this story. I come out the airport. It's literally like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, and as soon as the sliding doors hit me, 48 degrees Celsius. Boom! I'm like, the sun is gone. What's happening? you know, and I spent most of my adult life in Florida, and I've never felt that. So that was crazy. Jeddah is hot. This other thing is Jeddah is so far away from business.
What I was saying was the discrimination in general, like the kafala system, right? It's basically, so when I lived over there, right? So my dad couldn't even buy a car under his name. It had to be under his, the kafil's name, right? Somebody that has a Saudi national. And, even the house back then, you would have to buy it under somebody that's a Saudi citizen. You would become a co-owner or whatever. There was a lot of these things back in the days, right? And you wouldn't believe it, my dad's old friend, he bought a store, a Rialain store near Makkah, right? Near the Haram, And, he spent about 50,000 reals, right? He opened up a store, it was a tiny place, and he started making good money. And it was under the Saudi national's name, and he was sort of like a side partner, you could say. And then that Saudi guy, he saw him become successful, took over his business, kicked him out. Well, I've heard that many times. Bro, there's a lot, and I felt like, what the hell is this? Look, I have respect for it only for the Holy Kaaba in Medina, right? The house of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him. But other than that, there's nothing there, bro. There's nothing there. These people are destroying the Islamic historical places. Like, look at the.
Well, to be fair, everything you named is literally probably 7 to 10 years ago. So none of those things are really happening now. Because
they're destroying historical places, though. The Masjid al-Qiblatain, they were in the process of destroying that, right? They even flattened Jannah al-Baqi, right? With the graves of the Sahabas there, right? Whatnot. They've done a whole bunch of. And do you know that they were going to break the green dome on the top of the mosque, right? And there was a report in 2014, a cleric report from Saudi Arabia. Now, they wanted to move the grave of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, to an unknown location. There's a lot of these things. It boils your blood that these people, who gave these people to, control the holy places, man?
Yeah, I think they have an organization that governs that. Again, like I said, I wasn't here for those different events. In relation to me, as you know, I'm a businessman. I mean, it's nearby. Abu is nearby. Qatar is nearby. If you're going to Riyadh, whereas Jeddah is a little bit further. Jeddah's like 3 hours away. So that's why we're me personally, that's still where Saudi I came out from Saudi. I hear all those things you're saying. However, you're talking to someone like yourself. You're talking to someone who lives in America. So we go for atrocity for atrocity. We can do that with every country in the world. There's no utopia on planet Earth. So for me, I just prefer to live in a Muslim country. Plus, how you see me dressed in my PTR, I dress like that on that day. I prefer to wear jannabiyya. I prefer to dress traditionally when I was in Florida. That's just how it was. He's probably gonna hate that. The average day catch me in jannabiyya and eat a ton of sandwich. So throw that out there for both.
No, it's like a love and hate relationship between you and Bo. You guys are both good brothers. It's just, maybe, look, me and Bo, we had that beef as well at the beginning, but then we found a common ground. You see what I'm saying? So he'll come around, you guys both will come around, one day.
When he comes to the Quran Centric, I make sure, I make sure I utilize my my capability.
What are you gonna do with it? You gonna kick him out? Oh my God!
If he starts talking, I'm gonna kick him down.
So why would you do that?
I'm your Juni. You fucking terrorist Palestinian. What's up?
Oh my God! Who's this guy, man? Let me move him down. This idiot. Did you want to move down? Did you want me to move you down or kick you out? Okay, put it in the audience. He wanted him up. He's calling me a B word in Farsi. Oh my God.
You should sign PTR. Guys like that are hilarious.
Who's this guy?
But like I said, Amir, we miss you over here, man. There's really nice villas in Qatar for you. We can set it up. You have a perfect view.
Qatar, I heard it's a nice place, but a lot of these nations are getting filled with expats.
You have a perfect view. In Qatar, you have a perfect view of the missiles from Iran. Perfect view.
I mean, what's actually look at him, brother Fayaz, look at this guy. Did you see them fly over you? I was actually in Qatar when that happened. I had a layover in Qatar. So I was flying from the United States. I was actually in Qatar when that happened. That was insane. People were overreacting though. They weren't as close. They were very high in the sky. I thought it was a shooting star until I saw like 10. Oh, good.
They were shooting star.
We the people of Iran, don't want our bombs and missiles to fly to Israel. That's what you terrorists love, not me.
We terrorists love.
You want Israeli missiles to fly to Iran and kill your
He's a Palestinian supporter.
Israel has no problem with Iran and Iranians as long as this terrorist regime that you love so much is raging over Iran. The missiles are gonna fly over Iran.
Do you want Pahlavi the prostitute to come back?
I want Pahlavi, the one that fucks your mom every night, to come back.
Really?
Yeah, that's right.
You want him to come back so you can fuck your mom, right?
No, I want him to come back so he can put our dicks in your mouth.
Yeah, really. It sounds like you want Pahlavi to stick in your mouth.
No, I pushed him down. Yeah, I hate this one.
You should have left me. I was about to unleash some Iranian missiles.
No, you don't have to do that, General. I mean, what kind of
You have to stood low for these comebacks. These
5,000 years of Persian culture. Yeah, 30 seconds. That's what we should talk about. I mean, I don't understand. I was watching yesterday. I think I suggest everybody watch this. Mehdi Hassan is doing a program. Did a program.
Did you watch it with 50?
Yeah, surrounded.
It's brilliant.
It's brilliant. And you know the.
Did you see the Iranian one?
I saw the Persian guy. He says children in Gaza. I mean, Mehdi Hassan asks, is it okay to snipe children in Gaza? Because IDF has sniped children. He justifies it. He says yes, because children are indoctrinated by the Palestinians to hate Jews. So it's okay to kill children. He literally justifies it. So Mehdi Hassan goes on to say, look, you may have your problem with the IRGC, and just because Iran supports Palestine, you don't have to hate Palestinians just because your enemies. I mean, I'm putting these words: your enemy's enemy is your friend. But he says no. The children are being, radicalized. The Palestinian children. So literally, he says that it's okay to kill them. I don't understand these Persian people, man.
Yeah, but first of all, the proof is on them. Where are they being radicalized, first of all? You are radicalizing them. No, when you know how you radicalize a Palestinian kid? You kill their parents. That's how you radicalize them.
Absolutely. And actually the radicalization happens in Israel for Jewish children. They are the ones who are being radicalized. They are the ones, they have these Hester system of education, which literally combines both military as well as normal education, military and religious education in a normal school. So this Hester system of education is funded by the government of Israel, and it teaches children literally what the Talmud says about the Goyim, about the Arabs being lower in status and so on.
That's absolutely true.
They literally teach it to their children, and they start growing up hating Arabs and looking down on Arabs. This is exactly what they teach. And then when they reach the age of, just before they have to join the army, at the age of 18 or 19, they are given rigorous training in, killing, theoretical training in killing, in bombing and so on. The theory is based on religious scripture in the sense that what will you do? One of the questions that they will be asked is, what will you do that when you are, chasing terrorists, if a child comes across in front of you, what will you do with the child? Will you still, your goal is to catch the terrorist. In this case, they refer to the Arabs.
but a child is going to hold you back on that, what will you do? The answer has to be, the answer they're looking for is, I will kill the child in order to go and catch the other. That's the answer they want every would-be IDF to say. That's how they are radicalized. So there's so much of radicalization in Israel that the more I read it, the more I'm scared for not just for the Palestinians or the Arabs, I'm scared for the whole world. This country, in my opinion, the longer it exists, the less safe the world is. This country needs to be dismantled from its current form. Something else needs to come up in its place. This is the reality. And I don't come here and BS. There are schools that teach this. There are yeshivas, the religious schools that are teaching these things, and they are funded, by the Israeli government. And there are thousands such yeshivas, and also what is known as the pre-yeshivas, which are basically called mechinot. Mechinot is the kind of preschool or the medium, what do you call, just it's a high school before you go into the pre-university. So all these things are literally radicalizing Jewish children. And I don't see how that's going to be stopped. I'm just talking in the context of this Iranian guy shouting. I don't understand what's wrong with these Iranian guys. You can have your problem with IRGC, you can hate IRGC, but it doesn't mean that you have to hate Palestinians. And for this guy who cursed General and Amir, let me tell you, I don't consider Hamas as a terrorist organization. Take it, deal with it.
Yeah, but the irony about these so-called scumbag, the Iranian Zionists, prostitute Pahlavi supporters, is the irony is they say that the IRGC is tyrannical, but they want to replace it with something that is almost worse. Look at his father, the Shah of Iran, that prostitute. He was a dictator. He had an organization, a secret police called the Savak. Ask them about what the Savak did to the Iranian people. They do not want to replace it with a liberal democracy. They want to replace it with the Pahlavis.
By the way,
they want to make him the king.
Brother Feld, you guys remember Aiden? That used to be here, that used to come in the chat, the girl picture. Do you remember?
Aiden or Aida?
Aida. Remember that?
Aida. Yeah. I know.
It's the same person. He had a different picture, and I checked it back 2 months and it was the same person. Can you believe it? He
transitioned?
He transitioned. There you go.
Oh, wow.
And he just he's like, stop being a hypocrite. Mofo, you honey, when did you become a guy or a girl?
He detransitioned.
Yes, Sia Wash. Did you want to say something, Sia Wash?
Yes, please. First, I want to say hi to everyone. Second, so I can understand Andy, but if you search any prison in north of Tehran, it's a prison of north of Tehran that Israel bombing. In that
prison, was it?
It's an Evin prison in north of Tehran.
Yeah,
that prison is only for opposition, for the people that they're protesting for hijab and everything. And Israel bombing that. Can you believe that? It's a small room in a prison. The prisoner can't move anywhere. But Israel
I heard that they killed a few people in the prison.
Yeah, Andy, every time we said we don't have any problem with Syrian people. We have just problem with Bashar Assad. Where is Bashar Assad? Israel is bombing Syria. He said, I don't have any problem with Lebanese. But he's bombing everywhere in Lebanon.
Yeah, but brother, he said he doesn't have any problem with the Gaza people.
But
only killed how many thousands?
Yeah, a lot. Wash your eyes. See the world in a fair way. You know, that prisoner in the Tehran, I'm repeating that. They are opposition. And Israel, the meaning is they have a problem with the government in Iran. And Israel bombing that. I saw it peaceful or even first they are bombing, and after that you can ask them why you bombing the prison. They, they, the answer is they are using that for I don't know making bomb, making rocket and other things. Come on. First, I want to let you know this, and with this way you don't have any bright future because you are fighting with everything. I'm so sorry, guys.
You know, Tommy Robinson, you might have heard of this guy, a British guy who's a Zionist who support, you know him, yeah. So this guy issued a statement. He's an anti-Muslim and Islamophobic, pro-Zionist, pro-Israel, anti-Palestinian, who I think who's still in prison.
No, he's out.
He's out. Okay. So he issued a statement that Bashar Assad never killed a single Christian. Christians were safe under Bashar Assad. Now, uh, so basically the U.S. and Israel, you know, got him out, brought in allowed what is it, Jolani to take over. So now they are saying that Jolani is bad because Christians and Druze are being attacked. So these people have no basis, no conscience, nothing, man. It's on a day-to-day basis they change their positions.
In the north of Tehran, it's a street, we call it Passaran, or the last name is Satan Taba. Iranian Jews, they have store over there. They're selling antiques and something like that. In these 12 days, before and after, you can't see anything from the other Iranian to say them why Jewish are doing that because they are living here, the Iranian respect them, and they are respecting Iranians. They are living together for more than 3,000 years.
Yeah.
So Iranian Muslims, they don't have any problem with Christians and Jewish, but they have problem. Not the Iranian Jewish, but the Jewish that they are living in Israel, they have problem with Muslims. Everything at the Holocaust time happened for them. They are doing that with Palestinians, but they changed the view. Just they changed the view, then you can believe that it's a I don't know because it's not 100 years ago, 80 years ago.
Siamesh, only after this 12-day war, I found out, you know, that Iran has the second largest Jewish population in the world, and also one of the oldest Jewish population in the world. And in Tehran alone, no, not Tehran, I think Isfahan or some city, they have about 14 synagogues and all old, you know, traditionally built synagogues.
Iran is fourth or fifth. Iran is fourth or fifth because after revolution, most of them moved. The problem is because before that they can support the country Israel. It was legal in Iran, but right now they close the way that they can support every Jewish must support their country. I can understand. It's really good if Muslims do something like that. It's good for everyone. Do you know? But it's fourth or fifth. I think right now we have less than 1 million Jewish in Iran, and I'm not support my government. I have a lot of problem with it. I have a lot of problem with it. But I want to be fair. Do you know? Right now they have a chair in parliament in Iran because of their religion. The only person that they don't have any chair is Baha'is. Unfortunately, Iranian government they are not living there. Christian, Jewish, Zoroastrian, I don't know, all of them have a chair in parliament. Come on, dude. I'm not talking about democracy. I know. Yuchi, one of our friends said Pahlavi was dictator. Yes, he was dictator. But when you want a dictator, you are comparing with Hitler, Gaddafi, I don't know, a lot of person. He was not like that. But remember that it's Middle East. You can't bring a democracy like Swiss here. We are far from there for 200 years, maybe.
But Siavesh, can I intervene here? Pahlavi came after ousting Mossadegh, who was a democratically elected leader. So you already had democracy. Swiss had that democracy very late in today's life. You know, I think it came about only in the last one. You had democracy. Iran had democracy and elections much before the Swiss started having that. So you don't. I mean, when you say that we cannot have a democracy like the Swiss overnight, you are making it's a wrong statement. You already had democracy. Mossadegh was electorally elected leader, and he was toppled by Raza Pahlavi. Okay, that's the truth.
No, Reza Pahlavi is different subject. I don't. Honestly, I have a problem with Reza Pahlavi too, because for 45 years he doesn't do anything as a politic, as an opposition. He just sitting, eating, and have fun with his friend. I have a problem with that. And Muhammad Reza was a good king, honestly. And remember that if you search for your interviews, he has problem with Israel too. He said to Palestinian a lot of things too. For example, you don't have power. You need to do something for yourself. The Muslims are just sitting and watching you. And he has problem with Israel too. He said all the media is under Israeli control. And your voice is not, and the people of the world, they can hear your voice. Muhammad was a good king, honestly. He was dictator, yeah. But he was a good king. But forget about Reza Pahlavi. He's son of the king, and he's just, I told you, he's sitting, eating, and have fun with others. The problem is, yeah, we have democracy here, but remember that we are choosing our, I don't know, for example, president, but they are coming to our election as a systematic control. For example, they are choosing 4% and said, you guys can vote to one of them. It's our problem, honestly. It's our problem. It's not word problem. And the other thing I told you, I know it's Middle East. We are better than other countries. Do you know? But we have a supreme leader like before revolution. The king or supreme leader, he can control everything. I don't have any problem with that. Do you know? I have problem, honestly. I have problem, but we need to work as a political things to resolve a problem, not just fighting, shouting, I don't know, saying bad words to others. Like unfortunately, some of Iranian, they forgot the subject. They just want to fight together. Do you know? They forgot that Hamas. I'm so sorry. They forgot that the person that he's trying to keep his land is not terrorist. So Hamas is not terrorist. They are fighting for his land, for their land. When Iran attack our country, some of the Iranian, they are starting to fight with Iraqi people before the army can come there. So Iran can call them terrorists, yes, because they are fighting with you. But in our view, they are not terrorists. They are fighting for their land.
Siavesh, I have a question.
Hamas and Palestinian, they are fighting for their land. So they are not terrorists.
Okay, Siavesh, I have a question for you, and it's a very genuine question that I really want to understand. Why is it you heard the other guy who was here, the other Iranian who was here abusing us, cursing us, calling us Palestinian terrorists?
Who is that?
Who was that, Amir?
So that's Artash. That's Artash. His name is Artash.
Yeah, his name is written in Persian in the.
I blocked from his other account. He started coming into the room with the girl's picture in the audience. And then kept on complaining, why you kick our Artash? I'm like, come up, let's have a conversation. I kicked this account as well. And then today he comes up with the guy's picture and comes up, starts cursing, hey, B word, this and that. And then I checked the back channel message, it's the same person. I'm like, oh my god, catfishing.
Okay, so this is my question. Maybe Narges also knows. Siavesh is here. So, okay, I totally understand the problems that Iranians have. Some of them don't want the IRGC, some of them want it, and those who are opposed to IRGC want IRGC gone, the Ayatollah gone, and all that. Okay, every country has its own problems. I don't have an issue with that. Okay, but here is my point. Why is it so many Iranians, like this guy that I just mentioned, who was telling Mehdi Hassan in his show that Israel has can kill children because these children are terrorists. So why is it that some of these Iranians hate Palestinians? This is something that I don't understand. Is it simply because of the belief that your enemy's enemy is your friend? Like Israel is Palestinians' enemy, therefore Israel is my friend. That kind of a thing.
Obviously for yours it comes from like superficial thinking, right? This would not hold true to all Iranians who do not want the IRGC. What you're witnessing is just loudness exhibited by a handful of people who are kind of jahil in a way. Like it truly comes from a place of ignorance, I think, because how is one equivocating a bad government to being okay with the death of innocent children, whilst the very complaint against this government is that they are crude or cruel to the innocent. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So somewhere there is
the right word is jahil.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just a pure ignorance.
Pure ignorance, and also a lot of, I think, brainwashing takes place.
But a very small group, Fayasha.
Yeah. Okay.
This is not, whatever you're hearing is loud noises from like a particular small group.
I want to explain my view too. First, you can't believe that they are too much. There are very few because you can find them in media, and media is the place for the people. They have a lot of free time. They're getting social or other things. I don't want to say anything like that, but honestly, it's just media. In the street, if you can ask Iranian people, they don't have any problem with Jews, but they have problem with Zionists. They don't hate Palestinians. Do you know that? If you can ask in the history, don't believe the media exactly like CNN. Al Jazeera is fair, honestly, but BBC and other things, the organizations, media, they are telling you that the things that they want. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to tell you my view, but my view is not perfect like you guys. And the other thing, sometimes yes, if you want to close your eyes, you can believe that your enemy of your enemy is your friend. But honestly, they are not your friends. You can see Palestine, you can see Lebanon, you can see Syria, other countries. They just need to read more, but they are not too much. They are a few.
Yes, I know. I understand that. I understand that. But this is, I was shocked when I just narrated this before Nargis came into the room. This guy, this American-Iranian guy who's opposed to IRGC was sitting in front of Mehdi Hassan in his show yesterday and justifying Israel killing children because, according to him, Palestinians, radicalize their children to hate Jews. So he literally justifies killing of children by Israel. He had no other explanation for that. That's why I was, this was at the back of my mind, and then this guy comes and starts abusing us. That's why I had to ask this question. But I know it's very few people who are jahil enough to do these things, say these things.
I forgot to tell you guys. So Trump came out today I mean, yesterday he said, not Trump, White House officials said Netanyahu likes to bomb everything. The madman. Isn't that funny? A madman, and he liked to bomb everything. That was
Who said that, Amir? Who said
they,
that?
they didn't give out the name. They just said White House officials.
Okay.
How did they get a statement like that, man? Like the army?
It was in the Axios. It was like a leak. I don't know. I don't think it was a leak, but the Times of Israel picked up on it.
Oh my.
And you guys know how I feel about Times of Israel, right? Shame goes. He probably had a subscription of Times of Israel.
Amir, I'll consider it. Amir, I'll consider it.
You consider you want to become a Islamist or you want to become a Salafi?
I'll consider
Oh my god, is this Nubia?
Nubia wants to become a Salafi. Oh my god. When is this happening? Are you going to read the Ibn Taymiyyah, Shaykh al-Islam's book? Are you going to read it?
What'd you walk into, bro? God, what'd you walk into? Oh my god.
I'll consider it.
You consider what?
You invited me to be a Salafi. I'll consider it. You have to show me everything.
He will never.
Okay. Do you take any of the scholars, the four
Nubia won't, bro.
What about Imam Abu Hanifa? Do you take anything from Imam Abu Hanifa?
Like I said, I'll consider it.
No comments. Oh my god. Don't tell me we have another body here. Is that another body?
He's not his nephew.
I know, but is that another body?
He is his nephew. Like he's his relative. He
I
calls him
know, I
Uncle
know.
Mahdi.
I know. I'll consider it.
Name your scholars. I'll consider it.
Doctor, do you take anything from Imam Abu Hanifa?
Define consideration. What are you considering?
Oh God. Okay, how about
Speak up,
Watch this.
Nubia.
No, just watch this. I invite you guys to my private room. Conversation.
In my private chamber shall I reveal to you the secrets of the youth.
Randy said that for like 2 hours yesterday, and it's in Lionsden. They were attacking and calling him a heretic, and he just kept inviting everyone.
He treated everybody.
He was like, everyone can come.
Even I triggered him one time. I said, bro, you don't know what you're talking about.
I crashed out on him, man. Just day before. I crashed out. And he was having a lot of support from like Christians and some others around him. And I was like, and he was being all quiet. I was looking bad. At the end, I ended up apologizing. I freaking crashed out on him.
But you do take from Imam Abu Hanifa, right, doctor?
I'll consider it.
He does.
No, I'm just asking you. So which of the four, one of the four scholars do you think you're, the madhab from?
I can't tell you who my scholars are. You have to come to my private chambers. We have a conversation over the
So do you call yourself a Hanafi or a Shafi or Maliki? What do you call yourself?
Oh, okay, that's a good question. So I call myself a Muslim.
None of them. This guy is doctor here.
So I think what it is, it's very complicated, doctor. We're leaving it at that.
Status is
I came across quite a few people like that on this app. They just follow the Quran Kareem and the Sunnah, and that's it.
Not even.
So then the Quran is a case of.
Kind.
I've seen you been debating.
They don't like Quran.
You've been debating Nazia, huh? She's a good debater, huh?
I'll put it like this. To the Sunnis, I'm a Quranist, and to the Quranists, I'm a Sunni.
That's true. These guys, so they're Quran-centric or something. I mean, that whole movement of Mahdi,
No, but doctor, I'm just gonna tell you what.
Pick and choose hadith. Pick and choose.
Imam Abu Hanifa's position was that it was sort of like close to Quran-centric position. Okay, you should look into Imam Abu Hanifa, right? That's one of the madhabs, right? And that was his position, more from the Quran Kareem, right? And then the hadith. But the other madhabs, it's like 50-50.
Wow, I can sleep at night. I'm a Hanafi. Yay!
ये लोग कभी मजहब को नहीं लेते. ये लोग कभी भी मजहब को नहीं लेते.
I want you to teach me
So I'm good. I'm not gonna go down that path. I'm done.
go down that path, you better be skipping.
You know, have you watched Hindi movies, the British Raj movies, the English, did you say English
Stop
army
it.
people?
I speak good. I speak good Hindi. I speak good Urdu. I can tell Fayad.
I felt like I'm watching Lagan. I'm hearing a dialogue from Lagan.
She's fluent in Hindi. I found out, right? I was in a shock. How could an Iranian person speak, this language, this tribal language, right? I was in a shock.
No, she
lived over there.
Yeah.
She lived over there. I was like, wow, that's interesting.
And she seems.
I mean, look at Nubian. He speaks Arabic. He's not an Arab. He speaks Arabic.
Nargis tried to teach me Urdu.
Right, Nubian, you're not Arab. You're not an Arab, right? I don't know.
No. Amir, what you don't know is that Nargis has not only lived in India, she has lived in an area where they speak the most colloquial Urdu.
The worst. Like everything I learned was from like service providers, if you know what I mean. Those service.
Khoshai Jagabana? You don't speak Sindhi, too.
No, I don't speak Sindhi.
Wow.
Oh, do you speak Sindhi? Wow. Are you from Punjab?
We'll have to. What is it?
If he speaks Sindhi, he should be from Sindhi.
Detail.
Where's Sindhi?
Go into detail.
Doctor, I think we're gonna pass on that. I think you need to take it up with the Lions there. There's a lot of clubhouse scholars.
Doctor is a lost cause, man.
There's a lot of clubhouse scholars on this app. You should go into the Lions Den and kill their brain cells, Doctor. I know. I think I can sense it. I think everything's gonna be question marks.
I got this quick stutter step cross. If you want.
I think you got under the skin. I think Bull and who was it? I think the sister Eze, and then there's other people. I think they had a problem. I think it's gonna be the same thing with when it comes down to the madhab.
May I know why you've become a doctor overnight, doctor?
That's what I was asking. When the hell did you become a doctor?
I've been working the whole time I've been here. I've been working on my PhD. I told you guys that.
What is your thesis on, doctor? What are you doctor of? Sorry?
No, my education is in construction engineering.
No, the doctorate is for what?
Say again?
So, what is
bullshitting, that's what it is.
No, you have a doctorate on what? You have a doctorate on what?
His doctorate
which
on
subject?
I've already answered the question.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Can you repeat that, please?
I said my education, my formal. Where are you going? My formal education is in construction engineering.
Construction engineering.
Engineering.
Okay.
That's what I do. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I hope you weren't expecting something, like philosophical. I wouldn't waste my money.
He does speak tongues, though. Well, at least he did. His profile did yesterday.
Speaks tongues? I don't know.
We started talking about what the Trump officials said about Netanyahu, but you know what has happened actually, Amir, when they bombed this Catholic church in Gaza, that has actually touched a raw nerve in most of the American Christians, so at least Zionist Christians. I don't know if you guys know this guy called Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles is a right-wing conservative Christian who also believes that unless all the Jews gather in one place, the Messiah will not return. Will not come. So he's one of those believers, and he's also the editor of there's a magazine called The Wire, the Daily Wire. Okay, so he has extreme views on pro-Israel, extreme pro-Israel views. So he came out yesterday. He issued a statement. He has a YouTube channel as well. He issued a statement saying that we have so far been, he was addressing Israel and Netanyahu, that in spite of everything that you have done, we have been supportive of you simply because we believe that you are doing the right thing, which will help the Christian cause. But you have now crossed the line. I'm just paraphrasing what he said, what I heard him say. You have now crossed the line. You have started bombing us, in the sense, bombing the churches. So you will have to be careful going forward. So this guy, Michael now justifies everything that's going on in Gaza. Now, if for him to come out and say that you have crossed a line is a big thing. Even Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, he also went out and made a statement that Israel is, this was with regards to the attacks in a village called Taibe, where they are attacking Christians and they're ethnically cleansing Christian Palestinian population. So he made a statement on that. He also made a statement that Israel is not giving visas for Christian missionaries to visit Israel and propagate their religion. And he even warned that we will kind of reciprocate it. We will restrict visas for Israelis coming into the US. So, it is all happening now. And I just hope that it all happens faster than it is happening.
Is everyone going to ignore the fact that Nargis just grew a mustache? Or?
Yep. That is kind of interesting to see men become a woman.
No, that's the Indian part of it.
Woman become a man.
Come on, General. Doctor, you have written that you are working with your wife, and you still have your earphones on you.
No, I don't have my earphones. I have you guys on speaker pressed to my ear.
Okay.
I'm about to get in this car now.
I think you stay busy with the family, doctor. What are you doing on this app?
Please don't be jealous, though.
No. Doctor,
I'm jealous of you.
I'm not jealous, Dr. Logan. I'm saying it, family comes
I
first.
am so jealous of you.
No, you know why, Nargis, when my wife and I are going out together, if I have my earphones on my मेरे कानों में जब होता है ना, तो she says, what is it that you don't want me to tell you?
Oh. So sweet.
That's flawless right there.
My wife is used to me. My wife is used to me either being on Clubhouse or on business call. I live on the phone. Everything I do is on the phone.
That's disgusting.
So your phone is basically your private chambers then.
Your phone is your wife. That's what it is. No second hand.
And we should find a girl for Amir.
Amir is not. I thought he was married.
He's also an older gentleman. He's 70, almost hitting 73.
No. He's much younger.
Amir is almost 73.
Amir
is an elderly gentleman.
Where's Amos? I think Amos needs to find a wife as well. He wants to find Israeli wife. He's a kibbuznik. I told him he should move to Poland. I even told him, I said, inside Israel, it's so expensive to live over there, right? Leave and you can find 2-3 wives in Manila. There's a story in Haaretz newspaper. There's one, this girl, she said, it's so expensive to live inside Israel. And she packed up and she left to Manila, Philippines. She said, I was only making enough to pay the rent and the other stuff, I couldn't afford it.
Nice trick.
Israel is expensive.
Nice
We
trick.
can put Nargis on the Black Rabbi. Amir, what do you think? We can put Nargis and Black Rabbi together.
Oh, wow.
Nubia, shut your mouth. Come on.
Nargis is
Black Rabbi, boys are confused, so.
Why did you and Black Rabbi marry Nubia? He would make a nice companion to you, Black Rabbi, and you. Both of you can travel the world and spread your religions.
No, my wife, I have a lovely wife. I'm totally happy with
your religions with no mazhabs in it, both of you.
No, I totally get it, doctor. I know your wife is listening to what you're saying, so you have to say all these things.
Yeah, like Scott pinched.
Oh, your phone is your second wife, Doctor.
No, it looks like it's his first wife, actually.
First and only, I guess.
Daddy, you can say hello to us, to our sister, Assalamu alaikum sister. If you're there, just punch Nubian out every day, punch him until he drops his phone. Now we're just going to explain the mustache, or are we just going to have to accept it?
Just enjoy it as you see it.
You look like a straight Michael Jackson in your profile picture.
Yeah, don't get too excited, Doctor. Relax yourself. Relax yourself. Nubia and I don't get along, guys. I just want to let you guys know. Recently, I blocked Dr. Nubia. What?
Did you really? Did you block
him? He's so annoying. We both got into like battles before. Ideological. What ideological? Now we are friends.
Oh, it's like
No. Mustafa. No.
Don't even say it. Don't even say it. Otherwise,
Listen, I was modding with him. I made him mod today. He dropped me in the audience. But then
that guy.
Huh?
That guy.
Yeah.
Who, doctor dropped you?
Oh my God. No, Fayaz, you don't know that story. It's long.
So, see, there it is yesterday when I said how long before you're going to be in the same room together. Remember when I said?
Listen,
wait for 5 hours, 6 hours, baby.
It was funny, bro. Come on, it was funny.
But then
Omar was there as witness.
Yeah. I guess she's gonna have coffee on Rodeo tomorrow.
Maybe the lifestyle takeover of
Hollywood Boulevard, actually, not Rodeo. But she's gonna have coffee on Hollywood Boulevard.
That's Andy goes there. What do you think? I can go there.
Personally, I have personally no problems with Nuggets. I consider her to be a friend, a co-member of our house. I appreciate her philosophical comments and her little murmurs and whispers. They're usually unintellectual.
It is haram to walk into your spaces. That's all
I think you should avoid words like haram. But, all in all. But like I said, I have no problem with Nuggets. Nuggets is one of my besties on this app.
Nice. Wishful thinking is a good thing.
I hate her. My mom's name is Nargis. It's weird whenever I say Nargis on this app. I hate her.
Are you serious?
There's only a few people on this app that I can say I hate, and it's mostly black rabbi. I would literally rip his arms off with my bare hands and
he's so annoying, man.
I don't know, literally hate him.
I have the same feelings about him. I mean, that's one person I cannot stand on this side. Yeah.
Amos is endearing. He's funny as heck. Amos, you dictator. You dictator.
No, the way he says coexist.
Israelian. Israelian.
Yeah. Coexist.
He was here earlier. Sister Izzy, she actually called him out. She said, the Jewish sister that was here, she calls out all this.
This is damn cool, man.
Yeah, she called out the Amos that you are a Nazi and this and that, and he got butthurt. He said, you always talk about Hamas. You talk about what about the 7th of October? And then even Rohan was in the chat in the audience, right? He's like, well, can I put your picture on? I want to see it. I'm like, I'm not gay, bro. Come on. and then she triggered him really bad. He kept on shouting top of his lungs, and I actually had to move him down. He kept on shouting at us, and she told him, like, how many babies have you killed? 20,000 babies on the other side. Why don't you talk about that?
It's a very sensitive chord. Every time.
These people are sick. I mean, when you really just play by play, like when you just really listen to these Zionists, they're actually sick. Like it's madness. Like they have even Morty's the same way. You can talk, hey, this many babies were murdered. Well, they'll just be like, well, it's crazy.
obviously Alon said passionately and mostly nothing at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Naj. Thank you, Naj, just to
How much longer before you're going to be co-modding with that person?
Never.
How long? 3 hours?
Nazi had blocked me right away. Can you imagine? What a
He blocked you?
what a dust.
Nazi,
I called out some real metaphysical flaws.
Doctor, by the way, now, do you believe in Hadith corpus, Doctor?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I'll just leave it.
He does.
Do you care? Do you respect the companions?
yes, I do.
Okay, there's a video on YouTube. We called her out. Me, Nergis, and there's the other brothers. We were part of
I do respect Hadith corpus, Naj.
Look, we used to be
I
part of
know. I
the.
think it was.
We used to be part of this religious. I'm not gonna name any names. We used to be part of the Dawa room, and apparently she sent one of the brothers a message. She cursed the companion. She called the mother of the believers the B word. It's available on YouTube. If you Google it, if you YouTube it.
Wait, Nazi?
Yes, and Nadia and her husband.
Oh, her husband. He's seen something else.
Both of them. I'll put this out.
He used to be involved. I was like,
No. Bro, he recites like he's rapping.
Yeah, I figured. But I cannot believe Nazi said. I cannot.
Okay, I'll back channel you the link. I'll back channel you the YouTube link. Just watch it. It's like only 1 minute long. And I used to go in there in Quran Sakib, I would call it out. And I even told Brother Mahdi, but he's like, maybe it was taken out of context. I said it wasn't taken out of context.
I was the last person you should have told us to because I am gonna troll the shit.
I'm gonna send you the link right now, and just I don't even engage with these characters. Nazia blocked me, and I am happy. I used to trigger her every time I see her come across her or her husband. I'm like, these people shouldn't even be allowed in any Quran rooms.
Yeah, they're Quranists are the Western Quranists, I should say, are very interesting characters. And her husband doesn't even read or speak Arabic, so I'm like, how are you a Quranist and learn the language of the throne? Like, it's just madness. But I still can't believe I have to literally see that. I still can't believe she would actually say that. Like you said, the B word. That's extreme.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a back channel you the link right now. It's a disgusting. Brother, I know all the Quranists on this. The part of Dawah room that we were part of, they all started fighting because of the rooms that we used to host. And Nergis knows them, all of them. I know all of them, every single one of them, what their position is, how many rakats they pray, if they even believe in rakat or salat, it's disturbing. And I got tired of it, and then I was more into the Palestinian thing. I went on Twitter Spaces, and I said, on this app, we don't have a freaking room, permanent room. So I started opening up rooms. The first room that I opened up, you know what the title was? Therapy Room for Zionists. Therapy Room for Zionists.
Hold on, what was it?
Therapy Room for Zionists.
Oh, therapy room. Okay.
For Zionists. Because, they come in, it's like a therapy,
Her husband and I were arguing over the proper way to do the proper shahada and all this madness.
Ooh. What shahada?
I respect the Sahaba. Thanks, I don't know what you're talking about. Again, I'm a non-sectarian Muslim. I respect the Sahaba, I respect the Prophet, I respect all of his wives. I respect all of it. My thing is, my only contention that I always make, and I say it 1,000 times, everyone.
So there's a link right there.
With anything,
Wait, what is a non-sectarian?
I think every document, every hadith should be scrutinized. That's for relevance.
Wait, what?
Okay. I sent you a back channel message, doctor. Please do check it. That's only 1 minute long. If you want to watch it right now. I'm not putting it in the chat because some of the people, they might use it against other people. Anyways, what's up with you, Layla? Anything new?
Nothing. Wait, did he just say that he's a non-sectarian Muslim? What does that even mean?
if you were part of the Dabur room, Layla, you come across people that are non-sectarian. You come across people that are Quran-centric, Quranists, Shias, non-Shia, non-Quranists. They believe in. There's even a guy on this app. I forgot his name. He believes that according to Islam, they were what was it? They were the Jesus peace and blessing upon him was killed or something.
It's quite a considerable number that, but they won't hold to the story of resurrection. Like this would be the difference between like somebody who holds.
Not the brother Sufyan. I don't. No, he doesn't.
Oh, Sufyan. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't. He's a Maliki madhab scholar.
Correct.
I'm so confused.
So Layla, are you Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi? What are you?
I'm not too. I don't get into Islamic debates because I'm not educated.
So look where you're from. A lot of majority of the people are Hanafi. So
I know what I am.
Take the title. You're Hanafi. I can't take the title.
No. I know. I know what I am. I know what I am. No. My I've been taught madrasa and I went to Qalam, so they taught the Hanafi madhab.
Did they hit you? Did they abuse you?
No, well, of course not.
No, at the madrasa they beat kids.
No,
really?
Who's Sunni? Who's Sunni? Oh my God, that's Noah. I can't believe you changed your name again, sister. Something. I went to madrasa school back in Saudi Arabia. They do beat kids, and I told my mom to take me out. I was going to become a Hafiz Quran.
Going to be an atheist or what?
No. I instead of going to school, I saw there was a family friend that started. They left the school, and I was kind of try something new. I think what was it? I don't know, 7 or 8 years old or something. Tried it, did like it, and then they took me out, and then I went back to the regular school. So, did you watch it, Nubian? Nubian, did you watch it, brother?
He's on a walk or something. What time is it for him to take a walk?
He's in the daytime. It's at 12 o'clock. It's the daytime.
It's what time? 6 o'clock.
He's in Saudi Arabia.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's good. But watch the video.
It's right? Dusra by her, I think, over there.
I love it. Whatever he has. Anyways, just watch the video and call her out when you get a chance. It's disgusting, disturbing. So Layla, what you been up to? Are you enjoying the little carts on the side of the road?
No, dude, I got sick.
You got food poisoning, just like Netanyahu?
Yeah.
Netanyahu got food poisoning, guys.
The day that he got it, I got it. I was like, stop for a while.
Oh my God, you guys have something in common, right?
No, please don't ever say that.
No, food poisoning. I'm not saying anything else. Food poisoning.
Yeah, I was tripping out for a second because I was like, what do you mean?
Right.
But it's okay. I'll be fine. I'll survive.
Inshallah. Just drink lots of water. See a doctor or something.
That's what I did, right? And they sent me home with liquid IV. Where I'm at, the doctors ain't it. They sent me home with liquid IV, and they told me to drink water, and I was like, damn, thanks. I'm not gonna get any actual medicine, okay?
Yeah, drink lots of water. Make sure you get spring bottled water, because the tap water you won't be able to handle it.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you're Americanized. That's the problem.
Oh, hell no.
That's the problem with these people that are Americanized, man. These people have been Americanized.
Totally, 100%.
What are you talking about? I can't have a single glass of tap water. What are you talking about? You can be the only one with a freaking hot. I don't have it now.
I get my water from the water store.
Oh, do you buy it from there? Why don't you buy these filtration? Mama, when my mom came here a couple of months ago, she installed like a filtration vision devices on all my taps.
Oh yeah. But I've been using the same water store for the past 8 years or 10 years, so I'm hooked up to that water, that taste. I want that same taste. So even if I move out of that area, I drive about 5 or 6 miles. I take my empty 5-gallon bottles until they're done, right, and then I bring it home. I have a water dispenser. So yeah, I go there
Come
like
and drop it off at your house. Why are you freaking going?
because I did subscribe to Sparklet and Arrowhead. I didn't like the taste.
Yeah.
I just and I'm hooked up to the water store. Water store doesn't do that.
Oh,
I just like
it doesn't
the taste.
deliver or what?
No.
Guys, I love Dasani. I don't know what it is. Dasani.
Do you want to say something? Well,
Ben, hi.
Yep, that's good. So Ben is not speaking. We have Layla. She's speaking. Go on, Layla. Entertain us, Layla.
Okay, let me tell you about the time that I made a Zionist shit his pants. So I'm not even kidding, right? So basically we had like this like tabling thing at our university, okay? And so the Zionist, like, he kept like, so we used to table like every Wednesday, right? Every Wednesday he'd come up and he'd like hog our time, right? So so basically there was one time, right, where somebody wanted to take the shahada at our table. And, you know, like, we were getting the works, we were like coordinating like a shift to come to the table and give the shahada and whatnot, right? This freaking Zionist comes up, okay?
Or
And,
you think using my profile picture will get you more girls? It's not gonna work out. I know you're
and then, I was like, okay. So I was like, hey, do you want a cookie? And I put a lactate, like a few lactates in the cookie. Like, it was like a cookie sandwich, or like, you know, like whoopie cookies, right? So I put a few lactates in the cookie, and I crushed them up and I ate into the guy, right? And 20 minutes into interrupting us, he started to shit his pants. I kid you not. Like, he just stood there and just started just shitting himself. So yeah, I don't know if that was funny, but like, to me it was funny in the moment.
I hope he was wearing a diaper.
No, he wasn't. That's what made it funny.
Yeah. Doctor, did you watch the clip? Nah, bro, you don't miss me, man. Doctor, did you watch the clip?
I mean, we missed you. Come home. Crazy.
Yeah. I asked my dad, right? So I went to Canada, by the way. I talked to my dad, retired, right? He worked over there for 40 years in Jeddah. So I asked my dad, how do I boycott Saudi Arabia, right? He said, just don't go for Hajj or Umrah. You know? I said, it's a yay and nay, right? You have a religious holy place which you're required to, do, at least once in a lifetime. And then you have the leaders in power that they're always about the money. I know what you said to Layla earlier, it was all about the money, right? But I think we'll have difference of opinion. I need some physical people, physically there and doing something on the ground. You know what I'm saying? I know, Nubian, it's what you said, that's a long game about the money thing, whatever.
Dude, what is this Nubian telling you, bro?
So Nubian went back and forth with Layla, right? And Layla, she agreed on certain things she didn't agree with.
Don't agree with Nubian, Layla.
So I agreed with certain things with the Nubian about the money thing, but then the money thing doesn't really matter. The lives matter.
There's honestly so many advances this Nubian in Saudi.
No, he's a good debater, right? I think, how the Zionists, they come in here, they can derail the topic and whatnot. I think Nubian can put everybody, sort of like, give them a good comeback for the debate.
Yeah. He has value. He has value as a debater.
He's got a value, that's why he got pissed off. Huh? But I can't believe, I can't believe you co-modding with that person. I just spoke to you like yesterday or yesterday.
Within 5-10 minutes, I was demodded.
Oh my god.
I mod and I get demodded.
I just spoke to you like, how long are you gonna wait until you're gonna co-mod with him? And you're like, fuck you, man.
I thought of you. I swear I thought of you.
God.
When I gave them one, I was like, shit, I wish I just had watched this one because immediately I was attacked for my metaphysics. You're an atheist. You're a fucking atheist. Like, you piece of shit. Do you understand metaphysics of God?
What is metaphysics of God?
Like, there are many arguments for like God's existence, right? And some of us like hold models that don't look like the typical traditionalist, hardcore, like fundamentalist model, which is fine. But people don't ground to that worldview for God.
Yeah, there's different models, but later some of the models, they get a hold of the stuff. I can explore all the models. She explores all
I have definitely kicked out of the fold many a time.
Jeez, they did the fear on her, they called her Catholic multiple times.
Yeah, I have also answered back with another group.
But Nargis, they did the fear on me as well, like 100 times or 80
Never.
When have they have done it on?
Oh, on you?
Yeah. People have done it.
Yeah.
It's a normal thing.
Guys, I'll be very honest. I don't understand when people get into religious debates on Clubhouse. Like, political debates, I understand, but like, if you guys are all shayukh, you would not need to be on the side.
We're not. Yeah, we're not. I wish we were. But we have Clubhouse scholars. We have Dr.
saying.
More fucking made-up scholars, bro. Like, these are lame-ass arguments.
These are Salafi scholars. What are you talking about? Look at Mikhail. He's a Salafi scholar.
I just come on here to, find arguments.
Control.
Exactly. I don't think debate a role. I don't think religion is something you should rule about. But like, you know what? Either you Allah harm and Allah knows best.
That's true.
Yeah, what the hell is it with Morty, bro? Like, I can see him like being a Zionist in one room and then being a pro-Pally in another room.
Do you not know Morty?
No.
Okay, I'll back channel you something. Okay? Just look at the message.
Okay.
Can I tell you something? Because I heard that couple times you said Farsi is the tribal language. I'm so sorry it's out of your conversation. If you want it, I can let you couple, I don't know, sentence about it. If you don't like it, I can tell you later.
See, you know why I say this?
Yep, what?
We have disgusting Zionist Iranians that come into this room, the Pahlavi supporters, that they justify the killing of innocent Iranian children because they hate IRGC. To piss them off, I say anything to piss them off. Nothing to you, nothing to do with you. It's the one that are Zionist Iranians. So I do everything in my power to say things that I don't even mean. I do it on purpose.
So
brother, it's nothing to do with you. It's not tribal. I know it's not a tribal language. I do it on purpose. I say this.
آره نه این به ماش کاری نداره با اوناست خیلی خونن یه مشت نمیارن
They can hate IRGC, but it's not meaning that you can love Zionism. Do you know?
They do.
They're not Zionist, they was.
Yeah.
So, and do you know? Forget supporting the Zionists. You know this attack that happened recently? They justify the killing of the children, the 50 or 60 children that got killed, because these are the children of IRGC. Any children I see is innocent. You don't attack children. These people come in here, the Iranian Zionists, they justify, and that pisses me off. You don't do that.
But all the Jews are not. It's funny for me because I have a lot of Jews friends in Los Angeles. Actually, all the time they are supporting Israel, but in these 12 days especially, they never support Israel. Do you know? Because they are.
You're wrong. Brother, you're wrong. Inside Israel, I'm talking about Israeli Jews, not American Jews. Israeli Jews, they supported it.
Yeah, of course. No,
because look, the American Jews don't have any say what happens inside Israel. The Israeli Jews are the only one they get to vote.
I told to my friends, they are not my friends. In the other rooms, they are supporting Zionism. I told them, European pushed them to leave the Europe 100 years ago because they are tired because of them. You know, other Israeli Jews, they are supporting Israel and send money to them because they want just keep the Zionism in that land. They don't want them in, I don't know, America, other countries too. Different language, I know. You guys actually started this conversation. So it was my bad because I told you are talking about the tribal language. I want to tell you my. Okay, got it.
It's not tribal language. I know it's an old language, bro. Even some of the scholars on the Sunni side, they spoke Farsi. Anyways,
you know what I mean? The guys who organized the protests here in my city, one of the biggest ones, the ones in downtown, they were the gays from Hillcrest and also Jews from downtown, especially the ones I work with. Nice. Can you imagine?
So the Jews are doing it.
Some of them are quite in it. I think they're feeling embarrassed
or pro-Pali or pro-Israel?
Pro-Pali. What do you mean? There's no such thing as a pro-Pali. I mean, pro-Zionist protest.
No, they have pro-Israel protest. Yeah.
I see. And then they closed down the Starbucks on 5th. Can you imagine? Not the Jews, but the gays. They organized a whole freaking large-scale one too.
I wonder how the Zionists are doing in Malibu and Beverly Hills.
Yeah, enjoying themselves.
And some people live amongst the Zionists. Look at the evil laugh this person is doing. Look at it. Look at this evil laugh.
The lowest grows in the most filthiest of waters. What do you think?
These people, they live amongst the Zionists.
Alayla, the most.
Zionists.
They don't. You should bloom like a beautiful lotus in the filthiest of waters.
You have no idea. My neighbor is a freaking Zionist. So basically, right, I was telling Amir, right, about where I live. Basically, my backyard is a beach. I'm very, very grateful, okay? My freaking neighbor starts, like, setting up his freaking lawn chairs in my part of the beach. And the part of the beach that we have privatized so that me and my sisters can, like, go swimming, right? And we don't have to, like, like we can go comfortably, like there's no rise and stuff, right? This guy starts coming around the fence and starts putting up his freaking lawn chairs. Like, damn, you're gonna colonize my house in America too now? The freak. Starts taking up, like, starts putting lawn chairs, starts, like, putting his stupid succulent plants that nobody gives a shit about. I just want to throw this chair into the ocean.
Oh, why would you grow like succulent plants when you live by the beach? It's so weird.
That's what I'm saying. It's not even the weirdest thing. Oh my god. This guy, he has, randomly every week, right? He just goes out into the ocean and he sets up a tent. And he just stays in the tent.
That's kind of cool.
No, it's not, because he'll, like, get out in the middle of, at midnight, he'll get out and he'll start swimming in the water or something like that.
That's creepy.
I know. Like, me and my sisters one time were coming back from the bonfire, and we saw him. He's just, it's like midnight, and he's just standing in the water, like staring up at the sky.
Fuck, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Buggy.
I used to live by Laura, and there used to be there used to be a lady with like very tall hair, and she used to kind of merit like an erection. And we used to call her the erection lady. So she, listen later, she would like have this cart, okay, from like the grocery store, like Trader Joe's, and then she would like push and walk along the beach. And she lived in one of these freaking magnificent homes. But she, yeah, so her husband left her for some other chick, and she kind of went cuckoo. And so her kids live in the house, but she freaking walks the streets pushing this cart and wearing her like Gucci's and whatnot.
The fuck?
Can you imagine? With her big long hair. Like a freaking. So fucking weird.
That is so fucking weird. I'll probably laugh if I see that. I'm 100. There's no, like, dude. Mountain has some of the weirdest people ever. You know, like, it's all those, like, finance bros and, like, surfers and stuff like that. Like, the hair that gets to their head. You know,
a lot of orange.
Literally, like, you know, I used to have friends like that, right? Especially the ones in high school. Like, a lot of my friends are white. And I'm like, dude, if you spent as much time spray tanning yourself as you did reading about Palestine, you become the next Mehdi Hassan, the next Candace Owens.
It's really sad. The amount of orange, the amount of freaking duck lips I get to see on a regular basis. And the thing is, they get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Because those fillers.
Yeah, fillers are just plastic all around you. Kind of sick of it. I wanted to like pack up at some point. I don't know if I told I made this. Just move. Freaking move. From America. Just go live in like, I don't know, maybe Spain. Somewhere by the beach too. But okay, I got tired of the water, to be fair.
Really?
Yeah. It gets tiring.
Is go and start living in the mountains.
I did.
You do?
I did. I'm close to the hills actually. Yeah.
Oh yeah, nice.
Mountains are the best, man.
I'm building a house in a mountain. Inshallah, in a year, we will move into that house.
It's beautiful, man.
Inshallah.
Mountains speak very different than water does to you.
I like water. I think for me it's just more calming. Mountains give me anxiety because they're so high up.
But once you reach the mountain, on top of the mountain, you're, at level with the mountain.
Yes.
So you shouldn't feel that.
You're not looking up to it. It's living with you.
That's true.
There's something about mountain life. Something really beautiful about it.
Inshallah, this is going to be my.
What about the landslides? What about the land?
Negative Nancy has to speak. Like, why? Why would you think about it? I mean,
This mountain where I'm going to have the house, there are no landslides there in that part of the world.
Is this south or up north?
South, yeah, south. Yeah.
South has beautiful mountains.
Yeah.
And
it's going to be, I live in point A, which is and then my workplace is in point B, which is in a straight line, about 100 kilometers from point A. Then this mountain is in point C, which is about 20 to 30 kilometers from where I work. And then further down. Yeah, it's okay, but it's closer to my workplace. So then I have another, a straight line. If you draw a straight line and if you put 5 dots on the straight line, those 5 dots is literally my life, because my daughter lives in the first dot, then I live, or we live, then my workplace, then my son lives. Then the mountain comes, then the sun comes.
Yeah, it's really nice. All of it in Siratul Mustaqim.
Siratul was absolutely right. Siratul Mustaqim.
Listen, Fayaz, this is, don't dox yourself, but do these mountains contain coffee plantations?
No, it's not the one that you are referring to.
Okay.
No, but I can tell you later, or in the back channel.
Okay.
Sure, that's not a big deal. But what I'm saying is, of course, I must have done something good, some good lately, for Allah to bestow me with all these good things in life. Otherwise, I don't deserve them, to be honest.
Only He who is infinitely abundant provides infinitely in abundance.
Bilkul sahi, absolutely.
Right? To expect anything less is idiotic.
What are your guys' thoughts on Arabic poetry or Islamic poetry or Arabic poetry?
I don't know Arabic. I can read the Quran without making mistakes. I understand it to some extent, but I cannot speak, I cannot read Arabic.
Not your language. Yes. Like none of our languages. I think scripture came to sort of guide. As much as one would say it's good to know the Arabic behind it, I still think the main mission of any scripture from any religion was to show guidance in some form.
Yes, but if Allah wanted to, reveal His words in any other language, He could have still done that. But why did He choose Arabic? Many scholars say that this language was chosen because this is the only language which can be read and understood even by non-speakers of any non-speakers from any area of the world, any region of the world, and they still don't have to know the language to read it. And it is true. I learned Quran by reading Quran. I was taught to read Quran by a ustad, and all that I learned was to read the Quran. If you keep a Quran Sharif in front of me, I can read from Alif Lam Mim up to the end of the Quran without making a mistake. But if you give me some Arabic text, I cannot read it. Yes, I can read it, but I will make mistakes. You get my point. But the same thing you cannot do with other languages. If I gave you a book in French, if you did not know French, you will not be able to pronounce it right. Maybe because the alphabets are English, similar to English. You may still be able to read it, but you will read it as an English text. You will not be able to, pronounce it the way it needs to be pronounced.
What do you mean? That's also taught for us. Even the pronunciation of words in a language like Arabic are still taught. That's how you've learned.
Yes, I know. But what I'm saying is, it's very difficult to learn other languages just by reading.
Phonetics.
Phonetics, yes, that's the word.
True. And every letter would have its own distinct sound, which is very particular to Arabic. At first, we have all the letters, right? And 3 or 4 more added, like p, g, sh, ch, which Arabic doesn't have. But it won't have a distinct sound in the S's, like the th and the whatever, the different S. And Like the Zers will have the
from the throat, guttural, right?
yeah. So in Farsi, it's the S's are S. There's no distinction. Although when you write them, you utilize the different sounds, but not when you say them. Yeah. Like Arabic has
I like to, I like to hear people speak Farsi. That's kind of melodious. I like that. More than Arabic. It's more like I think more romantic, more French in its flow.
Yeah. Also contains quite a few French words.
Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah. Like mother and just any of them. A lot of them. Like here, basic colloquial Farsi contains a lot of French.
I didn't know that.
Probably because of the French rule and the all-inclusivity. So I think Dari would be the original language of the empire. Till like all-inclusivity in the expansion of this empire just led to like a pantheon of Farsi. Just keep adding on to the language.
What is the origin of Farsi? Which
Dari.
is
Afghani speak.
Okay, Dari, right.
Yeah, Dari. I find it hard to understand some of the Dari, which is weird because can you imagine how it changed? Dari must have gone through for it to become Farsi. Some of the basic stuff would stay, but yeah, the innovation to Dari would be the Farsi speakers of today.
But anyways, the Imam Abu Hanifa's opinion was that you could actually, recite in English in your own language, right? If you can't speak Arabic, and his students actually had difference of opinion. So people, that when they're reading when they're praying or during the prayer, they can read, they can cite the ayah or not, they can use the translation. If they can't do it, then for the new viewers until they learn.
It's quite forward thinking.
And that's Imam Abu Hanifa. That's why I was telling Dr. Nufia that Imam Abu Hanifa, he actually, it was more sort of like Quran-centric position, you could say. But there's other madhabs, they do 50-50. You see what I'm saying? And
Nubia is from Sudan.
yes, he's from Sudan.
These are the Sudanese follow like the Ansars that came from the Muhajirin and Ansarin. So these Ansars went to Africa, went to Sudan first and foremost, and sort of settled there. They go back to the time of the Prophet.
Assalamu alaikum, Rahil.
Yeah, hi. Walaikum assalam. Hello everybody, how are you guys?
Very good, Rahil. How are you?
I'm great. Everything's good, alhamdulillah. So it caught my ear when you said Farsi is a romantic language. I agree with you, but I was also agreeing if Farsi is a romantic language, are Persians romantic enough?
What kind of a question is that?
Persians are not romantic.
What is the point of a language being romantic if the people are not as romantic?
Rahil bhai, how do you know Persians are not romantic? Have you interacted with them? Have you met them? Have you lived with them?
Yeah, two very important people in my life were from Iran, and it was beautiful experience. Unfortunately, one of them is not in this world anymore. So all I have is the memories now. She died very young.
So are you saying they are not romantic? Is that what you're saying?
No. They're extremely intense. And romantic will be a very small word. They're extremely intense and dedicated. And they can, I don't know if any Iranians or Persians on the house here, but if they love you, then you are a very lucky guy. And they are very, very selective also. They are very selective.
Have you ever met like a Pahlavi supporters? They're beautiful soul, and you should get in, talk to them, have a conversation. They shout Iran supporters. They use beautiful language. We were engaging with him earlier, and he went down on his own, in the audience. We didn't do nothing. So yeah.
Rahil, I know. Amir, Rahil is a friend. Oh God. No, but Rahil, the thing is, I know. Iranians are nice people. Their language is beautiful, and I don't have much interaction with them. There was one girl who studied with me during the college days. Okay, she was from Iran and she was studying here. That's all. That was the only interaction I had with any Iranian, in life. She was a nice person. I knew her parents. They were nice people. That's all I know. But I know some Iranians on this app, and they're all nice people, nice, beautiful souls. Like Nargis on this app, you see Nargis? She's from Iran, and she's a nice, beautiful person. Okay? So, yes, I agree with you. They're nice. They can be intense also, and I'm sure they're very romantic as well.
We'll have to know Nargis better to know that. But I think, you're right. They're very intense and they can be very extreme also in their feelings. I don't know if Nargis is from Iran or where. Like if they like you, they love you, then you're very lucky, very, very lucky. But if they decide that you're trouble and they don't like you, then you'll have a tough time surviving.
You seem to have had a good experience with them. What happened? Tell us.
I would like to remember the positive experiences, so I remember the negative experiences. So yes, it was very early days of college, when you're 17, 18, those days. So a very, very beautiful experience. And as I told that, unfortunately, it was just for a couple of years. Then we had to part for. And they're very Iranians and Persians are very. What do you say? That protective. That okay, you should marry a girl should marry a boy should marry within the community. That's what my experience has been. They're not very open to people. Their girls, especially, getting involved with a man who's from outside the Shia or Iranian community. And unfortunately, they can be a bit racist sometimes. At least the Iranians I've met in Pune, where I grew up. So, color of the skin is the big deal for them, which is very sad. That is one negative. But anyway, my love story couldn't go the long haul, and we had to part. And then after a few years, I came to know that she has left the world. So that was very heartbreaking for me. This I can't say more about it. Thank you.
Not so racist. Maybe.
राहिल भाई, हमारे देश में भी तो सब कई racist हैं. We are racist to some extent. Indians, I'm saying, we are also racist. So the racism exists in every society, every country. So we cannot generalize. But I'm very sorry to hear that your love story could not be, did not extend beyond a point. But I'm also sorry to hear that girl is no more. But at the end of the day, Rahil bhai, there's only one thing. Okay, nothing is in our hand. It's all predestined. माथे पे लिखा हुआ है, right? So she wasn't, I mean, she wasn't made for you probably, and maybe God did not want to give you a pain, so He took her away before she actually went away. So a lot of things. If you really want to talk about college days and all these broken heart stories, we can have a separate room for that. We can invite everybody. Everybody can share their thoughts and pains.
Actually, you know what, since we're on this topic, so I don't mind sharing a little bit, you know why? Because it might be helpful for people who are listening who have young daughters or sons and all, because this is a very interesting thing, and that is why I feel like sharing. It's okay with you guys. So, our family, and you know, we just can't force people to marry to someone whom we like. Like, can't force a kid to marry someone whom we like. It should be the kid's choice. So, her family were really shocked and upset and angry that how could she even think of a non-Shia guy? You know, Iranians are mostly Shia, and I'm a Sunni, right? Khan. So, so they were very angry, and her uncles and cousins and bundas behind me and all that, which I got a bit scared, but I could deal with that. And then she was ripped apart from me and forcefully taken to America. And then at that time, I don't think there was internet and WhatsApp and all that, so we could not stay in touch. So they literally forced her to take her to America and all to relatives there. And then after a few years, I got to know that they got her married to a guy who was 12 years elder to her, which is fine, who was a Shia, which is fine, and who was extremely religious. Like middle of the night, he used to pray. If you know Tahajjud ki namaz, 3 o'clock in the night, there's the 6 namaz in Islam. He used to pray that. Software guy, drawing a huge salary in an American company, and they used to popularly call him as a Maulana. Although he was a software expert and but still very, very religious. So they thought he's the best guy for her, although a bit elderly, but that's okay. And they got her married. And okay, against her wishes, of course, because her parents forced. Yeah, I don't know what's so funny about that.
He's elderly. He's 12 years old.
Yeah, older to her, I mean. Can I just continue?
Yeah.
Yeah, older to her, not elderly. So then I said, fine, good for her. She's married a nice Maulana religious guy who's doing very well for himself and all. Then after, and she had a daughter also, lovely daughter. I met her once. So then we didn't really stay in touch. It was not the right thing to do. So after 5 or 10 years, I got to know that she killed herself. She took some poison and killed herself. And then all the skeletons came out afterwards that the main reason was her husband, the same Maulana guy, the software guy, who was a extremist kind of guy. He used to not like her wearing Western clothes and men looking at her, and so he used to be a lot of domestic violence and things like that. That too in America, not in India, okay? And poor thing, she didn't get the support she wanted from her family, and she thought the best way out will be to kill herself, leaving her daughter behind. So that's a very sad story, and probably a lesson for yeah, and that's I think a lesson for all of us here. That's why I shared it. So we should never force our children to get married to someone whom we like. We should let children take the decisions and then let them see where life goes. Because whatever good bad happens, then at least they chose that, you know. Because we as parents are not in a position to say what is good or bad, who they should fall in love with. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you for listening.
Thanks for sharing, man.
And thank you, Jazakallah khair, for sharing, Rahel. But did you find another person to get married to, Rahel?
Yeah, of course. Life goes on. Yeah, we all live. But that pain will always be in my heart that at that young age, I didn't fight for her and I didn't do heroism and pull her back or run away. And because of that, today she's up there in the skies, probably watching from there, from heavens. So, but at that young age of 18, 19, you know, you don't have the courage to fight the entire police and gundas and parents and rich and powerful people. You know what I mean? So that regret will always be there that I didn't fight for her.
has something planned for you. You know, that's why maybe it was going to happen. It happened for the best.
It's not your fault, right?
No, it's not your fault.
Don't carry that weight on your back. This is not your fault. She had to do it. And it was her choice. You have to respect it.
No, it was not her choice. No, it was forced upon her. Like she didn't have a choice.
No, we all have choices. Either live or we don't. Living is a choice. It's a privilege.
Oh, you mean that? I thought you're talking about the marriage. For the marriage with that Maulana, she didn't have a choice.
But living in and of itself is a choice. It's a virtue to exist.
No, but see, certain times, it's very easy for us to say that people have choices. But when a person decides to kill himself or herself, I mean, they have really lost all hope. You know, I can imagine. I can't even imagine neither of us that what because you know taking your own life requires a lot of courage. Lot of courage. It's not easy to take your own life unless you're intoxicated or you're under drugs. But if you're a normal person just going through depression, to take this extreme step means you have gone through hell, extreme hell, and that's why you think this is the best way out.
Right, it happens a lot in America. By the way, a lot of people. If you look at the data, you know, there's a lot of people that try to commit suicide. It's because it's depressing, right? You have, you know, a lot of people are lonely. I'll share. This was posted in Times of Israel, Times of LA Times, a long time ago. I forget. I keep bringing up Times of Israel. So this was posted in LA Times. When I used to own a store, I used to read a newspaper hard copy every day, you know, because I was selling newspaper. So there's a story posted. An old man, right? He would go to a park. He was so lonely, right? No family, no connection, whatnot. You know, he started paying people to sit with him to have a conversation with him. You know, that's how, you know, the loneliness, it gets to you. You see what I'm saying? And it happens a lot. Why do you think on this app, there's a lot of people on this app that actually have loneliness as well in their real life? They don't have nobody to talk to. Why do you think people on this app? You know, it's because of that. So what I'm saying, and I've spoken to a few people that were going to commit suicide. They told me that. And I spoke to them in private. So I'm sure a lot of you here.
No. Sorry, you didn't complete, okay. Okay. No, in Japan, loneliness is a very big issue. In fact, they now have government sponsors people to go and spend time with senior elderly people because they commit suicides, they take their own lives. So there are also agencies in Japan whom these elderly people, lonely people can reach out to, and they will send somebody to spend the evening with you. So this is a big thing. I agree with you, but I just want to get back to the point that Rahil was making about. He kept referring to that guy as a Maulana, and he also said that guy was also reading Tahajjud. No, I just want to mention one thing. Just because somebody reads, I don't know about that guy. So somebody reads Tahajjud, we cannot call him a Maulana. Okay? I pray, you know, every time I have a hajat, you know, something that I need to ask Allah, I try to pray Tahajjud. Because if I pray Tahajjud and if I ask for something in Tahajjud, Alhamdulillah, Allah responds. He gives it to me. And this has been my experience. But I am nowhere near a religious person. Okay, people who know me, they tell me, "Tum kab sudroge?" You know what I mean? So that kind of a thing. I don't have any vices, but I'm also not a religious person. So just because somebody reads Tahajjud, we cannot brand him as a Maulana. And we, I don't know why we as Muslims, you know, denigrate the term Maulana. It need not be denigrated. Maulana is a title given to somebody who has studied religion. And this guy that you are talking about, he may not have studied religion. Okay? So this is just something that I wanted to tell.
Yeah,
but no offense to you, right?
No, you're right, Fayaz bhai. But the thing is, he was popularly called as refer to him as a Maulana, like he's such a religious and nice guy, inverted commas mein. So that's why, it was just in lighter vein people used to address him as that.
But regarding tahajjud, Rahil, I tell you one thing. Try to pray tahajjud. I'm telling you, हर एक मिन्नत हमारी पूरी होती है. Literally, God listens to you when you ask Him for something in tahajjud. And I'm talking to you with personal experience.
There's something about that time of the night, right? It works differently. Like spiritually, it just hits a different chord.
That's around 3 in the night, no? You do the. Am I right?
Just before Fajr.
Yeah, just before dawn.
Maybe 2 hours before.
Yeah, that's right. But I tell you, Rahil, it gives you so much peace of mind. You literally are one with Allah when you are praying at that time. When you're in sajda, you literally are transported to the other world. And whatever you ask for, if it is good for you, if it is going to bring benefit for you, you are given. There's no denying that. You are given. Alhamdulillah. So I always suggest everybody, that if you have something, some issue, just go pray 2 or 4 rakat, tahajjud, and just submit the application to Allah. That's it. And do it in such a way, and you do it in such a devout way that He cannot ignore you. But what happens actually is when you are in tahajjud, you are actually alone. Even the people inside your house are sleeping. So literally there is a calmness that you cannot get anywhere else. Okay, during daytime, if you are praying in a room also, where only you are there, you don't get that calmness. But at about 3 o'clock in the morning or at about 4 o'clock in the morning, that's the time when people get the maximum sleep, what is called as a REM sleep, that's the peak of your sleeping pattern. That's the peak in your sleep rhythm. So that is the time when everybody is asleep and deeply asleep. That's the time when you wake up, you go and start praying, and you are literally one with the God. There's nobody around you or between you and God or within you. Literally no one. You are just there with Him. That's it.
Yeah, well said. But but Ryan, there's a lot of Maulana that are good people. There's a lot of Maulana that are bad people. There's even people that are non-Maulana that are good people. There's non-Maulana that are bad people. And you can't just generalize that there was a Maulana and this and that. Maybe Allah knows best. Whatever happened, I don't know. To be honest with you, it's sad. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave her space in Jannah, but committing suicide is actually goes against her religion.
So 2 years ago when I was in Maulana, guys, I have a story to tell you. So the most successful years of my life, in fact, I was so respected, called to places to speak as a Maulana. And soon I had to give up that profession because they didn't find me good enough.
Was it on clothes?
Yeah. It was my class career as a Maulana.
Oh, yeah. And the person is still here who keeps kicking you out.
Don't you still do the work? I mean, I've seen you in the rooms on religion quite often. You are discussing.
She gets kicked out of her own room, brother.
Oh yeah, she told us.
Today is an exception, yes.
It's all the time. It's not just the first time.
It's been a long search for me, Riyaz. I was not raised with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Nargis, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to preach, but this is one thing that everybody should try. Everyone who knows, who wants to practice, who wants to practice Islam, try tahajjud.
Of course, I have, yes.
I'm telling you, everybody. This is what I tell anybody who comes up to me for a solution or suggestion. This is the first suggestion I give them. Whatever I have to tell them, on a worldly basis, once I do that, then I tell them, look, just go and do this. And you also know that in the Quran, literally every word is meant for something. Okay? Every word is literally meant for something. And when you join two words, they give you something else. When you join three words, for example, Ya Subbuhu Ya Khuddus. If somebody is upset with you and somebody is, giving you a lot of problems, all you have to do is look at them and pray to Allah by reading these. These are these two are his names. 99 names. These are two of his 99 names. Okay, Ya Subbuhu Ya Khuddus. It melts their heart, and I have tried it. It literally melts their heart. They have no rancor against you. It literally works. Then I'm just giving you a few, tips. I'm sorry, I'm going on the religious side now. Rahil started it. So, for example, if you read, Surah Quraysh, Lilaf, Quraysh and Ilaf, okay? If you are not able to find, for example, you have to go somewhere, you don't have a transport, you don't have a ticket, you are not able to get an airline ticket, or you're not able to get a car to go, read Surah Quraysh and pray to Allah. The way He arranges it for you, He arranges transport for you mysteriously. You will not believe how it happened. Similarly, there are thousands and thousands of small things like this. Nuskha, like we say in Urdu, nuskha. I mean, small cures for everything. You get it from the Quran. Literally everything. Okay, I'll just be back.
Yeah, sorry, I was not in the network area for the last 10 minutes or something. So I didn't hear if anybody asked me any question.
No, I think we didn't ask him. But anyways, if anybody else want to come on up, you guys want to come on up. I think this room has served its purpose. I don't know. I think I'm probably going to end it. So if anybody want to come on up, you guys want to come on up. If not, I'll be ending the space. And, okay, Kim, come on up, Kim. See what
Assalamu alaikum. I just wanted to say before you end the room, fuck Israel.
Anybody else want to say anything?
Free Palestine as well. Yeah. Fuck Israel. Yeah.
What did you say? Check. Okay, let me see. Let's check. Oh, there you go. Yep, I see it. Okay. Check. Did you get it? person, that person changed his name to send you what he has changed. He's in it, right? He really wants more of the dinero.
We wait and see what's coming.
So are you gonna do it on this expose? When should I be expecting? I need to grab my popcorn and soda. When are we doing? I'm gonna bring my people in.
Not me. Come on.
Who's doing the show?
The official will take care.
The official, but on this app I'm talking about. I thought he's gonna do the show.
I'm not sure. If he's around.
So you have to let me know so I can bring my people, and I can be on this app and just join.
I'm not really like if I'll let you know.
You give us notice. You give me okay. So Nargis, can I ask you this? The numbers, would you say is it 5 zeros?
That largest large also.
No, I know, but other people are they in touch with you?
Yeah.
Okay, how many would you say? 5 people, 10 people? I don't know, I'm talking about the people.
People. Those still on here, still hanging around, looking out. But some others also I heard. That's why I got on. That's what the government needed info.
So your side is 5 zeros, right? Okay. Do you think anybody has 6 zeros in there?
No. Of what I know, not yet.
So I want to give you this scenario. So do you think this person can put his hands up in the air and say that it has nothing to do with me, it's the other party that was involved?
Yeah, can. But that's what they need to do. Which other party? What's your network? Who are those involved? Okay, with you, etc. So this I filed a while ago. It was required of me for the sake of my taxes. And then, yeah. Now I have to let you know.
Let me know. I'm gonna bring my popcorn soda. I'll probably be in the audience. If you do the, make sure you do the room with the blazer.
What's the rules? I don't go hair because of the amount of damage.
रोजी यहाँ पर बैठा होता है.
Isn't it?
पता ना रोज यहीं पे सोता है, हफ्ता सब मुद्दा ही पर ऐसी रहता है. उसी की बात कर रहे हैं ना जो है, वो जो सांस जिसको सही बात है. हाँ वो यहीं पे अभी होना है. रोज उसके हमारे यहाँ रात होती है, उसकी सुबह होती है. वो जाग रहा था पूरी रात.
Anyway, all of understood what it said. Religious voice that drawn into it, damage to a lot of good people.
Man, you know what I would suggest? It has nothing to do with me, but I think if it was my case, I don't know if you signed an NDA. Have you signed an NDA? Oh, okay. Do you know the party's name and company name and everything?
Results, yeah. So.
Okay. So if I was you, if I had the information, I would, once the case goes through, then I've got to bring awareness of this app is all people.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So you would go or something.
So they've opened before. That's how I came to know through some other brother who said, do you know this person? Like, don't ever get involved if there is. I was like, you're kidding me. It's 1 year of misery. I've been fighting this shit out. Not उसको मालूम नहीं है, but with the companies through which these things were done are reputable companies. They should not have allowed them. So those are the ones like that I fought, right? And it's come through almost after such a long time. And now, like, with those friends I have, like Hollywood, the ones make documentaries, he was like, my God, how is he planned it out? Like, this has to be like scam of the
Ponzi scheme, Ponzi.
it's a scam of the decade. The way like all of this was put together. So if they do anything, then probably he was like, let's do something about it. I said, no wait, like you can't jump into it like that till like everything is settled and closed. And then someone is going to get a knock on that door. Because even if the government doesn't care about your personal thing, they still want that dollar amount come out of that taxpayer, right? Who has the funds? They don't want funds, stolen funds, right? Because who's paying taxes on those? These guys are not paying taxes on those.
Yep.
Yeah. So for its own sake, it's going to be after such crime. No, it has to be exposed. It has to be. I don't care. Even if it means like dying for it, I will do it. Because there's so many others who will fall for this shit. Calling people into rooms, talking about how much you've got, this and that.
कितने जूते दिखाता है कंजर.
Let that jutta is an excuse.
जूते तो उसको जूते पड़ने चाहिए. उसी जूते से जूते पड़ने चाहिए.
All these जूते are excuses. उसके पीछे जो होता है, that's a different crime.
वही बात.
Yeah, tomorrow we have a meeting with yeah. After that, like, just give it a little more time. A couple of weeks, 3 weeks. Till I sort of settle this one out and then get to that. What fun. This is why I think when decisions are made based on just this person's religious looks like they cannot do you harm. I've not had that experience now. I mean, for me, like anybody who holds religiosity means they're good. This is what's happening in my psyche. I was on raised with such an environment.
बहुत खराब इतनी अच्छी दोस्ती थी, बहुत खराब कर दी इसने. Blended.
What happened with you?
With me?
Because I wasn't there.
तो मेरे ऊपर उसने 20 रूम चला, 20 से 25 रूम. बीच में सदस्य की जगह मैंने बाबे रखे इसके रूम में, तो किक आउट कर दिया था कुछ रूम बनाया मेरे ऊपर. बार बार पता ही ना होता करना होता है. 3 साल की बच्ची के साथ या उसके साथ जो भी शिया लड़की कोई भी आ रही कि मैं तुम्हारी बेटी है, बेटी के साथ मुद्दा करूँ, ऐसे करते लोग ऐसे. तो मैं जना उनको मार कर दिया, मत करो, निकाले मुझे. तो निकाला, फिर उस कंप्लेन करा, फिर उसके बाद दूसरी कंप्लेन, फिर दूसरा रूम बना, फिर उसके बाद दूसरा ये वो बैक एंड फोर्थ. And then I moved on. I'm like, fuck you. There's a room भी कुछ खोला मेरे नाम पर. कंजर है ना. तो वहाँ से फिर हट गया. और आखिरी मेरा हुआ है अल्टरकेशन उसके साथ, नूरी के साथ. नूरी कंजर जो ना मेरी नूरी और एजे कंजर एक सुअर का बच्चा, पीठ पीछे बहुत गंदी बातें करता है. उसको तो मैं डायरेक्ट मेंटल रिटार्ड वगैरह बोल के उसकी वो क्या कहते हैं ट्रिगर हो गया था उससे. फिर नूरी बकवास कर रहा मेरे पीछे, और फिर मैं जब रूम में आया तो मैंने कहा मैं तुम्हारी माँ के साथ मुद्दा कर रहा हूँ, इसलिए तो और ट्रिगर हो गया. क्योंकि सुनिए ना, ये शिया की टैक्टिक यूज करो तो ट्रिगर हो जाता है. मैंने कहा तुम्हारी माँ के साथ मुद्दा कर रहा था क्योंकि मेरी पता नहीं क्या बकवास कर रहा था. मैंने कहा तो वो आखिर में उसमें से एक कोई मॉड था सारे किक आउट कर दिया फिर उसके बाद आई थिंक दूसरा रूम चला फिर उसके बाद दूसरा रूम तो ऐसे फिर जो है पार्टी प्लेस और ये बन जाते थे यहाँ पर या मेरे को हो गया तो उसके बाद जो है I don't know. I don't think UK वाले ऐसा तो नहीं सर इसके ये कारण है इसका और इसके पीछे पड़े हुए कुछ लोग हैं और ये चोर है लेकिन मुझे क्या पता था कि कब नरगिस लेकिन कब पैसे बताते तो सही मुझे कि पैसे दे रही हूँ
How did I know?
कुछ एडवाइस तो ले लेती कुछ लोगों से
How did I know कि ये है?
मैं तो शुरू से इसको
इंट्रोड्यूस किया और ये सब लोग डाले क्या and then I was very well done but my God such a well done
लेकिन नरगिस मैं डे वन से जब से रूम शेयर किया जब से फ्लैक्स करता तभी बुलशिट में लगता था क्योंकि जो भी फ्लैक्स करता है सब बुलशिट जैसा पता है ना यहाँ इस ऐप में मैं बिजनेस लोन के अंदर जॉइन किया था ना चाहिए वहाँ पर इतने बुलशिट आते हैं मेरी इतनी प्रॉपर्टी मेरे इतना बड़ा बुलशिट लगा था जिसकी प्रॉपर्टी होंगी ना वो कभी बकवास नहीं करेगा ना पर आकर फ्लैक्स करने के लिए फ्लैक्स सबसे हम एडवाइस तो ले लेते कुछ पूछ लेते चलो इट्स ओके व्हाई नॉट आपको लगा कि तो देखते हैं क्या होता है
I mean there is a system of justice by which like this world is governed I've never lost hope
inshallah I hope you win the case
yeah I hope the wrongdoers get caught because they're creating more harm for others ये जो लड़का है जिसने सलाफी लड़का जो दूसरे लड़कों के साथ उसने इसके बिजनेस में इन्वेस्ट किया है और उसने कहा कि इतना पैसा हम लोग को लेना इसके बिजनेस में और पूरा का पूरा ये चोरी किया एक साल से इससे पूछ रहे हैं and आखिर वो आके मुझे बोले almost years requesting so much कुछ करवा रहे हैं क्योंकि ये जरूरी है इतने लोग क्योंकि मुसलमान रूम्स और इस्लामी रूम्स इधर बना था तो इसलिए सबने सोचा कि कभी भी ऐसा काम नहीं करेगा लेकिन direct investment जो इन लोगों ने किया है 2022 इसकी ही direct company investment इसने जो भी किया है has not just not provided a profit on the investment इसने वापस ही नहीं दिया it's unbelievable these are large amounts including mine and some others who joined so it's almost at 30-40 people of which I know of which
कितना होगा 5 लाख होगा ये जूते खरीदते रहते हैं लॉन्ड्री के अंदर
uses this web something whatever the fuck it is even I should give up
no inshallah I think
every time I do like my heart just sinks and I feel I was so embarrassed for a few months because I have been a business person
इसलिए गायब हो गए
the depression was fucking violent dying and imagine that having a child being answerable for him and falling for something is not based on a man because I thought एक साथ जो ये जो Islam का दावा करता
50 से ऊपर
of course
50 से ऊपर किया है
way
यार
What's going on here, man?
Yeah, hang on. Please calm down. I'm about to end the room anyways. I'm just trying to finish this. Yeah.
But I'll let you know. At least अब मैं नहीं बोल सकती. मैं तुझको मैसेज कर दूँगी.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
चलो अपना ख्याल रखना और एक और सवाल क्या ट्रस्ट कर सकता हूँ बनोगी मॉडरेटर कैसे रहूँगी
लेकिन मैं in and out
उसके पास चली आती बार
नहीं I'm in and out working. I'm just in and out. But yeah, when everything is resolved,
बनोगी ग्रीन स्टार बनोगी
थोड़ा टाइम लो मुझे
चलो कल परसों ट्राई करते हैं चलो इंशाल्लाह पे बात करते हैं thank you for the share. Thank you guys for coming, guys. Sorry, we were engaging in it was a secret conversation, confidential. When the time is right, you guys will find out, inshallah. But until then, please don't trouble your mother and don't trouble your brothers, sisters, your family members. Just take it easy with them. And we'll be in touch with you tomorrow, later today when I open a fresh new room. Thank you for coming. Assalamu alaikum. Take care, guys.
That also before they actually announced when he died, right? Because a lot of times people get so caught up in religion, they forget about the relationship. They forget about when if we're going to talk about God, right? When God is speaking to you and giving you information, right? That trumps anything that's just willy-nilly, even on the news. Because even the news, everything, they give you bits and pieces and they throw in lies in there as well. And this is why critical thinking skills is a lost art. Because a lot of times people receive whatever information, they don't tell you everything, especially when it comes to the Roman Catholic Church, is because they don't want you to know. There's things that they keep secret and hidden because it's not for, they don't want the public to know because they feel like the public is either stupid or don't have the capacity to understand why they hide certain things, and then they're scared they're going to be accountable for the things that they do hide as well. So I'm speaking from, let me tell you about me. I was in Catholic school for 7-8 years. I had to learn everything from the root of the tutor. I couldn't even pass to go to the next grade. So you're not speaking to somebody who does not know about the Roman Catholic faith. And I land here. I have been to Rome. I've seen the Sixtine Chapel. I've been to the Peter Basilica. I've been to Spain and seen the La Sagrada Familia that has a museum attached. I've been to Israel. Okay, I've been to all the lands that the Bible derived from, besides Egypt, and maybe went a little bit in Jordan. So I'm not speaking from someone who has not actually experienced these things, seen these things with my eyes, put the little pieces together, and even then, I don't have all the answers. So I only speak on what I actually know, and that's what I was talking about when I interrupted Magnetic about, when she was speaking about the death of the Pope and the code, to remind everyone that was listening that he opened portals before he died. That's all I said. And I don't know how this turned into, I need to tell you what, social media. It's not that serious. It is not that serious. I'm glad that you're well schooled in your theology and understanding the Bible. I hope you know about the Apocrypha, and if you don't, check it out. And that's it. Alema.
Yeah, so I'm sorry that
He's not well schooled. He's given the Bible in the exoteric format. That's the
girl. I was being nice. I was being nice.
We can't be nice with these people. They're crazy, girl. She don't want to give out that bullshit in that upside down version. No,
We can't even talk about Mommy Wata.
Yeah, so
Okay, so go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to what you said. So I don't think my response about the doors had anything to do with what you said. I think I wanted to let you finish respectfully. But my response was just basically on the general idea that they mean anything else other than what they meant traditionally. And I'm sure you know, with your experience and your studies of the Catholic Church and going to Catholic school and things of that nature, I've been to Catholic school as well. I mean, I'm sure that you understood or should have understood about the tradition. You know, the tradition has been carried out every 25 years, 15 years or so when these things take place. So it wasn't a response to what you were saying about them. I sure conspiracies about like the news and things of that nature, you know, I really take no part of. But you know, I mean, that's pretty much where it's at. I don't think the response was towards you. I think the response was generally that on social media, people believe that these portals meant something other than what they actually were. And that's because TikTok and things of that nature came about after the first one that occurred, well, not first one, but it's been going on for 1,400 years. As you know, right, from what you studied, the opening of portals happened was going on for 1,400 years at these 5 basilicas. But what we noticed is that TikTok came on the scene after the last time the doors were open, which is around 2015, 2016, and people started to take them in a different way. So that's pretty much all I was highlighting. And about the whole thing about Christian comes from the word Cretan. That's actually been proven to be false. The etymology of Cretan don't match with Christos. Christos comes from the Greek word to rub on, which is where we get our word Christo, right? It comes from the whole idea of rubbing on or to smear on. That's where it comes from, which comes from a Hebrew word that's already used.
Sir, the Christos is the Greece, and the Greece is a sacred elixir that's located in the central nervous system. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay,
and
so I'm talking about the etymology.
And Christianity go hand in hand, and it means imbecile, stupid, not get all.
Yeah, Magnetic, can you provide any type of proof of that?
I'm talking about Christian comes from the word. Don't you got something in your head that's called a smart home? You can do it yourself.
So, well, I'm asking you because you make the claim, right?
I don't care if I'm making the claim, but that means you need to go look it up.
Well, here's the thing. If the idea is that we should look up what somebody's saying, then I think that should be something you should have done, right? Like, for example, when I mentioned Christos, which is actually a Greek word, actually spelled with Christos, right? Christian, tien, the suffix tien actually means those who are related to. Christianity means those who are related to Christos and also practice those things that are related to Christos. So that's where it comes from. The word Christos itself is not original to the concept, though, because again, he came as a Jew, and the Jewish people was being dealt with. So
Jesus was a female, and the word Jew is the root word of jewelry, and the jewelry will take you to something called family crest, and the family crest gonna take you to somebody called the people that stole a lot of our shit, which we the motherfucking Moors and shit. So we ain't trying to hear what you're talking about. The
Moors would have been in the 8th century AD.
You're speaking mumbo jumbo stuff. What you about to say, Rock?
Well, no, it's not. I'm just trying to. Yeah, Magnetic. I'm just trying to set some things.
Jews ain't even real. That's talking about the jury. It's giving you codes and symbols. The jury esoterically. The jury is also speaking about inside the body is connected to the 7 of the chakras, sir. It's connected to how you raise an ascension.
Okay, so, all right, no problem. So what I'm asking is that, okay, there's a lot of claims to be made here, right? So number one, when we're talking about the Moors, they stole from the Moors. How could
the Moors stole from people?
So how could a religion? Let's look at this claim for a second, because we're making it an anachronism. The Moors were for the Islamic caliphates that ran through Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. Those Moors actually ran themselves up and took over much of Europe in the middle of the medieval period, right? Christianity actually has its roots in the 1st century. And Christianity has its...
religion is a fairly new concept brought to the realm. If you don't knock it off, that shit is new as fuck.
No problem. I don't think I have to...
In primordial times, we never had a religion or Bibles. What are you talking about.
No problem, but
you all with this new age shit. And from the reconstruction to the construction, y'all just lost. Get out that motherfucking Bible. But listen, if you really just want to learn that Bible, I mean, you want to be in it that bad, then okay, the Bible do got hidden information in it, codes, clues, like I was saying earlier, but you wasn't in here. Go learn it from the ESO. Listen. Go learn those scriptures from the ESOTERIC way. Please, if you learn it from that way, we can really talk. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can talk to you now. The way you got it going on, it's gonna be bullshit. Because I understand that Bible from the esoteric and the exoteric format. And you only trying to give up that one unbalanced version of it, and that's not good. Motherfuckers is tired of that version. That's the belief base. The way you're giving it out is trying to keep my people vibrating in a 10% or less thought form in a belief-based system. Belief systems are null and void now, sir. We're in something called the no.
I hear what you're saying, but
you cannot put us under that spell anymore because that shit is dumb.
It's not
it don't
about
work.
It
is one. It used to be one on me, but that shit ain't no more. And now I understand it from both formats. One format is lies. The other format is the truth. And you want to be on the lie. That's dumb. Go learn from this other version.
So what I'm trying to do is just understand where you're coming from, respectfully, just, and a lot of things what you're saying I'm sorry, they just don't match up with history, like the Reconstruction period. That was after Civil War, and that was like maybe 1,000 years or so after the time of the Moors. And the time of the Moors was almost 1,000 years after Christianity. So I think when you're putting all these things together, sure they sound nice.
Boy, I'm talking about
but they're just not.
I'm talking about a new reset. Boy, this is you so stuck in that damn Bible, you don't even know when we had a reset. That shit was not that far along. That shit was not that long ago, sir.
So maybe I want to
Bible is made up.
Okay, no
the
problem.
Shit you talking about that you trying to equate to 1 BC and all this shit, that shit is made up, sir.
Okay,
it has a meaning there, but it's not the meaning that you think it's saying at all.
All right, no problem. So, what do you know about Christianity? When did it start?
I don't give a damn when it started.
So, I mean, even if you're against it,
that shit is not real.
Well, hold on, no problem. But if one says that it's not real, and one
is shit is not.
I would think that they will.
From the context of you, the way you give it out, none of that shit is real.
No problem. But I feel like if one is if you're going to be in your position, which is fine, then I think that you should owe it to yourself and others to actually prove what you're saying, or have knowledge of what it is that, even if it's a lie, to refute it. And the thing is that if I'm talking about the Bible,
didn't your God tell you that to not talk to people that you're not that you're unequally yoked to?
No, it doesn't say that.
The
Bible doesn't say that.
It's bullshit. So it ain't that serious. I'm not gonna argue with you over something and you in a belief system.
So magnetic. The Bible actually does not say that. It doesn't
Let me tell you something. You really in too low of a system for me to even be conversing with you. Because right now you think you can pull off my frequency, but I'm not a transmute energy, buddy.
Okay, no problem. So
you're giving us information wrong, and this is not a Bible thumping room.
Okay, no problem. No. I'm not trying to make it a Bible thumping room. What I'm saying is that in your claims about the Bible, right, I'm verifying if you're familiar with what it is that you're saying, right? So, for example, when you say that, Christ is a female and this, that, and the sort.
I said, what did I say? I can't go to where it says she a female now if you want me to. I didn't say that, so you're lying on me. I said Christ is a sacred elixir located in the central nervous system, sir.
Okay, did you not say Jesus was a female?
Oh yeah, that he is a she. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, can you provide proof for that?
Well, your scripture said that Jesus was born over virgin birth. And that virgin birth is very significant, and it's good that it said it because I suppose. So the virgin birth mysteries are the parthenogenesis mysteries, which we only birth females from that, sir. So yes, she is a female. And two, the letter J is still not in you guys' alphabet. So at that time, they were using the small letter I. So instead of Jesus' name being spelled J-E-S-U-S, it will be spelled I-E-S-U-S. When you have two vowels right next to each other, you drop the second one. You can drop the second one. Hold on. You can drop the second one. So that means instead of I-E-S-U-S, because we learned that in school, you're going to say it's I-S-U-S. So I-S surely sounds like my sister Isis, which was the youngest female principal that you guys came to colonize when she was on a low vibratory rate.
Well, hold on.
What are you talking about?
So let's back up a sec. So here's what we're talking about. There's no. Okay, no problem. So, I don't want to say things with your mother or anything like that, but here's the thing. So, all right. So number one, I just want to talk about a couple of things you just said. So number one, there's no feminine pronoun that's ever used for Jesus at all in the New Testament. So we can't conclude by this thing of a part of Jesus. Okay, no problem.
What you say,
so
bro?
Also the whole thing.
No,
also the whole thing about.
Because you've been trying to debate him off this Bible bullshit.
No, I'm not trying to debate. All I'm saying is that.
Wait, hold on. I want to hear what Rock has to say because me and him was on the same level. This information. What you say, Rock?
All I wanted to first and foremost, because I'm gonna give respect where respect is due. I appreciate the brother approach, being diplomatic and patience. Right, that's something I can rock with. However, but that was her point when you said this is spoke about in the New Testament. A lot of this modern information is made with a twist. It's a great ritual to remove you from your original mind. I don't have a problem with your belief, Kevin. My thing is this: how can we all come to a medium? I said this before. The thing about the information that me and Magnetic and Shadi is speaking from, people like Barack Obama, not Barack Obama, I don't know why he came out. People like Bobby Hemmett, people like Phil Valentine, people like Eileen Bay. These cats can take the information no matter where it's coming from an Islamic, Moors, Judaism, and can relate to how it metaphysically makes sense, right? To what's actually being spoken about. But when you, coming from your perspective, it's like, okay, but this is what I'm saying, and at the same time, if you don't see it this way, then it's like we can't have a conversation. That's kind of like what you're telling me in Magnetic. If we're not seeing it from your way, we can't have a conversation, and that don't make good solutions, or you know what I'm saying, or good resolution.
Yeah, I don't think. So I never said made a claim of the sort. I don't think I ever said anything about, well, if we're not speaking the same thing, we can't have a conversation.
No, you didn't say that. I assume that. But what I'm saying,
okay, no problem.
I'd rather listen to you and sister have a conversation, right, and see how y'all can relate versus going at it, because it's like you want to, you're trying to trump her information.
Well, exactly. Even when I said portals instead of doors, he had to say no. It's doors. We know what we're talking about. Sir, it's in the chat. Sir, it's in the chat. And this is on replay. Like I said, it's almost like you want to try to just, you got to, the etymology of the word, or I got to twist the word, or we're saying you don't need that extra sauce on there. Like, I said what I said, she said what she said, he said what he said, and you said what you said. Nobody's trying to change what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? It's a respect level, right? It's not. It's almost like it's being antagonizing. Like, oh, let me play. Actually, that's not what it is. What it still is a portal. Whether you want to call it a portal, a door, whatever the case may be. What I said was what it was too, right? So we can't have it, and this is why I said earlier, we cannot have a true discourse unless research and time has been in what we're talking about, because then we're just talking at each other, and that's what I also said in the chat.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with you. I think research is the way we have a common conversation. What I'm about is actually the objective truth, which is what I'm talking about. For example, like I hear a lot of things that Magnetic says, and I respect her. It's her space and things of that nature. But I will object respectfully, because the information presented is just not what it is. For example, the whole idea about ISIS being the name of Christ, that's actually not true. The word for Christ, where we get Jesus from, is from a Greek attempt to spell Yeshua in Jesus. Jesus, because the Greek doesn't have a J, nor does the Greek have a Y. So what the Greeks did in order to try to sound out the Y, they combined two Greek letters, which is iota epsilon. And iota epsilon, which is the beginning of the Jesus, was an attempt to spell the Hebrew Aramaic name, who is Jesus, which is Yeshua. So Yeshua is actually the name of Jesus. Yeshua was translated into Greek, which becomes Jesus. And Jesus, because it's Greek oriented, when it came in contact with Germanic languages, that's where you get the letter J from, which is your Latin languages, like, Spanish or like English or Germanic, just your Germanic languages, both Latin and Germanic based. So that's where it comes from. It's not a conspiracy or...
I know what the AA says. It's still talking about, you can still break that down to ISIS, sir. I know what the hell I'm talking about.
You can't, because you don't have...
I ain't retarded now.
Yeah, so that would be impossible, because if you were to spell out ISIS, for example, in Greek, it doesn't spell out the same way at all. Like,
we ain't talking about Greek. We talking about pre-creation information. Who are you talking about?
Yeah, no problem. I'm just trying to deal with the
modern world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You not understand. I get it. You can't understand this world I'm talking about.
Okay, so I mean no hostility. All I'm talking about is when I came in this room, I heard things, especially with the religion that I deal with and the space that I deal with, a lot of things that just aren't, respectfully, just aren't true. So what I wanted to ask was, where was this information coming from? Like a lot of things I said about history, a lot of things about Christ, this is why this, that, and the third, and everything else just doesn't chime well. Like one of the basic things about Christianity, for example, when it says that he's female, the Bible actually doesn't posit an idea that the advent of the person of Christ took place in the incarnation. It won't be his birth that actually makes the person is who he was before, right? That's why we have in the prologue of John, in Arche and Logos, right? In the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God, all things were made through him. And without him was not anything that was made. Then in 14, we have where it says, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory as the only begotten of the Father. So then we also have in 18, and no one has ever seen God except for the only begotten God. He has come. Notice the pronoun, otus. He has come to make him known. So the Bible fundamentally does not teach the things that are being said in this room. And I think, and you guys should respect that an advocate or an apologist of any standard should have respect enough to kind of interface and see if those things are actually fundamentally true. Right?
I understand that, but let me ask you a question. Sure. Do you believe, and I have my own answer, but I just want you to spill on it. You believe that the Bible itself is a history book or a book of historical events?
Yes.
And that's where we're going to have disagreements. You know what I'm saying? Because we can understand the book without seeing it from a literal standpoint. In my mind, it's metaphysical. When you speak about Jesus, Yahshua, Joseph, Abraham, and all of them, when you look at esoteric information, it's broken down deeper and from a metaphysical, right? There's a difference between the two terms. You've seen really...
What is metaphysics?
I'm about to get into it. That was my next statement. There's a complete difference between esoteric and esoteric, right? And you're coming from an esoteric, which, again, a lot of the people who are speaking this new information, like the Sister Magnetic was saying, this modern information going back 2,000-3,000, bro, that's like 2 seconds old compared to where we coming from. It's new information, and I don't have a problem. See, the thing about information is I don't believe in right or wrong specifically. Information is information. It's just where the individual who is analyzing it or observing it can see it from a level of consciousness. And a lot of
that wouldn't be what esoteric would mean, right? All esoteric means is that which is understood by a small group of people. That's all esoteric means. So it's not esoteric within itself doesn't carry any level of understanding of information. Esoteric. Here's the thing. So esoteric means to be understood by a small number of people. Like, for example, if the country is 90% conservative and then only...
No, brothers, you don't have to preach to me. I just looked up the definition before I even spoke. But the point that I'm trying to make is it's the so-called new information that you're speaking of. It's not information that's going to resonate in a deeper understanding. No one is refuting your information. All I'm saying, how can it relate to information that we're speaking on? versus you're saying, hey, what you're saying is not correct, or you're saying something that's incorrect. What you're telling me is your truth, and it ain't gonna get no deeper than that. To be honest, Kevin, like you're giving me your. Think about it. It's really common sense, even though common sense is not common anymore. You are literally giving me your perspective, like your view and how you see things, and your brain and all the makeup in that paradigm, bro, is coming from you. But that don't make it fine truth, if you understand what I'm saying. Don't make it wrong.
So here's the thing. So the Bible does teach very, very deep things about spirit. We're just, you keep talking about as a rule.
Dimensional objects, bro.
Well, here's my thing.
So let me ask you something real simple. Are you or the Bible? Which one is stronger?
The Bible obviously is stronger. So let me know which one to finish my statement here. So
no. Are we getting that though? I said it's you or the Bible. Which one is stronger?
The Bible.
Okay, we definitely not.
No problem. Let me just. I mean, it's fine if you make claims, right? But I think those claims should be.
But what I'm saying is, when it comes to made the book, bro. It's simple. Man made the book, but the book can't make a man.
Well, that's fine, but then that will be circular because if man is greater than the book and the book is the product of man, that means I'm facing the same greatness of myself. But that would be circular reason.
Bro,
but hold on, I just want to make this
You said in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was God, right? And the Word became flesh. That's the answer right there.
Well, if you understand it, that is. So here's the thing, right? So it's not that Christians are in lack. Let me just finish, brother.
My question is that you are greater than the book. You are three-dimensional being, right? You're a multi-dimensional being.
Right, but if you talk about
that was created in this hemisphere.
Okay, so if you talk about myself as a three-dimensional being, three-dimensional information cannot in no way compare itself to transcendental information or transcendent information. So hold on, let me just finish what I'm saying. So when we're talking about aspects and ideas in the Bible, sure, they can go really deep. Just that as a practice, I'm not at liberty to talk about such wisdom if one is not shoulder to shoulder or on the same yoke as me is what these things understand. The Bible has a plethora. For example, we're talking about logia or logos, as we're talking about. I'll give you this. So logos, for example. Let me ask you a question. What is logos? What is the concept of logos? No problem. Okay, say you give up. All right. So again, I don't
know that verbiage. You can
no problem. So here's the thing. I think that in these esoteric circles, information becomes extremely attractive because the way that they're frameworked and what they're talking about. And they speak of these things in comparison to a traditional view of the church because they feel like the Bible lacks this vocabulary or lacks these concepts when the opposite is true, right? The Bible's chock full of them. And wisdom and understanding, even from the conceptual, either from a transcendent standpoint or from a peer-to-peer, meaning man-to-man, or even a lower point of that, could be understood. Like, for example, there's tons of patristic sources that talk about this. The reason of God, logos, information, the fluctuating information that upholds all things, existence itself, right? These things can be talked about. But the liberty of talking about these things always has to come to the front door, who we will call the person or man you will call Yeshua or Jesus Christ. Christ says, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. There's no way to the Father but by me. But he's also called within that same gospel the Logos, right, or the Word of God, which the Word of God is understood to be the conceptual information that either we can perceive or cannot perceive from a metaphysical standpoint that upholds all things that we are: matter, physics, mathematics, logic,
what's the point?
Morality. So hold on. So the thing about it is that so the idea when we deal with Christianity is that it comes with the presupposition as though we lack this understanding. Well, we do not, right? Just that the understanding of such things must be governed by the truth in which those things are frameworked. In other words, I'm not at liberty to use the palette or paint of the Bible to go and paint my own picture, right? I don't only, because it is a set principle to deal with the truths in which the Bible is even talking about. There's a theological goal in the Bible, meaning there's a goal to it. There's something that's going to happen, and there's a goal for every man, woman, and child that puts themselves in Christ, and there's a goal for every man, woman, and child who do not put themselves in Christ, right? but it doesn't lack these things, right? So when we're talking about like information, sure, the Bible has a lot of this, right? But if we're going to talk about these things fundamentally, we must agree what they are objectively. Like when I ask you what is logos, you say you're not familiar with my terminology. Fine, but if you don't understand what it is, do you also think that it's true that you can just use logos or word of God or if you like? No, I mean you can't.
How
because you're at liberty.
that help me survive in this dimension? This
Okay.
thing that they call.
Can I interject? Can I interject? Can I interject briefly to help? Facilitate this confusion. Now I'm going to play by Kevin's rules for 2.5 seconds. Now, Kevin, do you believe, since you strongly believe in the Bible, do you believe the other part of the Bible is not just a religious text? It has spiritual aspects to it that are only unlocked and secrets that come from the Holy Spirit to interpret. So until that relationship is connected to the author of the book, right? Then there's no way to interpret everything. We're just going by what we think or our logic. There's certain things that are only unlocked when you tap into the creation, the creator, right? Because it's not all about us. Because we can all sit here all day and interpret things any which way we want and be wrong as the day is long. Can we at least agree to that?
Sure. I mean, I would agree with that because if you look at John 16, for example, Christ even says himself, "I have many things to share with you, but you cannot bear them. But when he, the Holy Spirit, comes, he will teach you all things. He will not speak of himself, but only speak of those things which he have heard. And those things he have heard, he have heard from me. And what I received from the Father, and therefore he will take up what is mine and show it unto you." So the whole idea there is that, yes, one cannot interpret Scripture unless one has the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit goes hand in hand with the Scripture because it is also believed that the Holy Spirit is the author of such Scripture that come through men who are moved and inspired by the Spirit of God, right? So, yes, that prerequisite is definitely there. We shouldn't be trying to do it based on our own way. Exactly. However, when we're dealing with something such as the Holy Spirit, we must also understand that the Holy Spirit is going to be one that's going to be an advocate for truth. Would you agree with that? In other words, the Holy Spirit would not vary on truth. It's not going to speak a lie, for example. You would agree, right? So if the verification of the Spirit is truth, then therefore the Spirit must base its conclusions on objective reality. It can't base them on subjective whims, right? And the Spirit, being a part of the Creator or proceeding forth from the Creator, who is the Father, if he is making claims about the world, those things must be falsified. They have to be falsifiable. In other words, if someone says they're getting information from the Spirit, and then one goes about and says things that are incorrect objectively, then if the Spirit does speak truth, then one can deduce that they're not hearing from the Spirit.
Kevin, can't let you slide like that, bro. So if you say, given what you just said, right? The truth has to come from the Spirit. That ain't gonna be about no Bible at that point.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, I see the magnetic. You're talking about Chris. I think you're referring to the Egyptian word, right? Yeah. So let me tell you a little bit about my background. So I have studied like pyramid texts. I have studied a lot of things in Egypt. I'm not trying to showboat or nothing like that, but
no. My next question was gonna be, is this your original plethora of knowledge? Like this is all that you've been studying since? I don't know how old you are, brother, but I'm pretty up there, right? So how long have you been studying what you?
Long time. I mean, I've always been a Christian. My dad has been one of knowledge. I've studied Egyptian, the Nile.
What's a long time? What's a long time?
Well, I would say probably all my life. I would say ever since I was 12 years old, I've been involved with different forms of information. But I'm 40 years old now, so I think that's almost 30 years of studying. And I've always had a heart for it. Like, I read stuff by, Jacques Vallée and people like Graham Hancock and, some of the more fringe archaeology stuff, even the information from Egypt, Canaan, and Israel by Donald B. Redford. I read various lexicons. I read various authors like Dr. Michael Heiser, Daniel Bayarin. I dealt with Egyptology. Like I read about the pyramid text, coffin text, book.
You keep saying Egyptology. Do you think that's the preference we're coming from?
No, not at all. But I see that magnetic and put the word Chris. Like the word Chris actually means to be buried. The root word for Chris does not mean Messiah, right? When we look at, so the only time we see the word Chris,
the Chris isn't a Chris. If you understand, you don't even know how I'm saying it. So you always knock me down. You want to knock me down so bad.
No, I don't want to knock you down.
What's crazy is you don't understand that I stand 10 toes down on any of my scholarship, sir. You can't knock me down, and you can't try to gaslight me on my mama. Because one thing about me, I'll make sure when I put in that chat, I'm gonna make sure I get some research on it.
Okay, no problem. So
every time it's like you're looking at. First of all, you chat gazing. I'm just calling it out. You chat gazing on magnetic. Every time she spills something, you speak on it. You can be having a
Can I hop in there?
No problem.
Hold on. Let the man chime in for a second.
I've been listening for a minute, and I get lost as the dialogue go further and further. You know what I'm saying? I think Kevin made a point, and we have to all respect that point. Point is that when we say certain things, we can't just simply make up what certain things mean and then run with it and create a narrative around it. We have to at least, first and foremost, have a place by which we get these things from and understand what they mean to the people where these meanings were derived from. So when we talk about things like Christ, where did it derive from? Which people did it derive from? Christ is an equivalent to a Messiah, which is from the Hebrew word Mashiach, which is from the word Mashach, which means to rub, to anoint. They didn't just make these things out of thin air. And if we don't accept that, right, and we just simply say that Christ means this, it means something else completely foreign to the people who it first derived from, then we got a problem. And that's what Kevin is trying to point out.
Rob, and I'm speaking from, I don't mean to cut you, brother. I'm going to let you come around. I'm going to just give you 2 seconds.
You ain't cut up my views off. We was finished anyway. Plus, we can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I can hear him. To me, he was going in and out.
Can you hear me?
I can hear him. I can hear you, Rob.
Yeah.
Can everybody else hear Rob?
Can anybody else hear me?
No, I can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I was actually gonna yield to Brother Yes and let him finish, but the thing of it is, okay, I'm 49 years old, right? So I've been around the block a few times. My thing is, it's information. Now, if we're gonna be honest, this is right here the normal American conversation. You got people outside of this corporation, because this is what it is, right? That has never had access to the information that we're talking about, nor is privy to the information, right? They have their own culture and how they see things. And it's like, how dare me say that, hey, this information that you're talking about, I don't even know what this is. This is nonsense. Like, it's going to come off egotistical. I respect the paradigm and his mindset. I'm talking about Brother Kevin. But every time somebody else speaks, whatever their plethora of knowledge is, he automatically has a defense for it. That's ego. Automatically, you show me that you're not open-minded to have an actual conversation.
Well, I wouldn't call it ego. Like I said, I'm an apologist. An apologist is one who is in defense of. That's why.
You know what ego means?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me stop for a second. Because number one, Sandra was trying to speak. And before I let Sandra see it in two seconds, is the fact of, right, if we really want to get to the word, right, it also says, don't throw your pearls to swine. And if someone doesn't receive what you're saying, dust it underneath your feet. And at the end of the day, regardless of where you got your information from, right, you can always, it does not hurt. Like today, I was sitting in my friend wanted me to visit her church. I listened to what they said about how many angels were actually named in the Bible. They said only 2.
I knew immediately they were incorrect. Why? Because I read about. Did I challenge anybody in there? No. I took my own due diligence to verify what I already knew, and knew there were at least four to five angels, and it was actually four angels mentioned in the actual Bible. And then I reread what they said, and I said, oh, they were talking about the ones they actually, the ones on the one side, but not the ones on the other side. See, it's okay to disagree with something that someone has to say, or don't understand where someone gets the information from. This is why we have technology. This is why we have critical thinking. This is why we have research, right? And we can also read the text. Remember, the texts are, look, I've seen the Dead Scrolls. These things are old. These things are ancient. There's certain things that are not even written in the Bible that people haven't read because they don't even know about the Apocrypha. So always, before you are so strong to say something, at least take the time to research it. So at least when you come with something, you have some validity. Like, I could actually come back to that person and say, this is actually wrong. There's actually four angels, right? There are actually four angels that were mentioned explicitly in the Bible. But I didn't have to do that. I did it for myself. Now, Sandra, go ahead and speak. Thank you for allowing me my two minutes instead of 2 seconds. Go ahead.
Peace. All I wanted to say is we increasing. We not staying stagnant with books. None of that. We increasing. So we know what's in the book, but right now we outside that. We moving forward, going to higher planes and higher mountains. And that's what we're about. So we're not here to digress in conversation. We're here to progress. So just for all who speak.
Yes, we're here trying to learn. And when you're trying to like discredit somebody or try to, overcorrect, because I mirrored you actually, Kevin, because I wasn't going to say all that stuff about my background, right? But I wanted you to see yourself for a second. I don't need to say all the things I studied. I went to the land where the Bible was. I felt the anointing in there. I could have said a whole bunch of stuff, right? But that doesn't matter. That's not gonna. My thing is planting a good seed. I don't care about anything else but planting a good seed. If anybody takes anything that we've said today away, I want you to take home this. Whatever information you receive, challenge it. Even God wants His word to be challenged. So I don't understand the visceral. He don't need anybody to beat somebody down with the Bible. He doesn't need that help. He does not. So you can just take that off your shoulders because it's not needed. Jesus died, Jesus wept, okay, and resurrected, okay, according to the word of God. So He doesn't need you, because you know what happens when people do that and they want to use the word and twist it or use any spiritual text and throw it at people? It closes people's ears. They can't even receive the information because there's so much visceral, because I got to prove to you I know something. I got to tell you because you don't know. When we say for people to research, it's so that we can all learn something from each other. That's not to downplay anybody or to make somebody feel lower than the other person, right? Because that gives us an opportunity to learn. You know what? If I don't know, so that's why we got 2 ears and 1 mouth, so we can listen more and speak less, because we can learn a lot when we listen. Okay, I listened to what that person said. I don't agree with this, and this. Let me write it down and look it up real quick, and then share what I found. So that's how you can actually have elevated conversations, even when you disagree. But when it comes with the visceral or the let me tell you something about yourself, or let me tell you, because you don't know, or you're stupid, or you start using you're attacking the person instead of really talking about the topic itself. And that's how people come in and they're lost, because ego and pride is all in it. They can't hear the actual content because I want to be right so bad. If the truth is the truth in the word, it can stand alone. It don't need nobody's help. Let's be clear. So I open the floor back up to whoever wants to speak. I just wanted that to be known. You're not going to get anywhere with the visceral. Just in this room, anytime you see pretty open room, it's not a man bashing room. It's not a religion bashing room. It's us actually having discourse so everyone involved can learn, regardless of what people think when they see the title. All right, continue.
Yeah. So, and I appreciate what you just said. You know, I think that nobody wants to.
Real quick, and I'm gonna let you finish. Guess what, said Shani? I think we gotta be paying attention to how long the room been open, because I'm sure she want to save her replays.
I know it's been at least 6 hours on this room, and I think it cuts off at 12. Okay, yeah, it's been at least 6-7 hours. Go ahead, Yeshua.
Yeah, thank you.
Just time.
Yeah, thank you. No problem. No, I appreciate what you said, and I think that I don't think it was Kevin's intentions to be visceral or to sound visceral or whatever. I think he was just saying that the information from just dealing with the meaning of certain words was kind of misplaced, and it would actually draw faulty conclusions. But on that, and I'll just say this, and I'll mute my mic. I mean, I love intellectual dialogues and engaging in discussions that are they're mind blowing. We love it. Saying me and Kevin, we do a lot of work together. We share a lot of information, and we tell people where we get our stuff from. And so when the question was being asked, or source for, and it may not be to you, but I can't remember who it was towards. But hey, where did you get this from? It was more so just finding common ground for understanding, so that we can move forward. Because that's important. Saying I was born in Nigeria. I have a village that I go to, and there's a particular culture in my village. They have their form of religion that is indigenous to the people that are there. And so I have the best of both worlds of one, living as a Christian, but two, also knowing what my people from a tribalistic standpoint believed in and adhered to. And so seeing the connection between what they believed and what was believed indigenously in my tribe, and what is believed now by the majority of people in my tribe, and why they believe it. So I think that just the importance was being able to have common ground with the information and where it came from, so we can build from there. And I think that that's all Kevin was doing. On that, I really appreciate the discussion, and I'm going to just go ahead and yield. I love you guys with the love of the Lord, and hope that maybe another time we can dialogue further. Y'all be easy.
Yeah, I want to say, I want to challenge it to know
Brother Yeshua, are you a Christian? Absolutely. Like what you were saying? I'm sorry, was that towards me, son? Nah, I thought Magnetic was saying something. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm you.
No, I said we ain't gonna turn this place into no religious room.
That part, because the title was about creating life, and I hate when people just came in and didn't even been in this room for 5 to 10 minutes, not even 20, and have so much to say in the chat. You guys can learn so much by just observing. Nobody was arguing and carrying on. Actually, that was earlier, and it wasn't even Kevin and everybody on the stage. So I don't even know.
Yeah, to be fair, I haven't even said a word on here. I was just saying that I definitely.
You just got here, sis. You just got here, sis.
You just immediately interrupted me without even allowing.
No. But I actually was speaking, right? And I didn't close my mic, yet. Correct?
Oh, you have to close your mic to be
I have to close my mic because I'm a moderator, and I respect the space and the people in here. And I've been here for a long time.
Oh, okay.
So what I'm saying is, let me finish what I'm saying. Give me 1 minute, and you have the floor. I hate when people come into a space and make a judgment call when you've only been here a short time. There has been 2 rooms open on this topic, to be exact. The first one lasted about 2.5 hours. This one 6.
We weren't arguing, besides at least, I think, 5 men that came in here in the other room that started arguing. Because we're not here to argue. We're actually here to learn from one another. That's what we're here for. That's why Pretty opens these rooms. Not to troll, not to male bash, not to female bash. We're actually here to learn. So he did have an open floor to speak. But you maybe weren't here when he started speaking. And he spoke a whole lot in the chat. You can scroll up. It is on replay just in case you want to check before you make a statement. I just want people to come in, read the room before making statements, because you shift everything off when you've only been here for 5 seconds. You got the...
Yeah, so clearly you misrepresented what I was stating when I said that I think Kevin should have the time to speak after what you guys were stating. I wasn't saying that you guys were neglecting his ability to speak in totality. I was saying that he was not, everybody was consistently speaking and making the same point when I joined in here, and he came off of his mic to respond, and then somebody else went back in and said the same thing again, and then everybody just took back over making the same claim again. So, and before you take over, Rock, I would just like to add that the only sufficiency within my claim was stating that he should be able to respond to the ego. Because when you made the statement that you would do better listening, and that when you went to church, like you didn't just immediately objectify when there was a false claim made, that you went home and did research on these angels, whatever, cool. There's a difference between like appropriate timing in a church and disrespecting somebody who believes that they're leading a congregation versus like a conversation on Clubhouse. So I wasn't stating something that happened before I got here, or stating something that I did not see myself. So I don't know where you're getting this. You just
I did not see. Okay. Are you done? Okay, awesome. So what you did not see is what him talking about his whole background, about all his learnings that makes him, and his titles that makes him viable to have the conversation. Nobody had any titles when we came on the stage and opened this room. I don't lead with, I went to Catholic school for 8 years and I did this and this viable for what I say. I only mirrored him, like I said in the chat earlier, so that he can see what he sounds like. So at the end of the day, we're trying to learn, not use titles, not feel special. If he wanted to rebuttal at any time, he had the floor to rebuttal when it was silent, because at some point, everybody does stop talking. I don't think people need a referee here when we have the mods. And I've been modding on stages for the past on Clubhouse and opening my own rooms, right? For a good 5 years on this app, and having my room for a good 3. So I know how to mod a room. So if he wanted the space, I think he's grown enough to like say, hey, can I speak to what you guys are saying? Because we're all trying to learn here. It's not about ego and attitude. And this is why I think sometimes we need to go back to having no chat, because people get so caught up in the chat and they're not on the stage. And then a lot of the things people say in the chat, they could never say on stage or in people's faces. It's just giving people more brazen things to deter the topic that we're talking about. So we're going to stop talking about religion at this point, because, people and spirituality in this manner, since it's gotten people all riled up in a bunch, and go back to the topic at hand, which was scientific when we first started this conversation. So what does anyone on the floor have to say about men don't create life? Prove me wrong. Let's hear what people's background about this topic is.
Yeah, sure. So if you guys don't mind, since my character came up and was judged several times, I feel I was consistently respectful in the room. I didn't come up in the room and even say, hey, I'm this, I'm that, I know this or that. That didn't happen. I came up, Rock invited me, and then he asked me, what is your background? And I gave him my background. And then even while I was speaking, Rock even gave me the credit to say, even though I see that you're interfacing with Shawnee, and I forget what the other sister's name was, he says, I appreciate you for being respectful. Nothing came up about me being, I don't have that about myself. And I'm not going to argue with people about it because I know it's incorrect. But I thought that I'll talk about it now just to move it forward. That I
don't think that it's right to say that I was showboating or like there's people up here that know me. Like Ryan knows me. Shoot, I've studied with him for about a couple years now, and he knows that about me, right? So I think I don't think that was the idea. I think the prime idea simply was just this, right? That me being familiar with certain things, if certain things are being said, then I think that one who is an advocate for those things should at least offer the truth on them, or just talking about it to make sure that people are well informed about what's being said. That's it. I mean, that's pretty much it. But I appreciate Ron for inviting me up and for asking me those questions.
No problem, King.
Yeah, appreciate you, man.
Yes, thank you for your share. We appreciate it because it brings, context to what we're talking about in certain aspects. And it looks as though we lost Magnetic. All right. So, does anyone want to talk about the actual topic and that's in the goo or whatnot? If not, we've had this room open for, and if anyone in the goo wants to come up, I'm going to close the space in 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, if no one wants to talk about the actual topic at hand.
Dang, man, y'all got up thinking all y'all got up in y'all religion, man. It tore it up.
Yeah, because people use it as a weapon, and that's the problem. That's the difference between religion and spirituality. And we're talking about science.
It's
and
not
somehow we got here.
It's not in a book. Life ain't in a book either.
Man, so you can't tell. Listen, the very point that Shani made, that I think we all can learn, is about when you step in spaces, you need to read the room. I literally came in this space, I seen the topic, and I hit the chat. I said, oh, is this another male bashing room, right? And respectfully, Magnetic, who was at the time, she was speaking, continued to speak, never changed her vibration. No one responded to my question. And I guess, and I'm gonna keep it a beat. I guess because at that time, when I entered the space, the vibration was so high, it was all self-detained. And the point that I'm making is, I didn't even have to get answered. Instantly, I respected the room at that point and said, you know what, let me see what's going on. And I listened. And it literally took me less than 30 seconds to understand what the space was really about. And at that point, I matched the frequency, and then I got on stage, and it continued from there. It was only until one brother who entered the space, and I guess another brother who, according to him, was already in the space before I came, both coming from a Christian perspective, right? But it never freaking fails. As soon as there's information that goes against what they believe, they gotta enter the conversation, and it's gonna always be on some ego shit. Every time. I only get it mostly from Christians. We all know there's over 100 religions, but the Christians, some of you brothers and sisters will die for this shit.
No, let's tell the truth. Some of them don't read the stuff, and they won't die. It's just to be cute with everybody else, so that I can say I belong to something. Because they'll talk about dying and be like Peter and deny Jesus 3 times when his life could have ended right then and there. So I met somebody who was really about that life. I can honestly say this weekend I met somebody that was really about that life, that that literally could have went to jail, could have died, lost his stuff, lost everything twice, and his daughter. That man, he's serious about his faith. All right, I can't say that for everybody, but anyway, it's not about him. But I just wanted to give that example. Like a lot of people just think it's like cool, like being part of a fraternity or sorority, and like to nitpick, because even there was a man earlier that was cursing, using the name of Yahweh to curse the people in the room. I said, where does it say in the Bible that you can curse somebody with God's name in it? Oh, because when Jesus cast out the demons, that's casting out demons. There's no demons up and through here. And a lot of times, while people are sitting up here pointing the fingers, they have the issue that they're pointing the fingers at. And this is why I'm saying for people to read the room before you come in and you speak or you type in the chat, because you haven't been here. Like, and it's sad that the room has turned to where it is now, where I'm getting ready to close it, because now that we said no more to the religion part and back to the topic, no one has anything to say. But the visceral is all around religion. And it's just like, this is why religion is so divisive. It's so divisive because, well, I've had to deal with it, and so has everybody else here at some point in time. And this is why we can't move past things and learn from each other because, oh, I have to be right because of my background, or I have to be right because I think I'm right. Like, we all don't know everything.
We don't know nothing.
That's what I'm saying. I've been a teacher, okay? And what I've learned as being a teacher many times is a teacher is always a student. And when you come at that with that approach, you're not so quick to let me tell somebody off. Let me tell somebody who I am and what I know. Because that's great that you know that. But there's a lot of people that don't, or have a different perspective that you can learn from. But it gets lost in the sauce because ego, and this is the root of every single thing that goes wrong in this world, is the ego and the pride. And until people can get to know themselves, see themselves as they really are, and for those who believe in God, to see yourself the way God sees you instead of the way you see yourself, then maybe we can get to a level where we can have conversations that are elevated where we can learn from each other. And I see Paris, you just came on the stage. Did you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, I want to say I appreciate the room, the way that you are modded. It was more than lenient with somebody being disruptive and not respecting the title, even when you tried to call them back to respecting the title, and to stop contending with people by asking questions, but rather go ahead and make your own point. That was asked several times, but never honored. And it just came to the point where you all still allowed that type of behavior to go on and still converse with that person as much as possible. So I do want to acknowledge you all for that, because sometimes the grace and the decorum that we have in this room gets or tries to be overshadowed by people who don't like the topic. If you don't like the topic, you can always open your own room and have fun together, rather than come in and disrupt somebody else's room to now they want to actually close the room earlier, but you think that's okay. But I do want to acknowledge you all for hosting a beautiful space, and thank you, and I look forward to being in another room again.
Yes, I see Angel, you wanted to come up. And, and I see what's in the chat. Only guy you don't really know, he knows the hearts of people. And it's really sad. It's really, really sad. That's all I'm going to say. Go ahead. Angel, I just gave you a request if you wanted to speak before I close the room. And then I'll leave it to final thoughts and close the room.
It's all I want to say is crazy, because before the shindig went down, we was really on some good shit. You know what I'm saying? The frequency was there, the vibration was there, the energy was there. All it takes is one bad apple, and it takes 2 seconds to dismantle and destroy, but it takes so much more longer to get back on one accord. Because we've been at this point for what, an hour now? Probably longer than that.
Yep, because it started in the chat.
Thank you. I don't know what the experience was with the Christians that you mentioned, and so I can't really speak to that because I don't know what the discussion was all about or how deep and intense it was. I just say that just speaking on for me specifically, and Kevin will probably agree. He's free to agree or disagree. I think that when I constantly hear bashing towards Christianity, I will honestly say that I get incensed by it, and I get irritated by it because many times there's certain statements that are being made that are not necessarily true, and there's certain things that we're forced to accept, especially when it's not, especially around the fact when it's not even true because of the moderation of the room. So I'm quiet and I'm listening. I mean, I looked at the topic, men don't create life, prove me wrong, and I actually agree, men don't create life. The reason why I was quiet is because I was waiting for other people to, kind of speak on it, to kind of get an idea of the direction of the room. But I actually agree with the title, men don't create life. Yes, religion does divide, and I think more than religion dividing, I think truth itself is divisive. Whenever the truth is being told, there's going to be people who are not going to like what they hear and want to push back against it. That's just the reality of it. So if we're ever trying to get to a place where we're just trying to unite everybody, it's just impossible if we're going to be truthful. That's just the reality of it.
And that, right? Religion is totally different than spirituality. Spirituality is a relationship, right? Religion is man-made. It could be ritualistic. It could be a whole bunch of things that have nothing to do with the Word of God, the Torah, or even the Quran. Because people pick and choose. It's because people are imperfect, right? That's what the problem is the people that are imperfect and they utilize the word or spiritual text to justify the actions. And that was the problem in here. It's nothing wrong because even some of the speakers that we were listening to on the audio did bring up some esoteric things, did bring up some things from the Bible, but it didn't create divisiveness in the room. Let me be clear, in both the rooms that was had around this same topic, because there was a room before this that lasted 2 hours, 3 hours. So it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And I don't know how many times I can address that in everything I've said. You can come in here and say what your opinion is, but when you come in here with a chip on your shoulder, you haven't read the room, and you're throwing what you do in all your knowledge that I feel like I can speak on it because I have all of this accolades, then it actually takes away. A truth, like I said before, truth can stand by itself. And like I have in my bio, a truth teller has no friends. Nobody has a problem with hearing the truth. It's in the way people try to if they're using the truth to attack people, because then it's not going to go anywhere. Because even if the person wanted to hear any part of the truth that they were saying, their ears are closed now, because even guess what? Even Jesus is going to bring up religion and will bring up spiritual. Even Jesus, when they said crazy things, guess what he said? A lot of times, absolutely nothing, because not everything needs a response. And I'm gonna leave that there. If no one else has anything else to say, it has been a pleasure. For those who came and enjoyed the room, you guys can listen. For those who want to, you can listen to the replay. The first audio that we listened to was from Cynthia G. The other ones that Magnetic played, I am not sure, but it was in her own library of things that she's heard. I don't know the names of those people. And I hope everybody has a wonderfully blessed day and can take a breather. Because, child, take care, everybody. If there's nothing else that anybody wants to say before I close the space.
I just want to thank you again and close out. My final statement is 2 Timothy chapter 2 tells followers not to do what these so-called followers in here did. So thank you for being so gracious and not letting that ruin the energy completely, because like it was said, we had a beautiful study, and I look forward to coming back. See you next time.
Take care.
Which is ridiculous. Like, she's never been that low in her entire time as a senator.
they think that even despite the fact that she voted against the bills, she voted for the motion to proceed for the one big beautiful bill. They think that still is what hurt her because it eventually then became law. If she did not vote, vote for the motion to proceed, it wouldn't have gotten. They didn't even go on the floor and get voted on it. So she rides the line like you said, but people are also saying that Janet Mills, Janet has said, give me till August, I'll make it. She has a 52% approval rating in Maine. She is considered the only person that can actually beat Collins in a head-to-head. They've also done that, matchup with the two of them. She does beat Collins. And so what's interesting is she's older. She's about 76. So if she runs, she'll be like a Bernie. She'll be like some of these very old senators that we have in the New England states. That's not really a problem for the New England states. A lot of people are like, she's too old though. What do you think? She can't be a junior senator in her 70s. Yeah, she can. Y'all elect these people all the time and they're 82 and 83 and they're freaking senators. So stop talking about y'all. People are trying to say, like, how did you do that? Jim Justice in West Virginia is like old as hell and he's running for one term. And he did, and he got mansion out. So people got to understand it's totally fine if she runs for one term and at least get Collins out of there so that you can have new young leadership come in and run. And the other thing that people don't realize is Troy Jackson, by the way, he follows me on X, and I'm like, I nerd out like that. A bunch of other very prominent Maine Democrats, they're all running for governor. A lot of them are going to be dipping out of the race though, because when you look at the writing on the wall, there are a lot of folks that are probably going to, someone's going to emerge as the clear winner, and these other folks are going to have somewhere to go. They do want to still run statewide. So you got AG, right? You have a lot of other places they can run to, but a lot of people are saying they're giving Janet Mills first dibs on the Senate. She's the one that can win. She's the one that number of states can win. So they're gonna let her be the one to decide is she or isn't she going there. So I actually think Janet Mills in split ticket hub athletes, all of them are showing that Janet Mills beats her. Just like Roy Cooper even beats Laura Trump and pretty much every single North Carolinian Republican that they can put on the bench. Ossoff is currently beating every single Republican that they put up. The only one that could have beaten Ossoff is their actual current city governor. So I feel comfortably confident about certain things like that. Iowa, to me, is still a toss-up, but Nathan Sage is still showing. And this is a new poll that came out. He's still 4 points ahead of Ernst in Iowa. So they miss. We're all going to die. Ernst. I actually think those 4 seats are interesting. Now going to Alaska briefly. Barry Patola, who was the House representative at large there, she lost last year to Nick Begich. I always say his last name wrong. He's the Republican. He's a part of the Democratic family dynasty. His uncle is Tom, and Tom has said he'll run for governor if Patola doesn't, because it's an open seat. So everyone has said he'll probably win quite easily because he's a family dynasty in Alaska. And so Patola is trying to decide between governor, if she's going to run for the House again, or if she's going to challenge Ken Sullivan for Senate. And actually, her tweets have indicated recently she's leaning more towards the Senate. And they've actually done a puck in a matchup with the two of them as well. And she could actually make, according to them, according to Cook actually is the one that said she makes Alaska competitive if she chooses to run against Sullivan. Everyone is salivating at the thought of her getting Sullivan the fuck out of it. Now, this does not mean all these races will be won, but this just means Democrats can be actually competitive. John Bel Edwards, who is now gone as governor, he's considering running against Cassidy, who is also very flawed. MAGA hates him,
Schumer's trying to recruit him really bad. So there are other states to look at. Obviously, some of these are long shots, but others are not. Others are actually, some of this is really within reach, and it will be on how these folks run their campaigns. Yeah, so I just wanted to mention those other little outliers that people don't really chat about, because I've been watching them, and it's just fascinating.
Yeah, you be on it.
I'm a nerd. I'm a loser.
No, you're not.
I gotta get the gym down.
I think Susan Collins polled bad the last time, and she overwhelmingly won. So outside of Janet Mills, she doesn't really have a serious opponent. And past history showed that even when her numbers are down, she still won. So unless they're gonna float, have Janet Mills, the current governor, who, she's squirrely insane whether she's gonna run as a senator and give up the governorship. I see
she's term limited. She's term limited. She's not running.
Yeah.
She can't run again, so she would be running.
Yeah.
She would be losing anything by just saying she's gonna run for Collins seat. But she said, I'll get back to you guys in August. And when asked recently, she said she's not made up her mind.
Yeah, that's why I say she's squirrely. But outside of her, even the last time Susan polls were down and she overwhelmingly won, they still put it back. So outside of Janet Mills, who is the strongest opponent to her, I see her back in power.
I'll see if there's some research on the split ticket that would maybe help understand why this is the lowest she's ever been. And they actually show the math that she doesn't really have a path forward unless somehow magically her opponent rebounds, which is still possible, of course. Anything's possible. But they very squarely show, like, within how they calculate the war of her candidacy, her incumbency, and all that she actually doesn't have a path forward. Even if it's not Collins, Mills, there are others that they put that show they can beat her this time. It really will take resources, though. So it's not going to be easy, but she's not the only candidate that can win. But she's the best candidate to put on against her, if it makes sense. But I can send it to you from Split Ticket because they broke it all down. And I was like, I was fascinated. He's been talking a lot about how everyone sees her as like untouchable. And now she kind of sees herself that way, but unfortunately, even her own internals are showing that she is not untouchable.
How the hell you sit around and listen to her read off?
Goes like that, you're a political junkie. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's pretty embarrassing. But I have a whole spreadsheet. I have so many different candidates. I have their matchups also from all the different pollsters. Angus King's son, they're also floating that he could be. I'm sorry, Angus King's son. Yeah, it is his son. They're floating he could be also someone that could beat her because of the name recognition of the Kings in Maine. People will think that it's the dad on the ballot. So they're like, but Angus King, if his son does not, get ready for governor, put him up against Collins. He could probably beat her too. There's a lot of internal polls I also look at. Y'all can get access to them if you go to Puck. And if you subscribe, it's a little pricey, but it's not that expensive. But they'll post some of the internal polls. Split Ticket does as well. Cook, I also pay for Cook Political.
No, you're not. You're just a political junkie, like you said. Child, because there's certain things I follow, but not as in depth.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, everyone. I was talking about this yesterday. I was like, where's Matt at? Because I know I needed the breakdown. Because I was looking at an article that had somewhat of the breakdown, but you really know what you're talking about, so thank you.
Oh, no problem. Well, thank y'all for listening to me ramble, because I've been talking about this shit on the phone to my nigga, and he'd be like, damn.
I actually want to get, so those, I want to hear from people in North Carolina, right? People on the ground. I hope to get people from North Carolina, from
Your mama on the ad, she's from North Carolina, and she actually used to be a staffer, and she was a campaign either manager or she was an assistant.
I love her. Yeah, she comes in here sometimes.
Yeah, if y'all get her, she will give you all the North Carolina stuff, like the triangle, like all the demos. We were talking about it all the other day. And by the way, sidebar, Cooper is running. They've already one of his advisors already. He is running. This event this weekend is going to be his big that is already scheduled and has been scheduled for 3 months. This is his big stump speech, by the way. He's going to be speaking at, but he is running. So everyone's now saying, LOL, Miss Laura Trump talking about, I'm deciding after Thanksgiving. Girl, you ain't going to win even if you run. So as soon as Cooper officially announces, probably before the end of this month, I mean, I'm not sure who the hell is going to be dumb enough to stay in the race. Sorry, but let me get my car. I gotta get to the sleep. Oh, sorry, I said Cook. So go to Split Ticket. I'll write it in the chat. Split Ticket, something you guys should follow. That's on Twitter, X. It's also a website. Cook Political. You can pay for it. It's not that expensive. I don't even remember how much it is, but yeah, Cook Political. Puck News. Those are ones I would follow. And then Atlas. Always look at Atlas. Atlas is the #1 pollster, most accurate pollster in the entire country. So those are the best ones. You can look at other ones too. There are several pollsters that are cool. Learning Consult, right? But I like Atlas the best. If Atlas doesn't have one out, like if Atlas doesn't have one out, I'll go to Learning Consult next. And then Mammoth, I think Mammoth is closing up. And then there's a friend of mine named Adam Carlson. He used to work for Mammoth, and he's amazing. Just started his own that pollster, group and market research group. And he's incredible. And so he's another one to follow. But yeah, y'all, I literally read this every morning. It's like I read this in the trades because I'm in the entertainment industry, just because I have to know what's going on.
So have you had any gigs lately?
I actually just sold a movie to Amazon. We're doing it with Alice Hodge. I don't want to talk about the details. They'll know. I don't know. Maybe they will. But it's set on Wall Street in the world of corporate finance. So it's essentially a reimagination of the Count of Monte Cristo by Alexander Dumas, classic literature. And I'd say it's if any of you watched that old movie by Tom Cruise called The Firm, that would be a comp. The Firm meets Succession, and it is a story of revenge of a black man getting something that was taken from his family back from this powerful dynasty run by a matriarch. And we have Julia Roberts reading right now. I don't know if she'll do it, but we'll see. Yeah, she's reading. She's read by the same. So I'll say it. George Tillman Jr., the director who just did the George Foreman movie, produced the Bob Marley movie. He, did Hate You Give, Soul Food, Bromance, Barbershop, Beauty Shop, Man of Honor. I mean, he's a legend, black film director. Has a company called State Street Pictures. They have a first with Paramount, and they are the producers of the film. And George really wanted to direct it, but he has 4 movies lined up. One called The Prince of New York with Damson Idris, Letitia Wright, Giancarlo Esposito, and Anthony Ramos at Paramount. He has Nanny Cam, a thriller at Amazon he's directing. He has some other corporate thriller that my friend Michael Starbury is writing for him. They did The Inevitable, The Feat of Mr. Repeat together. George directed it, Mike wrote it. With Jennifer Hudson. I don't know if you saw that, but that was in India in like 2012, 2013. And then he also has another movie lined up. I forgot what it was about. Oh, and also I shouldn't say that. I don't care. They're producing the new Friday movie at New Line. Hasn't been announced yet, but they're the new producers of last Friday, and they're closing their deal line right now, or already closed maybe. They're doing a lot of awesome stuff, especially a lot of good black stuff. But yeah, so they're producing the movie. We're out to different directors right now. Ronaldo Marcus Green is reading. J.D. Dillard is reading. He did Devotion. He did Sweetheart. He did Slight. Who else is reading right now? Cord Jefferson, who just did American Fiction, is also reading. So trying to get a director, but Amazon bought the movie. So just so that, waiting on my check to come in, because Amazon be taking too long to pay. But yeah, that's one we just sold, and then we're in the process of setting up an adult animated comedy series. But yeah, so business has still been okay for me. It's still been very difficult to get stuff sold, but the market is still buying right now. And I'm trying. My cousin, I already know my cousin is already said it, Sheena Jones. I'm trying to Johnson. Chamberlain Jelly. So she just sold a couple things. She has a project with my friend Kira that she did sell. So I'm afraid to go out with a half-hour comedy because they just don't seem to be moving at all anywhere. But 1-hour dramas, features, half-hour animated comedies, stuff like that. That's those moving. Yeah, trying to make some more moves. We'll see what happens after the year ends because it's been an interesting year in the industry as everyone reacts to this man being in office. I know.
Congrats, Matt.
Yeah. Congrats, Matt.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I had my volume down so I could hear y'all. Need my coffee. I hopped up to say that if you have any of those, or if you know of any of those projects, those Netflix projects that eventually are going to be shot in their new facility once it's done in New Jersey, I want to connect with you. I just followed you because my client put in for the grant to build the workforce development pipeline. Yeah. So part of the grant requirement is to connect with potential employers upon their completion. So I think that we should connect on that and some other projects as well.
For sure, yeah, that channel.
Okay.
We've talked about shooting that. I mean, we have a new director, Nefertiti Kuvu. She's directing my movie Sonata that we're doing with Lexi Underwood and Zoe Kravitz. And we've discussed shooting in that facility, but we don't know the logistics of it yet. So if you know T, let me know. Because we are talking to a company called Fifth Season. They used to be Endeavor Content, and they want to fund the film. But we're personally wanting to go team up with A24 and have them just do a co-fi with the studio. Either them or this other company, Neon, or maybe even Black Bear. We're trying to see those Searchlight or Focus Features want to just do it. It's one of those specialty art house films. Budget is around 8 to 10. My friend Judy, she's a producer. She's done everything from Apocalypto to a bunch of shit. And then my other friend is also producing with us, and she used to work for James Franco's company back before he was being a weirdo. And she's produced a bunch of his films that they've done. But yeah, so we're figuring out the logistics of that particular soundstage and that lot because it's perfect. We'll have a lot of exteriors to do in New York. It's actually going to be set in Brooklyn and Williamsburg in the classical music scene. So yeah, let me know what you know about that.
I'll definitely do that because I'm kind of build out like a short list, and I have a lot of people on the list already that are like locally based, either live in New Jersey but work in like the tri-state in terms of film and media. So yeah, I can definitely hook you up.
Yeah, if you have crew lists, please send because we're trying to. Judy's trying to. I'm glad because I haven't got time to. She's queen of line fixing, crew hire, department head hire, and all that. So she wants a large spreadsheet folks that we can go to when we know. Okay, cool. This company is going to do a co-fi. We have all of our ducks in a row. I would love to shoot in the fall. I don't know if it's possible because of all of the logistics and all the things we're up against. We're trying to get Anjou Ellis attached right now because we want to have a trifecta. Yeah, she's so sweet too. She read the script and loved it, but her agent Brian doing his CAA reps Lexi. So we're trying to make sure we're good to say she's attached. She just read the script 2 weeks ago. So I'm trying to I have a call with Brian here to talk about all this. And so, gosh, it's been a lot going on. So
I have cool spots in Williamsburg if you're looking for locations and stuff.
Oh, thank you. Period. Please, yeah, absolutely. As soon as we get everything approved, and I know we have a lot of exterior shots, like the lead, Lexi Underwood's character. By the way, if y'all don't know, she's from Little Fires Everywhere. She played Kerry Washington's daughter in that.
Oh,
Yeah, she's going to be trying to get a job. So we have a montage scene of her trying to get a job in the film. There's a music shop we need to make that she works at.
There's a music shop here. There's a new record store that just opened in Bedford.
Do they have any? Well, we can just dress the set, obviously, but it needs to feel like our hope is that it's not. I want to do it in a way that doesn't feel like we're really like living in the gentrification of it all. Like I want to live in like old Williamsburg, you know? If that makes sense.
This
like
is
that.
The focal point of gentrification.
I know.
I mean, look, there's still a few spots that are just like, rugged.
Mm-hmm.
There's still a couple of soul survivors, but
that's what we're gonna have to find then.
Yeah. I know of a couple of spots here where locals still can afford to go to. I mean, there's still a few locals left. My partner's from Williamsburg. His dad's from Williamsburg. I mean, you're talking about generations of people that are from Williamsburg, and like the people on our block are still mostly like, we're born here and raised here. But yeah, it's wild, honestly. It's the weirdest place I've ever lived in.
I can't wait. I hope we get to shoot to the Williamsburg guy because it's like it's called Sonata, and it's literally about music being used to heal. And this young woman discovers that when she plays the cello for people, they begin having these reveries of who they're supposed to be, and it's supposed to essentially inspire them to kind of walk outside of their pain, their struggle, the things they're holding on to, and basically towards the person that they're actually meant to be all along. And it's the movie that shows you that music is literally a bridge to the other side, right? To our best self from our worst. We're using classical music, of course, as our vehicle because she's a classical. She's a cellist. Her mother was a cellist, concert cellist. Was in the New York Philharmonic and all that stuff. So but we'll see what happens. But thank y'all. I gotta get this car down, Sean. Let's go. I gotta heal.
Sorry, I'll pull up the paper real quick. So what's going on, y'all? Anything popping? Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
But I fell out of the room because I ain't
Nothing's going on here. Let me look at the new.
Did you hear? They're talking about. Wait, let me make sure I'm correct on this. It's about Barack. So we talked about. Did we already talk about yesterday, Tulsi Gabbard threatening prosecution of Obama.
If you did, I wasn't here.
So she is talking about prosecuting him. Trump has been posting these AI-generated videos showing Obama getting arrested.
Oh my God! Are we in the Twilight Zone?
Not about the law. This is crazy. And then he's demanding his arrest. And saying President Trump called for Barack Obama to be arrested after spy chief Tulsi Gabbard claimed the former leader was behind a years-long coup against him. But yeah, freaking, this dude is fucking wilding out right now. Let me go ahead and go back to breaking news. But yeah, I just seen that yesterday. I was like, fuck. But they're gonna talk about that in depth later on today with Lisa. Lisa wants to do a room on that, so. And I think she said she's gonna open at 3 today, so.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, so we can be at the hotels. Yesterday, I was freaking fan.
I was listening to some of the replays this morning, but I didn't get to finish.
Oh my God, you was in there, I think, in the beginning, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Y'all are killing me with this assassination wasn't real thing. Y'all are killing me with that shit.
Yeah, the conspiracy theories.
Yeah, and this is coming from us. Like, I was the only one on stage, like, no. They really said kid tried to assassinate him. Like, I don't know how you can fake that. Because if you did, then what? Biden is a part of it as well? Because it was his goddamn, people was protecting him. And they was like, did y'all, this is what they said. They seen videos. Deborah in here with that shit too. They said they seen videos where the Secret Service was directing the camera on where to shoot. And I was like, what's going on? Are y'all for real? Or are we trolling, Patty? They was like, no, I'm serious.
I mean,
Deborah, it's my self. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say all I can say is that news has changed so much because I feel like because things move so fast, right? They didn't really cover this story like that, and you know, I don't know. It's just I think it's like the media coverage that people have an issue with because it feels like the story came and went really quickly, and it sort of just like disappeared. And I think like Deborah was saying, like, why haven't they covered the 1-year anniversary of this? Like, usually when we look at other assassination attempts.
They did do it.
They did. Maybe like
so we talked about it
yeah.
in the room because I said it's the 1-year anniversary and I played a clip. Because they were talking about it. It's just so much other shit he's doing that overshadows.
Yeah, it's just a lot going on. And then the media just moves really fast. But yeah, I don't think there's necessarily a fake attempt or anything like that. I just think it's just the media just decided we're just going to move on because we got a lot of stuff to cover. I mean, the media is very disconnected, I think, from like, you know, stuff that we probably need to hear in general, right?
But Trump has done so much that it's hard to just say this is one that we're going to focus on. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you focused, and we would have stayed focused on his assassination attempt, what happens the following day? Freaking,
it's publicity for him, right? At the end of the day, it is publicity for him. And maybe they weren't trying to give him as much coverage or maybe cover Kamala evenly. I mean, it's a tough decision to make because what do you do? This is an election at the end of the day. So I don't think it was planned or anything. Like, I'm not the type of person that he thinks he planned or anything like that. But I do think he milked it for what it was, right?
Yeah, I do.
Certainly, it's like, oh shit, we have this gift. Let's use this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because people die, right?
Right.
You know. So RIP to those people that we don't really even discuss, but people did die over this, so it's tragic.
And that's what I said. I said people die. Like, how do you plan other people dying?
Yeah.
And they actually found shell casings. Like, the Secret Service had 8 shell casings. So, like, if this was an attempt to hide some shit, that means the DOJ, because this all would have been federal, the DOJ, freaking the Secret Service, and Biden is all in cahoots with freaking, like, this is not something you can, like, just pretend or fake.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, oh my God. Yesterday I was like, no. And then here comes JD coming off mic. Well, I kind of think, hold on, no. I was like, you can't be my husband if you show me all these conspiracy theories. Oh my God. I'm oh man. It's getting bad because, Democrats really weren't like this. There's been a couple of times I was like, what's going on here, y'all? Like, come on. We're smarter than this. We, like, actually read the information and then have this conversation. Now, we fuck up it sometimes interpreting the information, but we actually really do read.
And I think it was the fact that he conveniently used something to gain more publicity and stay on the air longer and gain sympathy. He had that big fucking diaper on his ear, or maxi pad, whatever you want to call it, on his ear. Like, so it kind of seems like, oh, this is so convenient. Like, he's, milking this thing for all he has, But sometimes, things happen where it's like a gift, and that's just what it was. So, who knows? Had that happened, I mean, we could do for the what about and all that stuff, but I'm sure gaining sympathy and all that stuff certainly helps. It's like a free commercial, right? Yeah. So I think he raised a lot of money the next day, and that's the thing too. The thing that scares me is that people, we're talking about this stuff about the election and the midterms and all that stuff. I think one of the things that scared me is that we're not raising money like the other side is, right? Tom Holman, very weirdly, it's very weird that whatever his title is, he's doing speeches and rallies now, and I'm sure that is raising a lot of funds, right?
So yeah, that's like too.
Huh?
Like, why would he be doing rallies right now? He's supposed to be on
insecurity. It's fundraising. It's that's what I'm saying. What worries me about the Democratic Party is that we're not raising money like our counterparts, right? Supposedly the DNC is like broke, right? We need people to be on social media. We need to be, that's why I was like, I kind of like Gavin right now. I see what you're saying about Bashir, but Gavin is becoming like a big troll, right?
Yeah, but he's not popular. He's not.
No, he's not. But whoever's running, we just need whoever's running his Instagram, his Twitter, right? Because that trolling is top tier. You saw the Elon Musk and Trump thing.
Yeah.
That was funny. like
I think
play affair. I don't know.
sorry. I mean, yeah.
No, it's all good.
I don't think they come on this app. They probably do some research and be like, these motherfuckers too toxic. They too toxic. These people do whatever. Like, you can dox them. They're doxing them ain't nothing. They're public haters, but these people make videos, something. Now let me see what's going on. So I did got an article, and it's talking about what to expect as Harvard takes on the Trump administration in federal court. So Monday, Harvard is supposed to be back in court for their hearing in the funding fight against the Trump administration. This is the next step in battle over restoring more than $2 billion in federal funding for research fellowship by the White House. If they get this fucking money back, Columbia, it rocks. There's a lot of those kids that go to these schools are really. When you're young, you have all these great ideas on how you can save the world and how, they really have these, when you were young, like when I was young, I believed in everything being, give poor people more money and access, make sure this and that, like, everything free. My daughter's kind of like that. And she has her explanation, but then I just look at her and just smile and be like, wait till you gotta pay bills.
I started off as a libertarian. Please do not. It's never use this role.
How did you say I was a libertarian?
I don't know.
You do live in Miami.
No, just me not experiencing life and just reading a lot and really thinking that this is the best form of government, right? It's just liberal when it comes to social issues, but fiscally conservative. And I think a lot of me is still like that. But the reality is, I joined the Libertarian Party and right away got out of it, switched to Democrat, and I realized that a lot of this stuff is coded in just racism, right?
Yeah.
And people will rather spend money on billions going to Mars or some shit like that than SNAP benefits. Like that, there's something fundamentally wrong with that, right? And you realize these Republicans, it's not about being fiscally responsible, fiscally conservative, right? It's about taking everything that poor people have and giving it to the very, very wealthy. They're never gonna spend this money. So,
right.
When you realize stuff like that, you're like, okay, now I see what's going on. But yeah, I part of me is, I studied taxes, right? A part of me is like very conservative in a way, and I like VAT tax. I know it's not very popular, but I like a VAT tax.
I like VAT tax too.
You go to countries with VAT, they have way better education than we do, right? Our education right now is funded by property taxes. That's inherently racist, right?
Right.
So we know this country has been, many Black people still live in historically redlined areas, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, this system is racist as fuck. So it's like, how are we still, funding children's school off a fundamentally racist system? So, that could alleviate that. Obviously, it's a regressive tax, though. But if you have free, high quality education, free, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, but I don't like this deficit, right? I think we need to tax wealthy people. That period. That's that's it. And I think that, I was on this app screaming, Kamala Harris, these tax policies, because I thought they were good. And I thought, like, we really need to try something. We need to really tax this wealthy people themselves, right? Like the Warren Buffetts of the world, right?
And then a lot of them are really, the ones that are super rich are willing to, like Warren Buffett.
Yeah, they're like, tax me. They're actually begging people to tax them more. So it's like wild to me that, like a lot of the wealthy, of course, a lot of wealthy people are going to move out, right? We always have that. That's always going to remain. They're going to remove their citizenship, move to another country, and that's okay, right? That's always going to happen. That's happening now in the UK. That's why I was like, I'm glad that guy Jay something came in the other day, because that's what we're going to be dealing with if we get another Democrat in office in 4 years, or 3.5 years. We're going to have to take major cleanup, which is what the Labour Party is doing now, right? They're trying to reverse some of the shit that Brexit did, and they're trying to, fund the NHS system.
They're trying to do everything that's fucked up, and that NHS is all behind conservatives. Conservatives will fuck you over. It's happening.
But my thing is, y'all know these nurses have never had like a white American nurse. Okay, it's like barely in my life, right? All the nurses are Filipina,
right?
Let's be real. So if you want to deport all the Filipinos, right? Like, you're not the only show in town. Like, people are gonna go elsewhere, and like, now what are you gonna do? So, UK has been moving goofy, and now what happened? Now we're dealing with those consequences: mass deportation, mass divestment with these tariffs, and so now we're dealing with all these consequences. So we're dealing with the shit that UK dealt with years ago, and he said like billions leaving the economy. It's actually projected to be trillions. Right? Because like I worked on this stuff. And I helped get businesses out of UK after Brexit.
Yeah, because they knew what the revenue was going to look like. There was no freedom of movement, whether it was supplies, personnel. I don't know why they thought this would be a great idea.
Racism. They thought immigrants were taking their jobs. They thought immigrants were benefiting. And so they wanted the immigrants out. And so it was about racism, right? The same thing as, the election largely, right? This election was about racism.
Right, and we didn't learn the lessons of what happened with the UK.
No.
We're not learning the lessons. Because they don't even associate how Brexit looks. If you look at policy versus policy that we're trying to do with Project 2025. Like, Brexit, like when I would watch it on TV, I was like, this shit isn't gonna go through. They're not stupid. They can't be this stupid. Then when they were debating the freedom of movement, I was like, yeah, this isn't gonna go through. At least they won't let this go through again. Yeah, they did.
They were looking at, you were looking at them, and they were looking at us like when Trump was running for office. He's never gonna win.
Right, and they had the big balloon. Remember, they had the big balloon over some of those European countries. In the UK, that balloon was there a couple of times. The naked baby Trump balloon with a diaper. Like, I'm like, you motherfuckers are shitting on us, but you guys are fucking working towards a Trump-like president, or not presidency, parliament. Like, you guys are bringing all these people into these roles that are Trump-like. And then Trump is shaking their hands, telling them he's got the greatest ideas, he's the best candidate. No, that's not how he talks. He's the, whatever the fuck. But this shit was ridiculous. I was like, y'all motherfuckers floating a Trump balloon, but y'all got Trump 2.0 over there. Because he's
smart. Trump's stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's easy influence with the fucking cheeseburger and you're the best president ever conversation. He doesn't read what the fuck is being passed. The legislation that they're trying to push. He doesn't read. That one, what was his name? God damn. What is his name that was in charge at the time during Brexit? Do y'all remember? Let me look this up real quick.
Not Tony Blair. I know his face because he has that blonde hair that always looks messy.
He always looks messy. Let me see. That dude is Trump 2.0. It's like he has the greed, but he also is very intelligent. So his thing was him getting richer and everybody else around him getting richer. Okay. And then the Labour Party was fighting against it. Boris Johnson. There you go. Boris Johnson. He's trash. Boris Johnson's trash. And that one female, there was a female right before him that actually opened up the conversation. What is her name? Let me sit down, female. Theresa May.
Like these the lettuce, they got her out of there. I'm like, that's how you know these people in UK, boy. And I was here in a room. This girl Eunice. Oh my God, I love her rooms. She does these UK rooms, and she's in UK, and she streamed the debate, and their debate was really good. I mean, they get crazy.
They get crazy.
They get wild over there.
I was like, she opened up the conversation and Boris Johnson jumped on board and said, let's go. And David Frost, it says here.
He can understand why his priest or his pastor won't accommodate him. And I think that if we're not careful, we slide into kind of a lukewarm state of Christianity.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, don't do that. Always guard your heart. The armor, the armor of Christ, put on the full armor. There's all kinds of pitfalls about being complacent. You don't want to do that. And Jonathan, we'll get to you in a second. Someone asked, "This is so great! Oh my gosh, the Lord has shined up on us today." I started this whole podcast this morning with this very thing. So Spartan in chat says, "Where in the Bible does Jesus said?" I'll just read it the way you should have written it. Where in the Bible does Jesus say, "I am God, worship me"? That's what you meant to write. And then he says the same thing. He says something that Jesus says when he confronts the devil. I'm not saying you're the devil, but interesting way to write that. So where it is written is what Jesus addresses. So I wondered often why people don't bring up Matthew and Luke more about the temptation of Jesus when he says, "Where does Jesus say, 'I am God, worship me'?" And by the way, in perfect Arabic. And by the way, 300 times. And then all the Christians go to like Abraham, I was, I am, I have the water of life, only God can forgive sins, as if that should totally be adequate. But why don't people do the temptation of Christ? Because he absolutely applies this verse to him. So if he was improperly applying this verse to him as deity, the devil would have been able to be like, "Oh, well, I'm going to have you crucified for blasphemy." He would have done that right then, but he can't, because the devil, how bad is that if the devil understands Jesus as God, but you don't? That's bad. Okay, so Jesus, full of the Holy Spirit, returned, and he goes on, and the devil tempts him, and he says, the devil took him up and showed him all the kingdoms. This is Matthew 4, verse 5. The devil took him up and showed him the screen that I'm showing. Okay. Showed him the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time and said to him, "To you I will give all authority and their glory, for it has all been delivered to me, and I can give it to whom I will. If you Jesus answered him, "It is written, you shall worship the Lord your God, and you shall serve only him." And he took him to Jerusalem and set him on the pinnacle of the temple and said to him, "If you are the Son of God, throw down yourself from the earth, for it is written, he will command his angels concerning you and to guard you. And on their hands they will bear you up and not let you strike a foot against the stone." Jesus answered him and said, "You shall not put the Lord your God to the test." And when the devil had ended every temptation, he departed until an opportune time. So there's your answer. I mean, there's one of 20 plus answers. But how do you get? My question for you would be, how do you get around that? Like, you shall not put the Lord to your God to the test. So throw yourself down. Angels will help you. You shall not put your Lord, your God, the Lord your God to the test. He is absolutely applying this to himself. There's no way around that. That's the answer. I mean, there's plenty of other answers too, but there you go. And the fact that you don't see that, which I'm not watching the screen, but I'm just assuming you don't, would be where Jesus gets to the parables and says, some people, this is God's good pleasure, that many people receive these parables as little children and they just get it immediately. While other people, they might toil and trouble and they cannot wrap their heads around these simple parables. So I hope you don't follow that path, but it sounds like you are. Oh, now I'm watching the screen again. You are beating around the bush. Directly quote me where it is written. Gosh, I don't want to.
He's asking for an exact word fallacy where Christ said exactly.
Right, I know, that's the entire point. Like, you're not going to get one. Like, this is the answer. Like, if you don't believe the prophets, and by the way, like John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And if you're like, oh, well, that's just a prophet, that's just a prophet. Whatever your excuse is, you have no business believing Moses. You have no business saying, we believe the prophets. No, you don't. You're a liar. You have no business believing any prophet, including Muhammad, peace be upon him. You have no business believing any prophet if you don't take the prophet's words. So just stop. Repent, believe the gospel. Jesus can save your soul right now. And then you'll be like, oh, I didn't need him to say he is God, he is God, he is God. Because then I would be like, oh, he said it 13 times, not 14 times. So no one's beating around the bush. There is not the exact word in perfect Arabic where Jesus runs up and down the street screaming, I am God, in whatever language you prefer. He says it in so many ways that unless your heart is like what's the thing I think that like the black rock lava stone? Unless your heart is like diamond glass stone, there's no way you cannot understand this. And the fact that you don't understand this either means you know it's saying that, but you're beholden to religion to not admit you believe that or understand it, or you really do not understand it, in which case that's a very bad spiritual position for you to be in. That's what I have to say. I don't want to be mean. Steph, you have thoughts?
Oh, the next question is why is this like Jesus committing suicide thing so popular right now? His next question is why did Jesus crucify himself for these sins? I think is what he meant to write.
He offered himself as a sacrifice. This is something that, your prophet, the one I guess you say you believe in, which if you don't believe the Bible, then you have no business believing any other prophet anyway, including false ones. But your own prophet would say something like, who can thwart the will of God? No one can thwart the will of God. So take a step back, approach your own religion, that God is sovereign. Whatever view of God you have, or whatever God you think God is. Yes. But if I'm wrong, fine. But, I was assuming that. So if you're not Muslim, but regardless.
You know what's interesting though, Nate?
They would say, who can thwart the will of God? No one. So Jesus, if he's only a human, then you're really onto something. But if you're Muslim, you don't believe he crucified himself anyway. But if you believe he's God, like the Christians claim, you also can't use that as a polemic against Christians, because from your own standard, Muslim standard, you cannot thwart the will of God. If this is the will of God, you cannot stop it, and you may get zapped by lightning for questioning God. God is sovereign. God cannot die ultimately because you cannot kill a God. This is words from your own, book.
Yeah, but I can understand where someone could take that and run with it, because the Bible says, or Jesus says in the Bible, full disclosure to whoever it's talking to, I don't believe that I'm an atheist, but I'm just saying the words say, no one takes my life. I have the power to lay it down, and I have the power to take it up again. So I could understand where someone could look at that, and if I find my hand had a charitability plus 2,000, I could understand where someone would say, oh, if he lays it down freely, he's not just saying this. Like, I could see where someone could stretch it to that length, but I think you're on the same place.
Well, I mean, that's like equivalent to like suicide by cop. Like, I mean, it is a basically suicide without force. Well, it's similar, not the same, because I think that is a more clear case. Technically the cop shot you, but the spirit of it is you forced their hand knowing what would happen. So it's like you were too chicken to pull the trigger yourself. However, that's slightly different than Jesus predicting what's going to happen. People who rightly understanding he is claiming to be God many times, that's the whole reason they wanted to crucify him for it. So Jesus predicts the future. He always knew this was going to happen. This was always his plan, and it's to redeem humanity. Like, no one's going to say, well, maybe there's a few, maybe this guy, but if someone like, a husband sacrificially throws himself in front of a car knowing he's going to die to shove the rest of his family out of the way, well, I don't think anyone is really going to say, he committed suicide. No, they're going to say he sacrificed himself to save the family which he loved. But then when it's Jesus, he committed suicide. No, your godless religion is forcing you to say that, or you'll get killed by that religion, or whatever other reason you have. So no one would rightly say, Jesus committed suicide. They would say he sacrificed himself for the sins of all who would believe. That is not suicide. That is a sacrifice to save untold billions of people if they will repent and believe the gospel and call on his name for salvation. That's the answer. So that makes the case for suicide. It kind of shows your hand, right? And it's like shows kind of how you're not a good faith actor. Because you would never say that about your own family. It's like, my dad didn't commit suicide. He jumped in front of a moving van to push me out of the way to save me, not so he could die. Same thing. Final thoughts, anyone before I have to run?
Yes. I want to.
I just wanted to say thank you to Steph for trusting me, both on Friday and on the 3 this birthday.
Aww, you're gonna table random. Now accept Jesus and repent.
I'm not going to thank Steph for modding me on Friday because she knew it was the right thing to do.
Wait a minute, then I don't get any credit? Come on.
Oh no, you get credit for trusting your instincts.
All right, I'll take it.
Hey Nate, you had a really good argument today. Good job.
I think so. For the birds or
No, across the board. You're really sharp.
Good to see you. Is it the methylene blue? My tongue is still bright blue.
Wait, can we close on that topic real quick? CEO, do you know anything about this and what it is? Because I'm puzzled. I am more puzzled by the blue dye brain thing than I am by the furries right now.
Apparently it's in blue.
Blue dye. What is it? Blue dye?
It's methylene blue. It's like a supplement that's been marketed as something to help with like the mitochondria or something in your brain or body and like
oh really?
Improve connectivity between because I guess it's supposed to be like this.
You're using that?
Yeah, Nate, this stuff needs to open out. I've heard enough people talk about it that my curiosity was piqued. Usually I ignore all things supplement because I just don't care. But this one I'm like, you know what? It's not that expensive. Let's see what happens.
You know what, Steph? If I see this for a week straight, I'm gonna say the supplement works.
Apparently, it's been all the rage. Like Chad knew exactly what it was when Dave said it. I've never heard of this, but
keep in mind, Chad seems to have the same level of condemnation for this methylene blue that he does for your newfound furry group. So consider that Chad is wrong.
Chad's never wrong. Right?
I understand you have to say that. But if he needs some Christian brother correction, we will send him a bottle of this and some cat ears, and we'll set him right.
Nate, if you suddenly seem a lot more like quick on your feet and even more intelligent than you already are, and you have become some kind of genius,
or become an atheist.
No, not an atheist.
I couldn't resist.
We'll play mine. Well, my family is in Toronto. They have landed, so did you feel a chill in the air, or like?
What are you talking about? I'm on Dixon Road across from the Toronto airport, ready to intercept them.
Nate, what's your family doing in Toronto?
I woke up 5 o'clock this morning, I saw something trending. Some black guy, I think in Ohio, was in a car. Police stopped him and told him he had come in the car because he had no lights on. He said, well, it's daylight and it's not raining. And I was saying, doesn't matter. And, and he was like, call the supervisor. And I broke the window, punched him in the face, dragged him up. You guys see that?
No.
Okay.
Wait.
I'm taking my break walking.
Yeah, I saw that. Let me see if I can find the video on Instagram.
Yeah, maybe.
I might have shared it with people, but I saw it this morning. Are you talking about the guy this morning? He just kind of remained like very calm. The guy was like very calm, and he just had his hands. They told him to put his hands up. He put his hand, like he followed all the directions, and they still snatched him out the car, broke his window.
And he was like something about, my window isn't working. I guess he must have locked the doors, but he was very calm. Yeah, they busted the window, reached in there, punched him, grabbed him out, punched him again. I think they slapped him when they reached in. Grabbed him out.
Let me find
the guy in dreads. It's a young guy in dreads.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah. That one. Yeah. I'm like, what in the spam hell beans?
That's because they feel protected under this administration.
But the sad thing about it, there was a brother in there too. There was a brother cop. He stood right by.
But I had something. All right, I'm gonna look for that video. I don't know. I can't find it. But there was a guy. That guy. I think he's on CNN. Hassan. Have you seen that? 20 people versus Hassan. And it's like 20 Trumpers. There's some good clips out of there. Oh my God, so that was really good too. Let me see if I can find that. Like, I can't find that in the video. I'm sure it'll pop up. But this stuff is good too. The Hassan, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. If I go on music mode, hold on. I can probably play this.
You should just comply. Just do what they told you.
Yeah, let me switch to this, and I will look for that. But no problem. This is what I have now, and I'm like, I completely forgot about it, and I thought it was good. So let me see. Crap.
Liberal said, liberals always capping for criminals.
Huh? Whatever. That's out of here.
He's taking on fire.
Okay, here it is.
So in regards to your claim, I just want to start by asking this: do you care more about helping Americans or immigrants in this claim?
Sorry, can you hear that?
It's not raining.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is Hassan.
So in regards to
conservative.
Your claim, I just want to start by asking this: do you care more about helping Americans or immigrants in this claim?
Immigrants are Americans. I'm an immigrant, not American.
Well, immigrants are not Americans. Americans are the people that were born here.
That's not true. What's the basis of your claim?
Are you talking about people that get naturalized in the process of becoming American?
14th Amendment. Have you read it?
Okay, yes, I have.
Any persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States.
I'm aware of that.
There's about 40 to 50 million naturalized.
That sounds like many.
But
well, you seem aware of it because you said Americans versus immigrants.
So, but are you understanding that the process of getting all these immigrants that come in here for even also the millions of immigrants, it's up to the millions, and it's the last 20 years now, and it has dramatically affected Americans here in the country, which
positively, I would argue.
People like me and everyone around here, we cannot find homes or even get jobs within our own fields that we go to college for that we get into debt for. And because more blue-collar work, especially in construction, agriculture, and so forth, and the hospitality industry, we cannot get jobs in those fields, so we would require
for a job in construction?
I'm not, no. I went to college. Many people here are in college or went to college, but we can't even find jobs in our fields, also because of the H-1B visa program as well. But in regards to just your claim about immigrants specifically, we cannot even get jobs to pay for housing.
Unemployment is at a record low right now, even under Donald Trump. And I'm not a Donald Trump fan, but I would say unemployment under both Biden and Trump has been at record low levels.
Okay, is this in regards for American citizens?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm unaware of that statistic, but from what I see, from what I can see,
I'm an American, and I employ many American citizens, both naturalized and the ones born here.
My parents
immigrants, you said?
No, they came here as immigrants. However,
So
but
they are
the
immigrants.
claim that we
When they came here as an immigrant, I'm
But at this point, when they came, the United States economy,
this is going to.
the United States economy was not at
It's better now. The American economy is better than it's been.
So in regards to your claim, I just want to start by asking this: do you care more about helping Americans or immigrants in this line?
Immigrants are Americans. I'm an immigrant and American.
Well, immigrants are not Americans. Immigrants are the people that were born here.
That's not true. What's the basic claim?
Are you talking about people that get naturalized in the process of becoming American?
14th Amendment. Have you read it?
Okay, yes, I have.
Citizenship clause. Any persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States.
Sir,
Oh wow.
Maddie ate her up. He chewed. Don't ever eat it.
You know, have y'all seen this young kid? I think he's like
He's like what?
he's
Blonde,
started off-
blondish.
Yes, he started off in high
Yes.
school doing these little debates with people, and they've been moving him around. He's in college now, and it's like
Very smart.
eats the shit out of these motherfuckers.
I know. He makes them look so stupid.
I was like, damn, like he be schooling me. Like I'd be like, damn.
I was watching him on TikTok during the election cycle, and he's very good. Very good.
He needs to get into politics.
Yeah.
Very
It's you know who's also good too? Remember the guy who went viral at the Kamala she had a rally in Atlanta, and he was like doing Kendrick Lamar, Not Like Us.
Yes, yes.
He's also good too. Yeah, they do TikTok together.
Did he work with her or something like that?
I think he's Young Democrats in Georgia or something.
Yeah,
the Young Democrats.
Part of the Young Democrats, yes.
Yeah. But you guys remember Maddie got fired from, they won't admit it, but from MSC because he challenged their Israeli spokesperson about what they were doing, lying and genocide and, in Gaza. And then like the next couple of days she was taken off and then told him that he stepped down. They basically fired him for that. But Maddie is awesome. No debater. He's a very good debater. Because he has the facts.
Yeah. Do you have the whole clip for that, Sin?
I don't. It's probably on his channel, CETEO.
It's probably on YouTube because this is Jubilee.
Yeah.
He has a couple of clips from the Candace Owen one. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So it's just on Jubilee YouTube.
You know who started all this shit with these me debating 20? It was a high school teacher. This white liberal high school teacher. He started doing that. Like he would debate Republicans, young Republicans, right? And
Potato.com. Z as in zebra, ETEO. It's probably on his platforms, potato.com.
So it's definitely on YouTube Jubilee. Like if you go to YouTube and you put Jubilee, because this is Jubilee. As soon as I put Jubilee on YouTube, it comes out. So it's an hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah. But Maddie has his own platform though, Potato.com. That's another point. They keep firing these legacy media folks when they don't comply or comport, and then they go and start their own podcast, YouTube, their own platform, and over time they're matching. They're in credit. They can say whatever they want to say, have whatever guest they want to say, and over time they're doing really well. Maddie has his own platform, Potato.com. You see Joy start her own podcast. I think she's starting to do decent numbers. Don Lemon has Lemonation. Over time, he's starting to do decent numbers. So, legacy media can, be both sides or, lean one side or whatever. Don't give the facts or what have you, or try to obfuscate. And they're a dying breed.
Yeah. I found it, Sin. I think I want to play it. It's an hour and a half. Hour and 49 minutes. Y'all want to hear it? I'm not going to play the whole thing all at once. It'll be like in 10 minutes, so that'll give us 14, 15 clips to play. or at least through each person that he debates. Hopefully y'all don't get bored. If y'all get bored in the audience, somebody come up here and tell us, like, chill out. This is just too much. Because, like, what I enjoy doesn't mean y'all enjoy it, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Spirit, Scotty. Ghetto ass Scotty.
Scotty Plus.
He's no longer a plus. He's moved down.
That's right. It's like queued up. I can play it.
He's in the hood now.
Can we do that? Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody.
Okay, let me see if this plays. Okay, let me know.
Okay, play it.
All right. 1 second. Did that work? 1 second.
If you're playing it, Spirit, it's not playing. You're gonna have to go. You put it in music mode, right?
Let me see.
So those 3 dots.
Yeah. Right.
And you got it in music mode, and you're playing it from the phone.
Yeah. 1 second. Let me try this again. So I'm unmuted. Let's try this. Wait, did you hear any of that? No.
No.
Let me try again. Pardon me. Okay, let's see if this works. Wait, do I have to have my AirPods out or something? Or no?
Yes, you gotta have your earpods out, I think.
Okay, we do that. Okay, now let me know if this works.
I hear something.
So I was curious. I wouldn't want to hurt you or anything like that, but quite frankly, I don't debate fascists. Okay? So do you concede that? I mean, why do I concede you're a fascist who won't condemn the Nazis? Yes, I concede. Okay, great. So I mean, what are we doing here? Because I mean, you just seem offended. You just seem offended to me, quite frankly. Like I'm offended by people who can't condemn the Nazis. Yes, I am. Okay. Well, I condemn the evils that they did, but I don't really care about that. Yeah, sure. I don't care about being called a Nazi is the whole thing. I care about yourself a Nazi, a fascist, and a General Franco. Well, yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was super cool, quite frankly. Because you don't believe in democracy. I don't believe in democracy. Why are you sitting here at a televised debate? This is democracy. You don't want to debate because it is the means to support an end. The reason we have free speech now is because we want to be openly talking about our opinions so we can get the state that we want. But it doesn't mean it's only free speech after we win. I mentioned the only good thing about this fascist moment, the whole reason you guys are so open about it, the whole reason I mentioned Carl Schmitt earlier, you kind of blew past him, is the friend-enemy distinction. Even liberals, when they take power, they want to enact policies and they want to enact protections for their people and their ideas, and they're willing to punish their enemy. And so I'm the same way. I'm like, hey, if you're going to punish me, I'm going to get in power, and I'm going to frankly punish you when you try to leverage power against me. Just that simple. Here's what it is.
All right. Pause. You can vote it out by.
Did you hear?
Totally did.
Yeah. The guy's crazy.
He's crazy.
Makes no sense. Who was that? Was that Nick Fuentes? Who was that?
That is Nick Fuentes.
Nick
Yeah,
Fuentes.
he's a fucking idiot. He's a fucking straight out racist. I can't stand him.
That's their hero. A lot of these MAGA, that's their hero.
Like, anytime, I can't stand that motherfucker. Like,
the only thing I like about Nick Fuentes was last week he went to orchard on Trump. He called him fat, stupid. He's done with him. Burn your MAGA hat. That's the only thing that I agree with Nick Fuentes. The only thing.
Yeah, he's acting like a punk. He's doing it. He's not getting his way. He's still
Yeah. He's still a Nazi lover. He's so racist. And you know the weird thing about it, I think his grandparents is Mexican.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think he got mad because he did a podcast with Candace Owens. Can't stand her.
out of prison when you pardon people who assaulted police officers, you're pro-criminal. Donald Trump pardoned almost 1,600 people who were involved in January the 6th. I think 600 of them have been charged with assaulting a police officer or obstructing a police officer. 170 have pled guilty to assaulting a police officer. 70 have pled guilty to assault with a deadly weapon. J.D. Vance said we're not going to pardon the violent criminals from January 6th. Donald Trump pardoned them. Are you okay with that? I would say January 6th is a very special case. I would say it's almost like a climax point in history. I would just phrase the question this way. Right now in the LA protests, if they, I'm so sorry, I actually will you yes. But just for example, they were rushed the Capitol of LA. I mean, they have to move over all the homeless people living in tents on the steps of the Capitol. But if they were managed to get into the Capitol and they were just protesting, peacefully, let's say police officers were rushing them in, they were letting them in and saying, hey, you guys can go in. Like, wait a minute, you test out, what does this say? And the violent ones, okay, violent ones like David Dempsey, the judge, a Reagan appointed judge, sentenced to 20 years in prison. He stopped on police officers' hands. The judge said his conduct was exceptionally egregious. He attacked police officers with flagpoles and pepper spray. Donald Trump pardoned him. There's a man named Daniel Rodriguez. He got 12 years in prison for taking a stun gun and tasing a police officer in the neck and giving him a heart attack. The judge said he was a one-man army of hate. Donald Trump pardoned him. Does that make Trump pro-criminal? I think that's criminals out of prison. I would say no, it doesn't make him pro-criminal. Why are you okay with that? I did not say that. I said that one pardon against somebody was 1,600 pardons. 600 of those were his people. My example that you just gave me. Just gonna keep going. I'll take the exact same thing and just show you how people will fall apart. You'll just go into time and keep going. Go for it then. Okay, Shane Jenkins got 7 years in prison for 9 criminal offenses, attacking police with a deadly weapon. Probably shouldn't have happened. Turned into pro-crime. So you agree that they shouldn't have been punished. Sure, but that wasn't your claim was January 6th. Your claim was Trump is pro-crime because he pardoned criminals. Okay, I would say that's the ultimate. Let's talk about non-January 6th people. Okay, he pardoned people like Paul Bolsher recently who took millions of dollars from his own employees, was sentenced to tax crimes, had to pay back $4 million. Trump pardoned people who took $2 million yacht. Why is he pardoning criminals like that? Well, I don't know. I don't think he should. I don't think really presidential pardon should be free. I don't agree. I don't think that. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seats. That's fine. That's great, Mandy. Where's that, Mandy? You're from Northern UK, I guess. I'm from London, Australia. Okay, fair enough. What's your ethnic background? If you don't mind asking, my parents are from India. Okay, perfect. Just getting nervous here. First of all, I want to say you're innocent. Donald Trump, you're pro-crime. No, I want to concern myself with why you care about what's happening in the U.S. First and foremost. Secondly, I want to say this. When the U.S. get it, when the U.S. issue, last time I signed up, did you I hate this thing. Like, people don't like this thing. I hate this thing. No, okay, so, okay. Here's the thing. I am happy that he released J6. In fact, so much so that I was prepared to protest if he didn't. So when you say, are you okay that he's pro-crime? Sure, because you know what? We're changing the definition of what crime is. First, you know, this stomping on police officers is a crime. I don't think it's no longer a relevant conversation anymore. You're in it. No, it's not, because you know what? Okay, have you seen the U.S. in the last 4 or 5 years? You've studied web protests, and you've seen, okay, myself have been involved in these protests. I've seen egregious things that you could
nothing to it. So if I even agree with that these people are going to be and what I'm trying to say is that that must be where they're from. I think you do know these don't understand by that, but because I just wondering, because I'm curious, curious, talking about why I should have worked later on, you come back. My hopes right now, you're doing a pretty bad job of making the case that he's not pro-British scholar, but I'm going to apply. You probably get another one actually if I ask for it. Wow. So I think I'm just thinking about the release in around 20 people who agree with you. Wow, amazing. Amazing. That was like, you know what? I was wondering if you're getting this whole energy outrage right now. This is great. I love it. Do I have to say anything at this point? Or you just keep going? Please. My claim is that I don't care if it's pro-crime. You might say to the zombie, so I was really trying to agree that it's pro-crime. I have a question for you, though. Do you care on the opposite side of the spectrum? Yes. Do you care about law being administered to the opposite side? Yes. I think anyone saying somebody says that shouldn't be bound. I think that Donald Trump shouldn't have pardoned 9 Republican members of Congress who are convicted of crimes. And I don't think Joe Biden should give it. I know that many Democrats should pardon Democrats. Fair. But I don't quite understand where we are in the U.S. I think I do know because you're arguing this radicalization of like in a day. The U.S. that doesn't exist anymore. We're headed towards a nihilism. No, it's nothing like that. It's not about that. It's that conservatives for too long have played it safe. They've been played by the guy. They've been played by yes, they have. And he's just the Bush conservatives are doing that. So conservatives are just doing this. Not Jewish negotiations on the right. Let's be respectful to you guys. Let me finish show you. You're not explaining, but I'm trying to bring back. So let's go bring back. Let's get I'm conservative. Okay, let me tell you this. We didn't play it too safe. We've been playing by the book for too long. And at this point, gloves are off, right? The left has made their point. They're willing to release fools in Washington. The left never sue the other driver after a car accident. There's a better way to get paid, a way bigger check without having to. I just can't need the left. You are police officers. Okay, look at LA right here. You think they'll stand down? They hear a bunch of liberal Marxists. No, but I mean, they listen to liberal Marxists who tell them what to do. I think they listen to who signs their paychecks and say, there's no subtle dimensions. We both agree Donald Trump's program, you're just fine with it. No, I agree. That's what you guys are fighting about. It's not an take a greater definition of a fraction of crime. He just told me about a police officer is not a crime. That's the only definition of crime. That's the Native American. I am Native American, if you guys. So, going back to the topic at hand, we have different definitions of crime because you're talking about it. It's criminal code in this country. It's criminal code. Let's focus on it. I'm sure you and I actually agree on the joint where, we shouldn't stop on police officers. That's going to ground that. I don't agree on that, and I agree with you. This conversation is kind of code because, first of all, you're saying, what, that the police have the authority, that they're giving the authority. I don't accept the authority as the kids are very limited in our position. I'm a conservative pro-police, and you want me to file a list. You're going to find me crying your guns right now. You can't even follow tell us that you are going to be blown on me if you think that like you're going to struggle with the English language for the next couple of hours and you're dropping it right now. Okay, so newsflash, the conservatives are liberal to me. Okay, neocons, libertarians, all those mainstream people, they might as well be leftists to me. Okay, that's how far they're running at you. Do you understand my position? So how do you start against it when you say, about obeying police? Why would it give the authority to police? Do you know here? Do you know what's out here? You're 9 members of Congress. Do you ever been in financial crime? Do you say, financial crime? Do you know financial crime? Pause. I'm going to clap you if I did you. All right. I'd like to see the financial. Okay. Anybody got any comments? First off, good morning. How about your plan? Get your ass up here. We are a team spirit team. Y'all know I don't use a lot of time to share. Putting the share. This last dude, man, you didn't think about what restraint he showed his elevate level in the presence of sheer bigotry, ignorance, and racism. This asset has the audacity to say that he is Native American. I'm sorry. These white folks saying that they're native to this land. Did you ever see the worst of that? There is worse to come. It is progressively worse. I watched this. You watched it.
makes sense. Like these are people you probably pass on the street. You probably see in the grocery store. These people, I'm telling you, I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just saying it gets progressively worse. It is the most astonishing shit you've ever. Like, I'm probably even play the worst one yet.
Is it your friend J3 in here? The one that you said, I'm so glad he found her. I think it's J. The one from
I want to make sure not to say JB because you know JB is mess. His name is pretty close to JB, but J3. Yeah, thank you for being here. And we can look at each other for like what's to come, right? Because if Democrats get in office again, we're gonna be in that same boat that the Labor Party is in right now, which is trying to play cleanup of the Conservative Party's mess. So that's why I was saying, like, we need to learn from each other and listen to each other as much as possible because the same way I'm sure you were shocked that Trump won, we were shocked that y'all voted for Brexit. I know maybe not you specifically, but the country voted for Brexit, right? Because we knew that it was going to be disastrous. And I don't know what was behind it because the whole business community, at least that I was a part of in the tax world, we were like, there's no way this is terrible. And this will equate to trillions of dollars coming out of the UK economy. Anyways, I just wanted to say that. But I don't know when this clip came out, but this stuff just started popping on my timeline, Quinn. So I didn't even know that this gem of an interview was out there.
Yeah, this is.
Well, it's not an interview. What happens is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's not an interview. So it's a show. It's a show that they do. It's actually last week. The first one was done was Congressman.
Yeah, she played that in here, but I just wanted to put that in another one drop.
Yeah, it is. I think it was yesterday.
The lady was on our Monday. Was a play on our Monday.
I'm going to do it every week, though.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out.
I don't know to this degree, but I watched this one because Joey posted it. I saw Joey posted it, so it took me there and watched it. I watched the whole thing. I really just like it's I'm telling you, like it's the craziest shit I've ever seen. It's crazy.
Yo, the second guy just makes me think this is a bunch of rape.
Oh, wait until you hear, because this is just keep on playing it.
We're just trying to go through. We said we would go through each person, but I think like maybe two, because two got us to 9 minutes. We'll just see how it goes. But I'm gonna try to keep it so that we don't cut off the entire debate. All right. I'm gonna play it again.
So I'm going to be as respectful about this as possible, but the truth is your claim is completely unfair. You do not care about being anti-crime. You yourself are pro-crime. Your side is pro-crime because you're a progressive. I'm a pro-crime. So I'll give you an example, right? So your side, not Donald Trump, has passed a series of laws in California. Let's go to California. It's where we are right now. It's where I'm from. I don't know. Are you from California? Okay. So California, for example, the state legislature, completely progressive, just passed a law that limits sex offender registration to 10 years. It was life before. That's program. The legislature in California. Which is progressive, has passed a law that says the voter-induced three-strike law is no longer absolute. If someone murders someone, stabs them in 3 separate occasions, a judge now does not have to give them life. That's a progressive law. That is program. You support that, don't you? Actually, I'm support of that. Sex offenders coming off those, I think they should be on the line. So you and I both agree that sex offending is a bad thing, especially child sex offending. Right? It seems like you and I agree on that. I agree that you're California is so good. I'm not here to debate that. I just feel good to debate your topics on being pro-crime. But I'm saying that Donald Trump was friend of Ghislaine Maxwell, and Ghislaine Maxwell was the worst child sex trafficker of our lifetime. She's studying it. Do you know Ghislaine Maxwell? She's actually not. Jeffrey Epstein's the worst. I'm talking about people alive right next to Jason. I didn't
he was friends with them. You haven't seen the videos. They danced together, party together. He's now supported the pedophilia part. Trump gave a speech about 20 years ago where he said Epstein's a great guy. He loves young women a lot. We're very young, nudged up, we blah blah. So yeah, I think he's pro-crime, pro-criminals. I think he's still friends. Do you have any friends who are criminals? Not that I know of. Certainly not child sex offenders. No, do you? Of course not. Okay, so we're both in agreement again. What you have tomorrow, Trump? If you have tomorrow that one of your friends is a child sex offender, you stop being friends with him. Yes. You know what you say? But I go on TV and I would say, oh look, Mr. Hassan was friends with this guy 10 years ago. Therefore, he's going to tell John said, I wish them well when they're on trial. But you ever go before I wish you well? You wish you well on trial? Yeah, John said, you ever wish you well? I wouldn't wish someone well, but don't tell me that's your gotcha. That's your gotcha. It's weird. It's just you way out right in the ground. Gotcha. Okay, you're crazy. We're really trying to figure out what you're doing. What's his policy? Yes. So when he left office in 2020, he left behind the highest murder rate for over 100 years. He was back there. He was back there. Like, you know, it's fact from the CDC. You can't you're right there. I'm going to finish the sentence, and then you can come back and you're just lying to people. You don't lie. You can finish the sentence. Donald Trump does not cause the murder rate. Murder is a state law. He's more responsible for the murder rate than Donald Trump. We're soft on crime, but we're the ones who are really finish the sentence. When Donald Trump left office in 2020, between 2019 and 2020, according to data from the CDC, from the FBI, from Pew Research, the 30% increase in the murder rate between 2019 and 2020 was the single biggest jump in the murder rate since 1905. He's pro-crime, who's doing murdering? The murderers. So we're responsible for it. We're going on his watch. Why did it go on his watch? He had real hands. That's a real hand fighting crime. It's real hard to figure out. We shut down the whole economy during COVID. We told everyone they couldn't go out unless it was to violently protest. We told people in the contracts to arrest you and constantly on your charge of murder. Why did the pandemic want to do it? Where's that taking off in 2020? Why did the pandemic didn't finish in 2020? You had the murder rate. You had to blame Joe Biden for crazy years. But Joe Biden is actively induces policies that are pro-crime and has to name the policy and then we're going to believe I asked you for like 10 minutes. I'll be right down. There you go. But as usual, I'm sorry, I'm decisions. He pardoned violent crimes. When violent policy didn't know crimes, you don't think releasing violent crimes into crimes. What's his policy? He has pushed. Name any law he has signed. Pardon is like a certain thing. It's a policy, it's not one time. It's like Jimmy Carter, the dream guy. It's like anyone that launched January 6th, the pardon. I'm not judging that. The Jimmy Carter, do you agree? Jimmy Carter, do you agree? There's that ideology with Jimmy Carter. Do you support the pardoning of people who went on to be prosecuted for sexually abusing a 7-year-old child, illegal gun possession, rape or homicide? He's to pardon someone for sexually abusing a child. They will tell against the government that they believe government rigged elections. That's what he pardoned for. He didn't pardon them for pardoning a sexual child. He knew what criminals who committed those crimes. He let them out. So that means he's using the criminals because they did the crime, right? Would you extend that to illegal immigrants? They're all criminals because they committed crimes. Said that anyone who enters the United States illegally is not a criminal. Jump to 20. Change the case site, please. For use of the Supreme Court citation of the case. Yes, that enters the United States illegally is not. It's called Arizona versus United States 2012. Go look it up.
Pause. You've been voted on by the majority. Please return to your seats.
Let's read it. Religious form of understanding when you say pro-criminal, what do you mean? I mean that when confronted with people who've committed criminal acts, Donald Trump has been either soft on them, friendly with them, pardon them, and of course, let's not forget, I mean, we've got 5 minutes left, let's go back earlier. He's a convicted criminal himself, sitting on, okay, I want to make sure I understand you correctly. Yes, I'm strongly understanding my question. Every time that he's been confronted, every time, most of a lot of the time, he's leaned towards criminal activity. And it's criminal activity. He has committed crimes, screened and indicted for 88 different criminal offences in 4 different jurisdictions by 5 different grand juries. He was convicted himself on 34 different criminal offences by majority of his peers. But let's pop that from separate to his own crimes. When confronted with the crimes of others, or the alleged crimes of others, for example, the Chinese crypto billionaire Justin Sun, who was being investigated for market manipulation, Trump dropped the case, invited him to the golf course, and he was in the White House. He examined $70 million to Trump. Is it possible, because we were the burden of proof, so you have the proof, is it possible that all these things he's done,
say, how can I increase the number of murders when we release some murderers? Okay, I'm not saying you did that, Johnny Sins. I don't think you should divide the country. That's where we disagree. That's bullshit. In fact, you divide the country further. But it doesn't really matter to my claim. If he's releasing violent criminals, he doesn't even designate. No, he's pro-crime and pro-criminal. But that's a really I need to see pro-crime. He's actually frontier crime. Like frontier. Well, he is. Because frontier. Because I know. He did frontier. He's doing anything. You know, my friend earlier, you're not lying, said, where has he done stuff that's increased crime? And I'm telling you, people have been pardoned who've been convicted on multiple other crimes. These people have been pardoned at previous criminal records. They were not just some folks chilling around go, we're against the takeover of our country, we're opposed to rebellion. They were a lot of people already hardened criminals, militia members. He looked at those people and said, you know what? They've been convicted, in many cases by Republican judges. I'm going to get that way. It's impossible. If Joe Biden had you'd be attacking him. Sure, it's impossible that their conviction was part of a plea. It's like, oh shit, I can't get out of this, so I gotta take a plea now. Some of them, maybe. Others, we saw with our own two blind eyes on tape. Talking about certain things that's going on. And did you watch live on January 6th? Well, to be completely honest, I'm pretty honest on this. I'm more trying to target. You're saying he's pro-crime. In my head, I'm just making this line. Let me finish. If you think of this line, there's a possibility that he might have had other reasons. For example, unifying the country of next January. That could be the reason. Therefore, it's a pro-crime. There's other reasons to say that's a possibility. And I'm not saying it's a possibility, but I'm saying it's irrelevant because if you're knowingly releasing violent criminals out into the community, hardening, not just releasing, then yes, you are being pro-criminal. I've interviewed police officers. I don't know why I've interviewed police officers who have been assaulted, had to retire from the police officers with broken bones. So it's releasing something about it very quickly. I've interviewed these police officers. They've been beaten by people who they've then seen walk off the streets and then carry on threatening them. Yes, when Donald
Did you need the same Bill Barr? His dad was the headmaster at the school in Dalton that hired Jeffrey Epstein in his first job.
But yeah, it's weird because like if you listen to Lev's congressional when he talks Congress about what happened, if you read the Mueller report, it jives. And then his interview that he gave on Chatter is like, this dude has not swayed away from what exactly happened, so you know he's not lying, or he's just been practicing this lie. But the Mueller report actually says co-conspirator one. We know that's Jeff Sessions. This everything put together is like he's not lying. He's not lying about this shit. But yeah, crazy. So any other comments on what we just played, or anything else you want to throw out there before I start playing? All right, let's go.
Justified to be assaulted. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat. Thanks. Silver negotiators make you wait forever. High fees and slow trades. Hard lands. Nice to meet you, Manny. So you claim that your main claim is that Trump pardoned some people for January 6th. By the way, I was there. I saw that firsthand. The football field away, the smoke in my eyes. I was like, it was a crazy day. Of course not, because I didn't enter the building. Stayed very peaceful. But your entire claim is that he was pardoned this time. It's basically you're keeping it up. Let me say this. Let me say with this pardoning of culture. Let's talk about this. You keep talking about pardoning as a group of things. He's talking about party keeps pardoning criminals. That makes it. You know who else pardoned a criminal? Hunter Biden was pardoned by his father. He had cocaine. He should know that. He had hookers. What did Biden claim at times? Why would they claim that like Joe Biden against the most part of should know that? Well, the overall condition is like, Joe Biden didn't just do it was just the pardon. It'd be fine. I already mentioned. There's also the fact that Joe Biden wasn't actually a convicted criminal in office. Trump hasn't committed any crimes. Trump didn't do it criminally so much that he was a criminal in New York law. He didn't remember Jeffrey Epstein billion bucks. Jeffrey Epstein lived in West Palm Beach, the area, and that's the closest golf course you can go to. He's really not going to stop being an Epstein. So as soon as Trump found out Donald Trump was an Epstein, no, I do not. Let me explain this. He lived in the area in Mar-a-Lago, so he bought, obviously, a ticket to go in there. As soon as Trump found out that Epstein had done all those bad things, immediately it's from Mar-a-Lago. Immediately, oh God, yes, it is. It's one of those things. So listen to this. Elon Musk tweeted out in a fit of rage, okay? Do you really sometimes? So Cash Patel literally said that Elon Musk had no access to the Epstein files. So Cash Patel said that Epstein killed himself. Never even done. Wait, whatever he says, he was there. Yeah, I don't care. He knows more information than I do. I'm sure there's more information than I do. But here's the actual place. Because you said you're Cash Patel and Epstein. He knows more information than I do. Pause this time. Please return to your seat. Surrounded is now a podcast. Available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded, plug in, and stay part of the conversation. Anywhere, anytime. Next claim is that Donald Trump is defying the Constitution. Trump being anti-Constitution, I don't really care, to be quite frank, because regardless of the Constitution is a document that should seek to serve us, and when it fails to seek to serve us, laws can be changed, and quite frankly, the fact is, we're defending things in this country that shouldn't be defended. The First Amendment should not defend pornography and making children victimized. Children being victimized as a result of that. I think things like blasphemy shouldn't be allowed per the First Amendment. I think that quite frankly, at least think you could define the 12th and 22nd Amendments. You're saying you don't care about the Constitution, but actually you do, because you quite